Long had Midoriya, Izuku wondered why his quirk was unlike both of his parents. He remembered the visit to the doctor as they tried to find what his quirk could be very clearly, as if it was only yesterday. "It is strange," the doctor muttered, massaging his beard. "Your boy has a quirk, but not one I could observe, but so far the tests have come up negative. No object attraction, flame breath, or a combination of the two." He didn't understand much back then, but he perked up when the doctor said quirk. The boy's gaze turned to his mother, who then asked. She looked scared, and the boy wondered why. "Did Izuku not inherit either, or one of our quirks?" The doctor shook his head in negative. "That is yet to be seen, Midoriya-san, but likely. What is clear is that the likeliness is slim since it didn't manifest in the quirk test. Little Izuku may have a different quirk." "Different?" Izuku found himself asking. He felt his heart sped up and looked at the doctor's face. "Is that bad?" Izuku said, then looking at his mom as he grabbed her arm. "No." Izuku, the smile the doctor gave him shook away some of his fears before he turned to his mom. "It is not bad, but surprising. Do you like surprises?" His kid self nodded happily. "It is on the rare side. I've seen cases like this. The parents come back and asked why their child didn't inherit their quirk and was something new. Chances are young Izuku here will probably not have both of your quirk, but a combination from both you and husband's line." Aw, that was kinda sad for Izuku. To not get his mom's or father's quirks broke his heart. "Don't worry, Izuku," his mom's warm smile bare on him. "Whatever quirk you have, mommy will always love you." Stifling a giggle, she then said, "Maybe you'll get a quirk like All Might's. Doesn't that sound good?" That didn't sound so bad now for the young Izuku, but he wanted his parents' quirk. Maybe he'll get a quirk like All Might. A quirk like All Might? Ooh, that meant he could save people from burning buildings by punching the fire away. Allow me to explain why that might be the case. Any word that the doctor said then had been over the head of young Izuku and forgotten. "Have you heard about the quirk singularity theory?" the doctor asked. Looking at his wrist and flexing it, the green-haired boy smiled sheepishly to himself. It took a lot of time before they figured it out. That involved a surprised Kaken who disappeared and him thinking he had made the blonde boy disappear. That was one wild day. Their teacher explained about career assessment test results, but then just threw the papers into the air. "You all just want to be heroes, don't you?" he said, giving them a blank stare, already expecting it would happen. His classmates cheered. "Don't lump me with these losers, sensei," Katsuki said, annoyed. Izuku gave his best friend a sharp look, to which the other teen snorted. He learned long ago that to curb Kaken's tendencies, he himself had to sharpen his fangs to stop his friend with his hot tendencies and impulses. "What you said, Deku? It's not like they'll make it to UA with their quirks. Only you and I aced the mock test," rebuked his friend. He didn't let up his hard stare and temporarily forgetting he was in their classroom. Kaken grumbled and didn't say anything more. "Ahaha." The teacher chuckled while wiping his face. "I heard you and Midoriya plan to enroll to UA." Izuku blushed at being called. His classmates chattered, probably about him since not one of them ever saw his quirk. He didn't want them to be his friends because of his quirk alone, just like Kaken. God knows he had seen it when they were young. The green-haired youth didn't want to be mean, but those two companions of his only hang out with him because of Katsuki's status of having a powerful quirk and status. No, he'll gain friends because of who he was, not because of what he has. It didn't make matters better since various reports of people with strange quirks all over Japan began disappearing that started years ago, worsened months ago. He didn't know why because it wasn't solved yet, but it scared him because his emitter quirk was on the rare side, just like those that were taken. How can he get to UA without his quirk? Yeah, how can Bakugo even hang out with him? He didn't let the whispers get to him then. He wasn't about to now. Damn right, Katsuka grinned. What is a hero without a sidekick? And you? The explosive blonde pointed at people who said those whispered to each other. Deku has better quirk than you people could ever dream of. Izuku shrunk as he felt more eyes to him, but they said nothing since the hothead reacted. Second to mine, of course. Of course, Kaken was going to say that. He rolled his eyes. School went uneventful after that as he focused on writing the quirk of the earlier villain attack and the debut of the new hero, MT Lady. A hero with alteration type quirk, specifically a gigantification quirk. "Oi, Deku," A rough voice called and saw it was only his best friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Class is over. Stop muttering to yourself, damn nerd. Even sensei didn't bother to stop you knowing it's useless. Izuku smiled abashedly, being easily caught red-handed. What can he say? It's a habit now since he can think better when he speaks it loud. Sorry, I was lost in thinking. His friend looked at his notebook uninterestingly and picking eye up. He constantly flipped through all of his notes, just thinking of something's Kaken. Kaken's red eyes glared at him, and if he had laser vision, Izuku was pretty sure he'd be dead. You better not be chickening out on UA. I won't have my sidekick walk out on me. Izuku immediately waved those concerns away. Heh. No way, Kaken. The green-haired youth chuckled, rubbing his nape. It was their promise to get in UA since childhood. He wouldn't, or rather couldn't, break that promise. No, I was thinking of my quirk. Maybe one of my relatives had something close to my quirk. I've searched it, and only 5 or 10 have been registered with quirks similar to mine every 2 decades. Bakugo grunted and raised his eyebrows in return. What about it? Rare or not, don't think your quirk would defeat my awesome quirk. Grabbing his bag, the green-haired teen followed his friend out of the room. That's why you're my sidekick. You'll be the sidekick that gets me everywhere. The boy only shrugged and rolled his eyes good-naturedly while smiling. Right? Wouldn't think of it, cause sidekick? Raising his eyebrows in mock ignorance, he then asked, So, what was the score again? Kaken gritted his teeth as explosions covered his arms. Watch Ace say, you damn nerd. His explosive friend tried grabbing him, to probably ruffled his hair roughly, but Izuku stepped back and his vision then filled with red. He now looked at his friend holding nothing but air. Why are you playing with yourself, Kaken? He sniggered at his friend. TCH. Kaken sneered, his expression turning sour. Whatever, Deku. Wanna hang out? We'll go to the arcade today. I don't think I can. You know how I don't get along with those two. It's not that he hated those two, but believe him, he tried to, but he just doesn't click with them. See you later, Kaken. Katsuki simply waved and turned right on the school exit while he turned left. It was a relatively quiet walk for Izuku. There were only a few people that he encountered in the quiet afternoon. Just as he was about to pass the tunnel, a watery sound came behind him that shook his nerves. A huge green slime came out of the sewer and was grinning menacingly down on him. Wati, Izuku gasped. He slowly walked backward, away from the slime who came from the sewer that was eyeing him. He doesn't like the look of that grinning face. A medium-sized cloak. The moment the slime moved forward, he scrambled backward. A villain. He thrust his arms forward, creating a single large dark red vortex that went towards his assailant. A splattered sound hit the pavement as the hiss of his portal opened far away from him. His breath hitched, and his body became sluggish all of a sudden as his breath became heavier. Despite that, he immediately ran to retrieve his backpack. He and the slime villain silently stared at each other for a good while. The boy was thankful that there was no one in sight. Izuku breathed deeper and prepared to defend himself if the guy was to strike again. The villain giggled. I knew I found a good one. Just stay still and it'll be over quickly. Crap. That last one took a lot of him than the intended energy he planned to use. The villain moved faster than he could anticipate this time and was prepared to open another when the sewer cover flew up. From it came a muscular man with 2 strands of rising hair that left Izuku speechless. He may not see it for he was covered in the shadows, but this shape, he recognized it. Of all places he'd seen the hero, he was here now? Impossible. The man's boots stomped heavily on the pavement and echoed in the tunnel. It's all right now, young man, his hero thundered, the voice commanding yet filled with positivity. Izuku would recognize that voice quickly. It's the deep voice that gives inspiration to many, the voice that gives fear to the villains. He listened to him most of the time to know how the man between him and the villain sounds like. His body couldn't move or respond. Ow, All Might. Because I am here. Izuku crossed his arms in defense when the villain sent forth sludge whips, but All Might only stood still in his place. He could see from his view, the blonde superhero put 1 foot forward and his arm flexed back. Texas Smash, screamed the #1 hero. For the teen, it was one to see it on screen, but another to witness it personally. The wind howled just from All Might's punch alone. The attack scattered the viscous body of the sludge and made it rain green villain slime on the other side of the tunnel. His Texas smash was powerful that he found himself being pushed back despite standing behind All Might. No wonder he is the #1 hero. No other hero's strength can compare to his. That reassuring smile melted away his fears and worries. Running to the hero, Izuku focused on the now falling green substance by raising his arms. Many small red vortexes opening appeared as the sludge then landed near All Might. He winced at the effort to do it, but he bears with it, and continued. "Thank you, young man," stated the superhero, which had him blushing furiously as the blonde man started picking it up and putting it in a plastic container. All Might was talking to him. Him of all people. Someone pinch him. And no problem. Damn it, Izuku. Get yourself together. He stopped his shaking, or rather did his best. It's all I can do from saving me. Approaching All Might, who was already done with the objective, Izuku shakily grabbing the notebook in his bag. Bowing deeply, the green-haired youth blushed with his notebook stretched out. "Will you please sign my notebook?" All Might simply laughed. "Of course, young man. No need to be shy." Izuku could hardly contain his shock and excitement. This is the best day ever. He squealed internally and can't wait to tell Kakin. When the hero still didn't return his 13th notebook, he looks up to see All Might looking deep in thought. The hero said, humming in thought. "Hey, this analysis isn't bad. Say, young man, are you planning to enter UA? A quirk like yours would be good at rescue." The grin he sported could have broken his jaw, but did so anyway by nodding fervently. "Yes, me and my best friend. We want to become a symbol of peace like you." The blonde #1 hero laughed heartily. "That is a good dream. I'm curious, young man. Is there an analysis of me and my quirk?" His heart couldn't get more fluttered in his excitement. "All Might want to read my notebook." "Yes, All Might." The teen grabbed his most recent analysis notebook with the All Might quirk updated. "Ha ha ha. This is truly impressive analysis. Most of it was just speculations and conclusions, most footage of All Might using his quirk, and even going as far as to think of how much his limit in terms of weight, why his punch could cause the weather to change and such possible limits, and all he could think of. Asking permission, All Might photographed his analysis. He didn't care why. All that mattered to him now was his work impressed the hero. Signing his latest hero notebook, All Might then gave him a big grin as he then flexed his feet. "Well, it is nice meeting you, young man, but I need to get this guy to the police now. See you on the other side of the screen." Just like that, the hero was gone in a flash and wind blast as he only saw the blur of All Might's figure soaring on the sky. "I met All Might," he said slowly as if it was all a dream. "I met All Might. I met All Might." Slapping his cheeks, he screamed. This was the best day ever. He even showed him his analysis and signed his notebook. He walked home faster and gleefully skipping with every step. He didn't mind the weird looks people had given him. His phone beeped, and it was his mother texting him to buy some ingredients for the food at the house. Guess he'll have to take a detour. Izuku's excitement didn't wane one bit as he walked to the shopping district. All he could think of was meeting the greatest hero. Looking on the eastern part right where the shopping district was, smoke wafted up to the clouds. Another villain attack? Wondered the teen as he walked towards the place. Police cars surrounded the place, and people gathered before the police barrier, urging the people to go away. His eyes widened and was shocked to see the same slime that attacked him earlier rampaging in the fiery district. "Where's All Might?" he uttered. "Why are the heroes doing nothing?" someone asked. "They can't. Physical abilities are nullified by the slime's body. The heroes that gathered won't be effective. They can't." Apparently, the villain caught a junior high schooler. It's been like that for a while. All around him, people chatter about some poor schoolboy. Kimui Woods, Mount Lady, Death Arms, and Backdraft were unable to do anything. Nor would they be able to do anything. Their quirks were unsuitable for the situation. Mount Lady couldn't fight in an enclosed space. She could grab the villain, but the possibility of hurting the hostage was there. With all the fire everywhere and the viscosity of the sludge villain, it wouldn't be detained easily, more so with the hostage on the line by Kimui Woods. The wood would just be destroyed by fire and constant explosions. On the other hand, Death Arm's strength was useless against the sludge villain, and Backdraft was busy dousing the fire caused by explosions to assist. Wait, explosions? He peered into the monster where every blow he made caused an explosion. Please don't let it be. The teen wanted to close his eyes, but he could not. Not until he knew it so. His heart exploded with worry upon seeing the hostage of the sludge villain. A familiar mop of blonde hair. Far away as he may be, it was still discernible. The blonde hair stood out in the distance and looked to be thrashing in defiance. "Kakin," whispered Izuku, clenching his hand. Without moving, raised his arms but stopped on the last second. Focusing on visual focal points, red swirls came from both sides of the rampaging villain. His gaze moved towards the villain, slowly sucking its body and expelling it behind them. As he did this, he squinted his eyes and clenched his fists and feet, fighting against his slowly wavering body just to keep himself standing. "Warp quirk, where did it come from?" Mount Lady asked as her large form examined the environment. "We got a vigilante," was Death Arm's words. The people chattered, and the heroes looked around for the source, but he opted to ignore it in favor of controlling the warp gates. He didn't stop until only a small part of the villain remained. When his body threatened to fall down, the warp user bared the fatigue and continued with the people all around unaware. Only when he was done did he disperse the gates and allow himself to stagger forward a little whilst breathing deeply. "We'll deal with that later." "Look, the sludge villain's body is decreasing," Backdraft said loudly to the wood quirk hero. "Kamui, get the boy." With the villain nearly incapacitated, the heroes temporarily forgot about him. With the help of Kamui, Woods forcefully yanked Katsuki out of the danger. The police then surrounded the villain with containers on the ready. "Move, move," the police ordered as they marched towards the containment van to gather more containers. They gave way to the police as they contained the large sum of the slime. Izuku could feel himself sweating so much as they constantly came to and fro. "I committed a crime. The law couldn't care if it was for saving a friend. If they ever find out it was him, they can accuse him of vigilantism." Excusing himself quickly before he falls, he made his exit. That alone took a lot out of him. Hopefully, those who knew would be quiet. He doesn't want to go to jail before achieving his dream. His chest became heavier with each step the more he wallowed on what he'd done. His mind roiled with possibilities of what would happen now. Would he still be able to go to UA? Heck, would he be even accepted now that this one act smeared his shiny record if they found out of his deed? Regardless of that, did he regret it? No, was the simple answer. But damn it, did it make what the weight he was currently feeling any easier or lesser? No, he can't bear the thought of earning the disappointing looks of his mom when she found out what he'd done. Still, clenching his fist and shaking his head, I would do it again. For his family, friends, he would do so without hesitation. He carefully, slowly walked away from the scene and hoped no one would notice him. Turning left to an alley, he was about to open a portal when a voice called. This made him turn and wince. "I'm sorry, I had no choice." On the back of his mind, a voice like Katsuki scoffed and said, "Way to go, keep the secret, nerd." He could just imagine his blonde friend's annoying and condescending smirk. Young man, wait," called the person again, and he sighed in relief. It wasn't the police. The person calling him was a blonde, frail man wearing white tees and dark green cargo pants too large for his size. The boys breathed out in relief to see it was just a man. "Thank you for waiting, young man," the man said, catching his breath. The sickly person clutched his chest for a minute, and Izuku supported him, afraid that the man would fall from the deep breaths he did. "I wanted to talk to you about something. Would you walk with me?" The man coughed blood, which deeply concerned the teen. Izuku had no choice because the man looked like he could fall any second now and was in need of quick help in case it happens. Was he sick and needed to go to the hospital? "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yagi Tashinori. "Yagi-san." "Just call me Tashinori," the man said with a smile as his deep blue eyes looked like they are staring beyond Izuku's green eyes and into his very soul. Izuku reached out a hand. Yagi-san gladly shook it. "Midoriya, Izuku. Would you like me to accompany you to the hospital, Tashinori-san?" "That is nice, Midoriya-kun, but it's fine. I'm used to his." That didn't reassure Izuku. For all he knew, the man might need help now. letting himself be directed by Yagi-san to a barren street, but he knew his way around it. It was one of the direct route home. I wanted to say that I know what you did. I saw you moved your hands when the portals appeared. Terror gripped his heart when the man whispered this. He'd been discreet in his action. The teen made sure so himself. Is he gonna blackmail me for his silence? What does he want? Please don't tell the cops. I only did it to save my friend, begged Izuku. It was the truth, no more, no less. Kaken needed saving. He would have said more had the man not raised his hand, stopping his tirade. Toshinori-sen put an arm around his shoulder and gently prodded him to walk beside him. I will not do that, Izuku. I came to you with a suggestion. Izuku wasn't wary enough of Yagi-san. He seemed friendly enough, but he was nervous what he was going to say. But first a question, why did you do that? Suddenly his throat felt heavy and guilt settled in his chest. I couldn't let my friends suffer on the hands of the villain. The heroes were doing their best, but I was afraid for my friend. I was making warp gates before I knew it. Please don't tell anyone. I'll never do it again. Relax, soothed the frail-looking man. I won't. Your body moved on its own, didn't it? The teen nodded blankly at the man's words, having no clue where he was going with the talk. Did you know what heroes had in common? He could only silently shake his head in negative. Where was Yagi-sen going with this? They have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Izuku remembered his childhood days. Pick someone your own size. The younger faced a group of 3 older kids while defending a crying boy. Stop it. That's not good. The older boy sneered. What are you going to do about it? Tell your mama? Another scene came to him, back when Kaken was still wild as a fire. What are you going to do about it, Deku? A young Kaken grinning madly asked. A fist to the palm causing explosions. He was shaking, nervous even, but his friend was being mean, and no hero should be like that. A friend would help a friend see that they are wrong. Breathing deeply, fists closed tightly. A scream came from him as his hand hit Kaken's cheek, while the other kids gasped in shock. You can't do that. All Might is never that mean. He helps people. Various experiences of beatdowns from bullies came to the fore when Yagi-sen said this. Nights his mother would admonish him for being beaten by those ruffians for doing what's right, for defending those being bullied. He always wanted to help people, to inspire them, just like All Might would as he laughed in the face of danger. He wanted to be just like his dad who helped the little guys that the heroes missed. Toshinori-sen grinned rather scarily with his skeletal body. Did you regret what you did? Izuku could only stammer. His mother, Katsuki, may scold him for being brash and facing danger. A little part of him called Kaken on his hypocrisy if he did so, for doing what he did, but he will do it again no matter what. It's like it's a part of him that he can't get rid of. No, he replied, looking into the sky. Yagi-san's body hardened and gained muscles gradually. Leaning away from his support, the man left him wide-eyed in surprise. When Izuku looked up, he stammered. For the second time of the day, here before Izuku, a hopeful and ambitious student wanting to be a hero, was All Might in all his glory. Of course, Izuku did the only thing reasonable. He screamed and stumbled away from the #1 hero. All Might, what are you doing here? He pointed to the hero with nervous fingers. I'm sorry. Please don't arrest me. Izuku bowed to the hero. Said the hero's laughter thundered in the solemn neighborhood. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I only wanted to see you. To offer you a... All Might coughed blood before he could finish his words as smoke covered the man and transforming him to the sickly, frail man from before. To offer you a suggestion. The man said it very easily, as if it didn't bother him that his identity was revealed to him. Not that he wasn't grateful. It was a big honor to know his all-time favorite hero's real identity, and for All Might to be nonchalant about it, then it meant he trusted him. What suggestion would All Might offer him? To turn him in? Oh God. Why aren't you arresting me? I did a crime. Relax, young Midoriya. As I said, I'm not here to turn you to the police. I'll gladly explain what happened earlier to clear your name after this. Just this once, though, heroism outside of the law is a punishable offense. The man's assuring gaze from his shadowed eyes. Young man, you are worthy of inheriting my power. Inherit your power. Did he really mean that? All throughout the internet, there are a lot of speculations as to what All Might's quirk is. super strength, enhancement. But none ever mentioned it being inherited. How is it inherited? As far as I know, there hasn't been a case of it since the beginning. Impossible. It's simply unheard of. Does All Might mean in a metaphorical way? Hey, hey, hey. If you would let me explain, then you would have your answer. Izuku blushed. He was muttering again. Sorry, it's a habit. Tabloids calls it super strength and boost. In interviews, I dodged the questions with a funny joke because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero. All Might. No. Izuku refused to call him that even in his mind when the hero trusted him with the information about his quirk like no one before has. But in truth, my quirk has been passed down to me like a sacred torch. Passed down was his only words. But that's the number one hero's eyes were looking into his soul now as he replied, the power to pass down. That is the quirk I inherited. I was crowned one for all. All Might said this with the deepest reverence he'd seen the hero does in all his life as his fan. One person cultivates the power and passes it to another person who also cultivates it, then passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together with the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart. Izuku was speechless. It was impossible for a quirk to be inherited that way. No study had shown such a thing before. Even if what All Might said was true, he was unworthy to receive such power. Izuku's knee gave up, and he fell on the pavement rear first. Young man, are you okay? All Might made a motion to support him up, but the green-haired teen simply refused it. It's fine, it's my quirk. Making warp gates saps my strength faster than I'd like, Izuku admitted. Let's talk somewhere private. It took a lot longer to open a portal, but he did. He knew this place was quiet as seldom did people go in this old playground. Sorry about using my quirk in public. They sat on a rusted swing. Ah, it is fine. I'm sorry about earlier, Midoriya-kun. Your friend had to suffer from my mistake when the bottle fell from my pocket. All Might said, his fist tightening. I was not there to intervene because I cannot keep my form beyond 3 hours. No, no, no. Please don't apologize, All Might. Izuku would not let All Might apologize. He cannot deny that Kaken was put in great danger because of All Might, but bad luck happens to everyone, right? No, I must because of me he was nearly killed by the sludge villain. The teen sighed. Apology accepted. He just decided to shift the topic to a safer one. All Might, why can't you be a hero for more than 3 hours? I got injured from a villain I fought 5 years ago. Tashinori-san lifted his shirt, and Izuku had to gasp at the wound on his left side right where the lung would be. The old wound had a glaring purple in it with spiderweb cracks. He resisted the urge to touch it, and with a wince of twisted fascination, wanted to know what villain was powerful enough to injure him like that. 5 years. He racked his mind of All Might's fight in those times. Was that when you fought the toxic chainsaw? You're well informed, but that punk couldn't defeat me. That was a fight not made public because I asked them to. Even with my weakness, I will always smile. To ease the fears of others and to trick my fears. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. It was scary how the number one eyes told all the story that he shivered just from the gaze alone. The eyes of the hero before him carried fear underneath all that smile. It made the All Might seem more human in his eyes. It was a scary prospect to think a villain that could evenly fight and even injure All Might. He didn't know who it was, but he had no desire to know so. The fight destroyed half of my respiratory organ and my stomach. He swallowed hard and averted his gaze at All Might's hidden wound. It was hard to digest, because who knew that the symbol of peace was in such a state? I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and after effects. That's why I can only work as a hero for 3 hours. Are you dying, All Might? Is that why you want to pass it down? He couldn't a world without All Might because he was foremost the one who decreased the crime rate in their country and stabilized it with his presence, giving the heroes the chance to crack down against villains, mafia, and criminals. The hero clenched his fist. No, but I am getting weaker. Soon, my body would not be able to transform in the world without a symbol of peace. If that happens, evil will reign. That is why I ask you, will you bear the crown of one for all? Will you accept my power? It was all going too fast for him that he couldn't help but tear up at the honor if being chosen worthy by All Might. Never did he imagine in 1,000 years to be asked this question. The chances of him being asked the question by his hero were zero, yet here he was experiencing it. Izuku's lips shivered in indecision. Why? Why him of all people? The man put a hand on his shoulder, and he was sure the skeleton form of All Might was grinning. As I told you earlier, this quirk is passed from one person to another to those who are deemed worthy of the holder. I saw the fire in your eyes when you saved your friend. I saw a hero's soul. So, young Midoriya, will you accept one for all? This wasn't a dream, was it? Was everything now a really good dream, wherein he was recognized by his idol? His eyes watered for being given such an honor. Yes, yes. Izuku woke up on a Saturday day and jogged to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park of all places. He had no idea why All Might chose that place. It's not like he and Katsuki didn't use the place on their training many times before. He wondered because it was famous for being a junk pile, and he thought that someone as famous as All Might would choose a much better place than Dagoba Beach, where many garbage, trash, and everything was littered. While jogging on the way, he still couldn't stop thinking of yesterday and how surreal it was. Of all people, why did All Might choose him as the successor of One for All? It seemed like a story out of a shounen manga or a Super Sentai shows. There probably are better people than him. He was a nobody. Sure, warp quirks are rare as they get, but that's all he has. At the end of the day, that's all he had aside from good grades and dreamed to be a hero. Another matter was, how does one pass down a quirk? It was simply unheard of for Izuku. No quirk could ever be passed down aside from genetic relation. If the conspiracy theorists on the internet were to be believed, then there's also the legend of the quirk stealer from the 21st century. A boogeyman type of legend rumored to have the power to take people's quirks and was once known as the underground leader while the government was still reorganizing itself from the appearance of quirks by setting up quirk laws, quelling anti-quirk protests, and the controlling vigilantism. It was all debated whether this was true on some websites, but no evidence was shown like a photo, a video, or a document about that could somehow prove the man was real. Eventually, he reached the beach, and just like every time he comes to the place, the trash was as high as it could get and was looking a little taller than when he'd been here last time. The stacks of junks blocked out the beautiful sunrise of clear weather. All Might was already there and was doing some stretches and motioned for him to do the same. They stretched silently for a while, but Izuku had to break the silence by asking a question that bugged him from the beginning. All Might, what are we doing here? Said Hiro's head turned to him, beaming widely. Why to train you, of course. As of now, your body is better than I thought it would be, but it is still not suited for One for All yet. One for All is the fullest physical ability of many people into one. An unprepared body cannot inherit it fully, and the body will explode. Explode? He shivered just imagining his body exploding and his guts scattering everywhere from using an out-of-control One for All. That's how powerful the number one hero was. He could control this power with ease. No wonder he remained on top for many years when the top hero listings on the second and below kept shifting. So, we came here to train my body by picking trash. All Might gave a big thumbs up, yes. Walking towards what looked like an old fridge, he then said, but that's not all. After some research on the internet, I found out that this part of the beach park has been like this for years. Yeah, Izuku replied. He and Kakin went here from time to train and practice their quirks since this junkyard was devoid of people. The teen had to say that he remembered when it was still clean and the trash was still piling up. The beach was beautiful then. They were 10, or was it 9? For some reason, because of the currents, objects drift here a lot. It doesn't help that people take advantage of this to hide their illegal dumping. Not many locals come here too. I suppose that would make sense that you chose this place to train. All Might took a rope somewhere on his body and tied it around the fridge. Not only that, Midoriya-kun. Heroes today are all about the showy stuff, but did you know being a hero originally meant doing community service? Before the emergence of quirk, the heroes were the policemen, firemen, doctors, and nurses. You can't waver from the root. The blonde hero extended a hand and gave the rope to him with a big grin that caused him to swallow heavily in both fear and excitement. Now shall we begin? Another day, another training, thought the youth as he plopped face down on the bed. It has been 10 months since he started the grueling training with All Might and slowly cleaning the beach turned junkyard. 1 month since the quirk was given to him from his diligence and effort. That was one day he won't be forgetting soon. Izuku screamed as he stood atop of the leftover junk that he piled, his body drenched and glistening with sweat. It had been hard day's work, but he did it. He'd never felt so happy that he wanted to jump in joy. His task was finished, and it honestly felt so good to achieve something to make his hero proud. Would his dad approve of him if he were still alive? With a tired wave of his hand, Izuku opened a portal below him and dropped into the sand. He was tired, but at the same time full of energy that he didn't know if he should move or stay still. After that chastising of overworking the body from All Might, it was a lesson he'd taken to heart. One cannot immediately surpass their limits. Rushing can be detrimental if taken to the extreme. It takes time and dedication. His dedication did indeed pay off when he felt happy upon completion of his task from months ago. Kid, kid, kid. He smiled at the hero above him even as he was being gently slapped. Wake up. No need to sleep now. It's time. I did it, All Might. Shaky as his smile may be, he still beamed at his mentor. The number one hero beamed at him in return, causing his heart to flutter in joy. Yes, you did it, you entertainer. You finished it earlier than I expected. You did it. Now, you have become a worthy vessel of inheriting my power. Tashinori-san held out a hand, which Izuku gladly took as he is then pulled up. Izuku closed his hand tightly and felt it shook with strength. It feels like I'm cheating. Here I am being tutored by the number one hero. He felt his tears threatening to burst out, and All Might patting his back somehow made it go away. Nonsense. Now it is time for the award ceremony, young Midoriya. All Might's eyes held pride in them as he said this. Any more joy would make his heart burst. The hero plucked a strand of his blonde hair. Someone once told me that something you receive because you are lucky and something that you are given because you are recognized are different in essence. Take that to heart. He was not going to cry. He was not going to cry. Take this power that you earned from your own effort. Izuku could barely hold his tears back from All Might's speech, but he held it back through sheer effort. Eat this. The single statement alone caused him confusion than ever before in his life. All Might had told him many times that training in UA would be grueling and that he should be prepared for it. He was given 1 week rest after that day. They would now advance to learn the basics of One for All and with training his own quirk. His body was sore from their last day training this evening. All Might really pushed him hard tonight, and he knew it was because tomorrow is the big day. He didn't even bother changing his clothes as he fell asleep. Izuku, you're going to be late for the entrance exam, called his mother. Looking at his phone, his eyes widened and quickly scrambled get up when he realized it was 30 minutes before 7. He was going to be late for the UA entrance exam. 10 minutes after, he was dressed in his uniform. He'd hardly believed it was the day. Funny how fast time flies. Do you have your lunch? A nod. Extra clothes. A nod again and a couple of questions. He was ready to leave and smiled to his mother. I'm off, Mom. Show them what you got, Izuku. She cheered. Izuku was breathless upon seeing UA. It was much bigger than seen on TV. It felt so grand, just like their motto of Plus Ultra. This is where some of the most famous heroes of Japan graduated from. And now, he would be going to this school, provided he passed the entrance test, too, like his All Might. Oi, Deku. On the entrance stood an impatient Katsuki calling him loudly. Get your ass here and hurry up. His explosive best friend glowered at him. People looked at him and muttered rather loudly. Isn't that Bakugo? The one from the sludge villain incident. Small explosions came from his friend. He didn't like talking about that incident, and he understood why. Katsuki did not take being made hostage and seen so helpless on that incident lightly. Izuku jogged to his friend and fumbled when he tripped on something. He expected himself to hit the ground, but opened his eyes a second later and found himself floating. Whoa. Are you all right? Sorry about using my quirk on you without permission, a soft voice said, and touched him and returning his balance and the feeling of weight. But it'll be bad luck if you fell, right? The girl had him blushing from her smile alone. The brown-haired girl with a round face smiled at him gently before patting him and ran. Let's do our best. See ya. I talked to a girl. His heartbeat from the interaction alone. Deku. Get your head out of your ass. You didn't talk to her, nerd, so get that weird-ass smile off your face. Ignoring the last part, he grinned at his best friend and then said, "Sorry, Kakin." The warp user greeted. "I guess training last night took a lot out of me." "TCH, whatever, Deku. Don't make me wait next time. Come on." He tilted his head toward the grandiose building. Kakin's presence beside him was welcome for he eased Izuku's anxiety. He didn't expect less of UA to dish out at them. The test had to be something hard because their student enrollment rate was quite small. The first part was a written exam that he answered as best he can. Izuku believed that he aced most of it because it was topics they already had tackled in middle school. Though some were unfamiliar, thankfully his extra studying paid off. Soon after the exam, they were led to a large stadium-sized room, and once again, he and Kakin were arranged beside each other. "How did you do in the exam, Kakin?" Izuku asked before the orientation for the second part of the exam began. "Easy," he grunted. "Okay." He expected that as Katsuki's reply. "You?" He beamed. "I got most of it right." Or he was pretty sure that was the case. Izuku quieted when the lights turned on and the large monitor bore the symbol of UA. "For all of you listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today." Oh my gosh, he knew that voice. It's the voice hero present mic. Wow. Izuku rattled excitedly in his seat. "I listen to him every week on the radio. I'm so moved. All the teachers on UA are pros." His friend said something, but he didn't hear it, for all he can hear was the hero in the podium. "Everybody say hey. Hey." The green-haired teen stood and shouted. His voice echoed in the stadium, causing him to flush. He even heard Kakin muttering "nerd" under his breath. His head slowly glanced around and saw the thousands of heads staring back at him, which prompted him to quickly sit back down and wanted himself to shrink himself immediately. "Yeah, we got ourselves a lively crowd. I'll be presenting to you the rundown of this practical exam. Are you ready? Say yeah." The hero raised his fist into the air. Izuku pulled his best friend with him this time, ignoring his protest of "What the fuck, Deku?" and screamed along with present mic. "Yeah." The weight of attention didn't affect him strongly this time with Kakin in tow, but he was sure there'd be hell to pay later. "Who? We are on fire." The long-haired blonde hero raised his arm, then continued his explaining. "As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock combat after this." The pro voice hero then explained that in the practical exam, they will be divided into many groups and send battle centers A to G. Looking at his and his friend's cards, it seemed that they won't be fighting in the same place. "TCH, Katsuki grunted in displeasure. "I won't be there to beat your nerdy ass," he said, clearly disappointed. "Don't you dare lose, Deku. No one beats you but me," his explosive friend declared, glaring at him. Izuku returned the gesture with a firm nod. Present Mike then explained the rules and what enemy they will face. Mid-explanation, a teen in a clean light brown suit asked why, as opposed to the 4 that was in the printout given, the hero only explained 3 enemies. The teen turned then pointed at them. "And you too." He could see the glare even in the darkroom and the distance between them. This is a highly professional hero training institution. This is no place to be playing around. Please take this seriously. "What you say, you 4 eyes?" roared an angry Katsuki. "Why don't you say that directly to my face?" "Whoa, relax, kiddies. Besides, what fun is learning when we take it too seriously?" Moving on, you are indeed correct. There are 4 enemies in total, but the last one is more of an obstacle. It showed on the monitor having 0 points. There's one in every battle center. It goes crazy in a narrow space. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend you avoid it. Their bus arrived at the battle center B. Izuku's heart was pumping in both fear and excitement. Honestly, Izuku blamed Katsuki's for his current somewhat infectious blood-crazed excitement. The place didn't help that it was as big as a real city. Talk about too much, but Izuku guessed it followed their motto of plus ultra. Breathing deeply, he felt his chest lightened as he did so. Izuku saw the girl who helped him earlier. It looked like she was easing her worries just as he was. "I should thank her for earlier," the warp user muttered and walked in her direction. A hand clamped on his shoulder, and he turned immediately to see it was the very formal guy from the orientation. That girl appears to be trying to focus. The guy's sharp eye zeroed at him. He could feel his anger bubble inside his chest at the accusation implied. Are you taking the exam to interfere with everyone else? His soft and curious gaze morphed to a glare at the accusation. No, he responded sharply. The team could hear that he was the one being talked about now, but ignored it in favor of returning the look this guy was giving him. Why would you assume so? It is no assumption. It is what I saw in you when you and your friend disrupted the orientation. Okay, he heavily breathes out. That was a reasonable thing, but still, to say that they disrupted the orientation earlier was going too far. Can't he be just too excited? You know, it's wrong to conclude without knowing the truth. Okay, start. Present Mick's voice thundered even from atop the tower before the other could reply. What are you waiting for? There is no real countdown in a real fight. Run, run. The die has been cast. Izuku was surprised to see others already running. A swift raising of his arms and a red warp gate appeared as he then ran through it and catching up with the other examinees. Looking at a top of a building, I can do this. It was far, but he believed he can do this. All Might believed in him. His mother believed in him. It was within his range. Izuku kept his eyes on it and dropped into the ground and appeared atop of it, which made him breathe in relief. There, he saw still far away was the robots. Izuku jumped and conjured a warp gate, keeping the position in mind, screamed when he fell a few feet higher than he expected, but at the last minute clenched his fist. The power of one for all coursed swift in him along with the red lightning streaks all over him. He hoped this doesn't break his arm. Metal screeched from his strike as he landed roughly. Izuku clicked his tongue. The control was harder than in training. It was barely controllable. Another robot behind him thundered with its threads and dashed at him. Raising his arm, swirling red vortex covered his front as the robot's whirring then ended as it smashed to another robot. His fellow examinees all around were confronting the robots. Izuku opened a gate below the 2 pointers he defeated and dropped it above a 1 and 3-pointer robots while it was distracted by its opponents. He silently apologized for stealing the kills of the two. Breathing deeply as his quirks absorbed him, he fell from the sky on a different part of the mock city. More up ahead, the team focused on making a warp and drowning out the wind. He screamed from the speed he fell, as the warp user opened a gate and once again landed higher by few feet than anticipated and rolled. He breathed deeply. Even with endurance training, it's still sapping me hard. Casting a warp gate below a dashing 3-pointer towards him, Izuku sent it crashing to the ground a few feet away from him. The teen ran and opened a portal, then moving his arm downwards, and the portal followed, swallowing the robot until it was halfway and closed it. The other half fell to the ground, and the other falling behind him. Target acquired, a robot said behind him. A 1-pointer ran to him, and with a swipe of his hand a warp gate flew to his target and was swallowed only to fall seconds later. This time, with a closer target, he dashed to punch it when a laser pierced it. A blond boy with a naval belt equipment grinned at him. Merci, he said before targeting another. Izuku, with 2 arms raised, a small warp intercepted the quirk and another hole opened facing upwards. His quirk was depleting him hard now, but he held it for a second longer before the teen stopped it. With his chance now, the 1-pointer ran to them. Izuku sent a vortex that swallowed it and making it crash behind him. Opening a gate, he came out a few meters away from the examinees in an intersection. More robots dashed towards them in all 3 directions. He screamed and ran towards a 2-pointer. Come on, control it, like you usually do. The punch he did sent it careening towards a building. The structure exploded in debris and smoke. He dropped to his knees to regain his lost breath. Grabbing an energy bar in his pocket, he quickly ate it and got back into the action. All across the battlefield, he appeared fast as he can as he warped here and there, punched robots here and there. It was a taxing effort, but he didn't want to waste all the months of training. The teen remembered it pushing him on his limit. It was his life for about 10 months. He wasn't going to waste it now. I can do this. His body may be crying now with 3 of his fingers very red and throbbing painfully. It was as All Might said, if he can't control it, it will destroy his body. Present Mike called out with only 5 minutes remaining when the ground trembled and everyone ran away. Looking up, he held his breath as a giant robot blocking the sun trudged slowly and powerfully. He could only cross his arm in defense as it punched the ground, causing tremendous quake and blue dust their way to which he can only kneel there helplessly. When the dust cleared, everyone was already far away. The humanoid green zero-point robot blocked the wide road, with its wide body and height taller than the buildings. Present Mike called this an obstacle. It was only he that was left, so the teen stood on weak knees and turned. Any more warping, and he'd be down for long this time. A struggled cry made him look back, and there, the girl who talked to him earlier winced in pain, whilst looking fearful at the giant mechanical menace. That kind of expression does not belong in her nice face. Struggling under the debris, the girl wouldn't escape the zero-pointer in time. The teen had no time to waste, opening a warp gate in front of her, willing it to go forward. It took a little more than the usual effort, but he did it and held his hand out and caught her. Izuku didn't look back as he ran fast as he can, even with his lungs burning and his body crying from its lack of sufficient energy. He knew he was running with adrenaline only, but it was better than nothing. "Is it still chasing us?" he asked the girl. The girl nodded. That was bad. If it continued to chase them, then that means it'll eventually catch on to the others, and that was the last thing he wanted. Swallowing heavily, Izuku looked at the girl. "I'll warp you to the entrance to where the others probably are." "What?" He expected her to say that. "What about you?" "I can't lead it to the others," he replies, avoiding her gaze. He wasn't even sure if it'll stop following the two of them if he teleported with her and lost it. He can't let the others be in potential danger. Better safe than sorry. "Don't be scared. It may feel uncomfortable, but it's only for a second. I'm sorry about this." The warp user threw her upwards before she could reply, cutting her scream fast as lightning. Lessons of All Might for 2 weeks came to him. "Okay, I can do this." His injured dominant arm kept crying, but he ignored it as he looked towards the sky. The transition from ground to air was quick as he dropped vertically from above the giant zero-point robot. Howls of the wind permeated in his ears. Focusing on the inherited quirk, it was harder with the wind and the protest from his already fatigued body. Imagining the smile of All Might, even as he could only work for 3 hours, served to energize his determination. Squeeze your buttocks and scream in your heart. Smash! Izuku, voice coarse, screamed. He closed his eyes, putting everything of one for all into this one strike. The resounding crack, screech, and thunder from the largest robot deafened him. A great crashing and groaning sound echoed even as the wind howled in his ears. His arms hurt like hell, thought the teen with stinging eyes as he dropped from the sky. Am I going to die? It certainly looked so. He was dropping from the sky faster than expected. The teen realized he quickly passed the top floor of a building. Turning and gritting his teeth, the green-haired youth opened a warp gate, but his grip on it was loose, and he could feel it fizzle. And fizzle it did the next second when he summoned one. Concentrate. Focus on bending the space before you. A whirlpool to another world. It was no use. The pain was too much. I can slow my descent with wind pressure. Please don't break. Please don't break. Izuku pulled his remaining left arm, body tight, only to grunt hard when something, especially his shoulder. His elbow stung but forced himself through it. All he could see was blue as the one who rescued him. They were still flying. Brace yourself, his rescuer ordered amidst the rumbling. He jostled when they hit the ground, and he gritted his teeth. He was held tightly by whoever rescued him as they skidded for a good while. When they stopped, his speedy rescuer knelt, huffing loudly as the person set him gently on the ground. Both of them said nothing as Izuku recovered his lost breath too. He wanted to cry, but he was too spent to even do that. His heart was beating miles per second. Are you all right? Your arm is very red. What were you doing risking yourself? He flinched from the volume. If it wasn't for the girl who told us of what you did, you would have fallen to your death. The green-haired teen recognized the voice. It was the teen who scolded him earlier. Izuku couldn't reply as he was too tired, but nevertheless respond. The zero-pointer was. He struggled to say words, and it was only through his sheer determination to chasing your direction. I couldn't let it, you guys. He faced the pavement and groaning to roll right as he clutched his right arm with gritted teeth. The teen was right. His arm looked bad, and could imagine Kakin saying he looked like shit if he ever saw him. The girl? She's fine, the guy replied, propping him up. You should care for your safety more in this situation. The clattering steps of people went towards them as the chattering increased. Izuku couldn't hear what they were saying, and his vision was failing him as his breathing took precedence. "Time's up," the voice hero screamed. He closed his eyes. His heart is hammering his chest badly. Izuku opted to close his eyes for a second. "Thanks for ving me. Tenya." The teen leaned against the teen Ida-san. He didn't think his quirk could leave him in this state. Yaizu. All Might grinned brightly at Izuku on the monitor. Yes, he could admit to himself that his training was still insufficient despite their 2-week training. Even if the young man managed to break his arm in the few times he used it, and that he may be beaten up, but that was better than he expected. He already got the most important part of using it. The use of the one for all may be shoddy, but it was better than nothing. His quirk was a problem too, but that was what he was for. He will be with Izuku every step of the way in his progress to master one for all. Murmurs of impressed heroes were obvious. Most of them to that explosive boy, or the shadow-wielding one. "Looks like we got a promising batch this year. We even got a rare one this year," Midnight stated. "A warp quirk, but the boy lacks control." "A rare quirk indeed," the principal agreed. There were lots of moments he could have done better. Though he used his quirk best, he can by scouting the enemies from a building. "I recall seeing the same quirk on the sludge villain incident a year ago." Tashinori flinched internally at Aizawa's obvious jab at him. He may have had, persuaded, his best friend with a favor to stop the investigation on the vigilantism and explaining Izuku's case. The number one hero may had explained how he decided to pass down one for all to Midoriya, and luckily Tsukauchi only left him with a strict warning just this once. In the end, they silenced any issues regarding the vigilante to keep villains from knowing of the quirk. It was a request from police that all information on highly potential quirks, be it witnessed, seen on videos, image, uploaded on the internet, or those that made it to the news had to be asked to be silenced to prevent further missing cases or until the cases were solved. Tashinori didn't want the news of a warp quirk individual getting out and searched by anybody wanting to use such power. Such a rare quirk would be coveted by many villains and be used as a means of escape. It was bad enough that there were many missing person cases across Japan that had police scrambling. The missing people were individuals with highly potential quirks. It was a deeply concerning issue. "I see the potential in these kids, but they aren't rational enough, especially Bakugo Katsuki," Eraserhead stated as he turned his focus on Midoriya's explosive quirked friend. "Far too excitable." "Indeed," Tashinori agreed. "But isn't that what UA is for? To guide them to be the heroes of tomorrow." When Izuku woke up, he found himself in a sterile white room. "I see you've wake up." A voice from his right said made him turn, and he gazed at the short form of recovery girl smiling at him. "Your friend caused quite a ruckus worrying about that arm of yours. Luckily for you, it was just your right arm and fingers. Once you've rested up, I healed your injuries." "Your recovery girl," he began as he tried to sit upright, but took longer than he thought. "I must have fallen unconscious." Friend. Must be Kakin. What time is it now?" "It's already 6 in the evening, dear." The old woman said, got up and went for the door. "I'll let you in, but be quiet." The warning from the youthful hero left no chance for debate. "TCH, he smiled at the familiar sneer. "I told you your conduct earlier was most unwelcome. That is why Recovery Girl kicked us out of her clinic. As a pro-hero, she deserves our utmost respect, and you dash," a second voice stated rather loudly, but lesser than Kakin's usual, but was silenced by the explosive blonde's reply of "shut up." He stared at the girl who entered first, having brown hair and a round face. She looked at him with gratefulness and relief. "Midoriya-kun, you're fine." The girl ran to him and bowed. "I'm Uraraka Akiko. Thank you for saving me. I was shocked and worried when you teleported me to the entrance as the zero-pointer exploded." He chuckled weakly and face heated. "It's okay. You don't have dash." The glasses-wearing teen looked bothered, but just then bowed. "I am sorry for my earlier conduct, Midoriya-san. I should not have accused you of anything. It was uncalled of me to do so. You clearly saw more than us, and I admit you are better than me." Ida was so polite and weird with his lively arm gestures. "It's fine, Ida-san." "Shut up, Four Eyes." "Deku." His friend called as he entered, followed by Ida-san. Kaken's face said it all. Sharp eyes, cold look, and twitching lips. Hi. Kaken. He waved at his friend lamely, as if that'll make him breaking his arm easily forgiven. Deku, his blonde friend demanded. How? Okay, he was prepared for this. He and All Might both agreed that this reason would be acceptable. He flinched internally at the thought of lying to his best friend. I didn't know either, he laughed awkwardly, holding his palm to placate a mad Katsuki. I just discovered it and started training 10 months ago. The energy I used in my warping can be turned to strength. Though as you can see, without proper control, it's capable of destroying my body. Please accept it. Please accept it. It was the most reasonable one, seeing as one for all flowing in his body had the same hue as his portal. He hated lying, but it had to be done to keep All Might's secret. If he had a choice, he might have already spilled the truth to them immediately, but it was not his sole secret alone. Kaken's unblinking gaze before clicking his teeth, then looked away. And you thought you could use that to your advantage against me? Smirked his best friend, as Izuku then sighed. No lame new strength is going to help you stop me from becoming number one, Deku. And I told you to not fuck up. No sidekick of mine is going to break his bone and lose consciousness every time you beat a villain. Why would you even face the goddamn 0-point robot, dumbass? One look from the elderly pro had him sneering towards another direction. Just get your ass up so that we can go home. Deku, Uraraka curiously asked. It's a nickname from when we were kids. Originally an insult meaning useless, but the teen shrugged unperturbed. I'm used to Kaken calling me that. Ida's expression became shocked and gestured wildly. How can you say that to your best friend Bakuga-san? Uraraka-san's life was in danger, and he was the only one heroic among us to save her life. So please refrain from calling him Deku. Shut up, for eyes. Izuku laughed at his new friend, fighting to keep the blush from being obvious because of Uraraka's distance to him. It's okay, Ida-san. It's Kaken's unique affection. You guys can call me Izuku or Deku if you want to, said. Kaken growled on his words as small explosives came from him. Uraraka hummed and thought beside him. I like Deku. Deku sounds the word, you can do it. Ida gasped. No, you deserve much more than me calling you that. Such a kind person, as you will not be called demeaning as that. I shall call you by your real name. You can also call me by my name. Ida looked at the silent pro hero with them and bowed again. Recovery girl, thank you for healing Midoriya-kun. Is he allowed to go home now? Yes, his arm is fine now, replied the healing hero, shooing them out. Now off you go, children. It's already evening, and your parents may be worried about you. Izuku wobbled as he stood, and his vision turned hazy. Ochiko caught him. Are you okay? Izuku could not answer, as he blushed furiously at their closeness. I'm fine, he replied rather quickly. My quirk just exhausts me quickly. Nothing a rest would fix. Bakuga-kun, will you not help your friend? Ida's gestured at him. He can carry his ass home. I ain't carrying him. It's fine. I can handle myself. No, you can't. Let me help you. He blushed more when Uraraka leaned closer and whispered at him. Is he always like this? A nod was his silent reply. The green-haired warp user decided to clarify himself. Don't worry. It's just him being him. He would do it if we were alone. The girl smiled at his best friend as they walked, not before bowing and thanking the hero for her service. So, kinda like those tsundere in anime? Uraraka giggled. Izuku burst out laughing with her too. Katsuki didn't visibly react to her words. Let me assist as you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku stopped him from propping him from his other side. It's fine, Ida-kun. The blue-haired boy wanted to protest, but reluctantly accepted his refusal. Thanks, guys, Izuku uttered as they walked in relative peace. Relative peace, meaning Kaken being rude to his new friends and hurrying them. He just met Ida-kun, but he seemed like a nice person. Too formal and lively in his own way, but he could see Ida-tenya as a very sociable type of person. You didn't have to wait for me. I can make it home alone since our house is near. Uraraka Ochiko, on the other hand, was a very happy person. One that you could possibly easily make laugh with a joke. The girl giggled. It's fine, Deku-kun. I wanted to thank you personally, and Ida wanted to wait for you too. Nonsense, Midoriya-kun. Ida reacted. The blue-haired teen walked on his right side, while Katsuki took the lead. I had to see if you were okay and to apologize for my rude remarks earlier. The Warp Quirk teen with his free gestured for Izuku to stop. It's fine. I'm used to it being hurt. Kaken and I can't prevent that sometimes every time we practice. You mean you two have been training since you were young? Asked Uraraka. Damn right, his best friend replied. What better time to get started than childhood? Izuku's lips raised a little, remembering the times getting chewed by Mitsukio-Basin for getting reckless even if it's just training. His mother, on the other hand, would be worried and be reproached by their recklessness. Hurry up, losers. Katsuki looked at him sharply from his shoulders. It was a long way to the station, but he wouldn't mind it with the people accompanying him now. Izuku, it's here. It's here. Izuku's mother ran to him frantically and breathless. In her hand, he was afraid of touching it as if it would burn him. Did he do well in the exam? He knew he had somewhere around 40 points. He hoped that was enough to pass. Thanks, Mom. He smiled at her, but on the inside the teen was scared. Really scared. Setting it on the table, Izuku activated it. I am here. All Might screaming near his face caused him to tumble back. As a projection, the number one hero turned serious the next second. Did he do not good enough? Oh God, will he fail? His mentor rambled, or at least unknowingly tried to, but a man behind the scenes had him get to the point quickly. You did splendidly in the written exam. The grin widened more. As for the practical test, Izuku held his breath when his idol paused. Many thoughts came to him as he wondered what he would say next. Is admirable too, even if barely passed. You have managed to earn 45 points. The teen clenched his fist, as I thought. My quirk drained me faster than I expected. Even guidance and training from All Might. His warp quirk was still too much. He knew from when his quirk first manifested that it would be hard no matter how rare it was. If that was all there to it, his head whipped up faster than he thought possible. I am an entertainer as well. Moving to the monitor, All Might grandiosely pointed at it. Uraraka-san, wondered Izuku. And it looks like she was followed by Izuku. She shyly looked at present Mike. Excuse me, Uraraka began. Midoriya, Izuku, the person with curly hair and freckles. Why was she looking for him? I don't know how many points he earned, but I wanted to thank him for saving me. Would it be possible for me to give some of my points? Yes, Ida added. I would like to do that as well. He has shown me the truth about the entrance exams. Such a kind heart deserves much better, for he risked his own safety to save Uraraka-san and make sure the zero-pointer does not locate us. Ida bowed. A fluttering feeling swelled in his chest that made him reach out to his chest. He didn't do much to get their praise and points. It was too much for him. Even if you asked to, you cannot give him your points, the voice hero stated, patting Uraraka's hair. Don't worry, young listeners. The judges knew what they're doing. Midoriya would be fine. All Might turned back to him grinning. Not only did you save her, but you have also spurned young Ida and Uraraka to act. For you see, only in a hopeless situation does the heart of one reveals itself. The 0 point on the entrance exam is built for that purpose. The entrance exam was not only graded only on villain points, but also in rescue points. His heart hammering his chest, his new friend's words filled him with happiness that they would go that far for him when they barely knew him at all. A hero is a job that requires one to constantly put his life at risk. If we do not recognize that act, then how can UA call itself a hero school? The monitor behind him showed the score, filling his heart with joy. Ida Tenya, villain, 52. Rescue, 25. Uraraka Achiko, villain, 30. Rescue, 45. Midoriya Izuku, villain, 45. Rescue, 60. His eyes began to glisten with tears. He made it. They made it. Come now, Midoriya, to your hero academia. On the night after opening the results, All Might have contacted Izuku and telling him to go to Dagoba Beach. Toshinori-sen stood on the shore with clothes bigger than him. Deku. Izuku flinched at Kaken screaming on the phone. Even miles away from him, and over the phone his friend was loud as ever, unlike Ida and Uraraka, who took the news with a smile and loud cheers. Not that he minded his blonde friend's very competitive manner when they've been beating each other since they were kids. You scored first place? How is that possible, you nerd? You just got lucky in the rescue point, Deku. Your weak-ass quirk only got you 45 villain points. He was just as surprised as Katsuki in him being in the first place. Izuku grinned at the other one's words. You're right. I didn't even know they had rescue points. I really got lucky at that. I'll talk to you later, Kakin. Something came up. Katsuki protested, but he hung up before his friend. Tashinori-san. Congrats on being accepted, Izuku-kun. His blonde mentor greeted, giving him a high five. Flattered as he was, he felt like he didn't do a good job at all. Nice job on the exam. You and your friend impressed the judges. Thank you, Izuku replied, bowing. He could feel his cheeks heat up on the praise. But I feel I didn't do a good job. I injured myself lots of times in the exam using One for All. I was hard-pressed controlling it, and it didn't help my quirk also drain me faster too. His fist tightened. He had to choose which quirk to use at that time. His energy-draining quirk or potentially injuring One for All. Using them on them or both would have a big consequence in any battle. The thin form of the number one hero gave him one thumb up and a hearty laugh. It is to be expected. 2 weeks of training is not enough to master the legacy of One for All. Don't worry about your progress right now. It's to be expected. In time, you'll be able to use Warp and One for All at the same time. I also didn't tell the teachers of our connection. I figured you might think of it as cheating. Izuku, thankful for this gesture, smiled appreciatively. It was true. He wanted people to see him enter on his own rather than through the help of All Might. The team didn't think the teachers at UA would take kindly to that if they knew. He was afraid they might think he got in thanks to All Might. Thanks, Tashinori-san. Following All Might, they sat on the beach. The waves crashed into the sand gently as the wind cooled his worries as neither one of them spoke. Right now, your body can't handle it, but the more you train, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. The only problem is your quirk. That warp of yours is useful and versatile in situations, but the trait is troublesome that even the endurance training helped little. Tell me, how does it work? Just in case I missed some details. Right, Izuku and Tashinori-san hadn't really discussed his quirk much while training. They did discuss it during the second day, and All Might put in some endurance and cardio exercise in his plan, but weren't able to focus on that as the physical training had to take priority to prepare his body to inherit One for All. What training they had was during the last month. It was a rush of 2 weeks of training One for All mostly, and his self-training using his Warp quirk and One for All. Putting just enough power to not break his arm and finding his current limits of what he can handle. Even with strengthening his body, his quirk still drains him fast. Though, not as fast as before if he had to admit. How should Izuku start? Well, my quirk's energy drain really is dependent on portal sizes. The larger the size, the faster the drain. But controlling the size is a problem itself. Making an example, Izuku held out his hand and opened a gate half his size. The portal pulsed as it grew and shrunk chaotically like the waves that crashed to the shore. He let go of it and felt the trickling of his energy stopped. The smaller the portal, the harder to control. I could make many portals, like when we first met, but to emphasize this, he summoned many warp gates. All the summoned portals in varying size fluctuated. It gets harder to control and the energy consumption doubles. You remember when we first met. Continuous holding of a portal will drain me nonstop too. I can only teleport in 2 conditions. First is the limits of my vision or to the horizon of my vision. The longer the distance, the less accurate where it'll pop out. The teen would have made an example, but it was dark and his warp gate wouldn't be seen. I'm sure you've seen that in the exam. The thin blonde man nodded in affirmation. Second one is I must be familiar with the place I want to go to, he then chuckled. Not just places seen in pictures or maps. No, I mean, I must be familiar with that place. That's why it is needed for me to familiarize the place personally. The things you mentioned were seen in the exam. All Might replied, looking deep in his thoughts. I've also seen you using that for offense as well. I seem to remember you not mentioning that. No, I didn't. Sorry. He replied, cheeks heated and turned red. That, he said, pausing for a minute, scratching his cheek. That's easier but still taxing, since I don't need conscious effort because those thrown warps, so to speak, opened in random places near me if without conscious effort and closes automatically. If I desire to, I can send them to places or positions I want, but it's a conscious effort. I can also use it to cut those midways in it if I close it abruptly. That was one aspect of his warp that he did not like. That is why he was always conscious if he ever transports someone using his warp gate. He wondered if All Might have an idea of how to improve his use of warping. I see. Simple enough conditions and useful when used properly. Now, I'm positive your time in UA would help you gain the control that you seek. Thanks, All Might, the green-haired teen replied, hugging his knees. I know I said this millions of times already, but I still can't believe of all the people out there, you chose me. Looking at his fist, he let the power flow and red electricity course through his arm. The power flowing through his arm felt like a torrent, and attempting to control, it was like akin to making to go through a small tube. He unclenched his hand, releasing one for all, and with it the uncontrollable power. If you ever doubt yourself, young Midoriya, don't. All Might's thin hand gently held to his shoulder. I chose you because I saw within you the same fiery determination as my mentor had. One worthy inheriting a legacy of heroes. Come on, young man. I'm hungry, and I know just the place. April rolled quickly for Izuku as he now tied his shoes, and while his mother kept fretting over him. I'll be off, Mom, he said. Izuku didn't know if he was practically shaking from excitement or fear. All Might had said UA would test their limits. Make or break them. Make or break, he would make it. After an uneventful trip to school, he found himself standing and admiring the huge door. 1A, the plaque says. There was a lot of noise behind, and Izuku hoped that Uraraka, Ida, and Kaken will be in his class. Bakugan, put your foot down. Ida-kun admonishing an unaffected Kaken, who merely scoffed at his antics, while many eyes landed on them, and maybe somehow forced to look away. No doubt because of Katsuki's aura. You are disrespecting our upperclassmen who came here before us. His childhood friend rolled his eyes, so? They're not using it now for eyes. Deku-kun, Uraraka called from behind, who waved at him. He smiled at her. Uraraka-san. He greeted as they entered together. He wanted to thank her for her thoughtfulness on giving some of her points, but deciding to tell her about it, unless she said it first. I'm glad to see you here. I thought we'll never be classmates. Good morning, Midoriya-kun and Uraraka-san. The engine quirk teen greeted, while Kaken simply waved at him. Morning, Ida-kun, Kaken. Uraraka wasn't deterred by Katsuki's face and greeted him too. Good morning, Ida-kun, Kaken. Izuku chuckled, and as he expected, the explosive teen glared at the zero-gravity user. Watch his said round face. Kaken's calm demeanor quickly shifting to that of annoyance. Quiet down. Izuku and Akiko swiftly turned at the man before them before taking their seat. Their teacher was a scruffy-looking, restless-looking, lithe black-haired man, wearing all black, nearly crumpled clothes and a scarf. He avoided looking at the cold eyes gazing at them all sharply. Izuku prided himself knowing a lot of pro heroes, but he didn't recognize the man before them, though he felt that he should have. You kids are not rational enough. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet, a second that may be important in a life or death situation. I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. We're going out onto the field. Aizawa-sensei ordered, holding out a blue tracksuit with an angular U on the upper torso and A on the lower torso, with the letter A's feet going all the way down and white on the sleeve trimmed by red. As far as the teen knew, all teachers in UA were pro heroes. So who is Aizawa Shota? He'd never seen a hero with that kind of get-up. After changing clothes, they were led to the wide field behind the school, and he was shocked that Aizawa-sensei already got to teaching on the first day of school. Quirk assessment test. He, along with his new classmates, chorusing in shock. Izuku gaped at the bluntness of their homeroom teacher. All Might was right. UA will be the greatest challenge they'll face. First day of school, and we already have a test. What about the orientation? Uraraka bravely asked. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such events. Aizawa-sensei replied, and voice remaining dry, not even showing them what he was thinking. UA's selling point is how unrestricted the school tradition are. Their raven-haired teacher looked over his shoulder, gave them a bland glance. That's also how the teacher runs their classes. Midoriya Izuku. He blushed, and his heart raced fast upon being called, and answered a quick yes, sir. You were first on the practical exam, right? All eyes turned on him, and someone even muttered he or she can't believe he got first. Kaken even muttered a bitter, lucky shot. How far was your softball throw? 50 meters, sir. Izuku replied immediately. Try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa-sensei had him stand in the middle of the circle. You can do whatever you want, but keep within the circle. Hurry up. Give it your all. Izuku took a deep breath, reaching for one for all. His right arm now heats up and crackled with the power of the legacy passed to him. Just like a microwave, control the temperature. Or a faucet keeping the water from flowing out. Eyeing the sky, a slow red swirling in front of him became big as he threw the ball. Smash, he screamed. He clutched his arm and hissed. The fingers and joints stung, something he could bear, painfully. It was okay, but damn if that didn't hurt his joint. 1 kilometer. His throw managed to reach that far using both quirks? Murmurs had him blushing, but luckily, he was already won. Warp quirk. Guess the bag's already out of the bag. Not many people knew about his quirk. Aside from Izuku and Uraraka, that was. I was with him in the entrance exam and went ahead of us faster than I thought. He remembered that voice. It was the blonde boy who had a naval laser and tried to steal his kill. Awesome. That looks fun. Fun. Izuku swallowed heavily at that tone. You have 3 years to become heroes. Would you still have that attitude? Aizawa-sensei grinned. First day of school, and already he could see that their homeroom teacher was one not for smiling or anything of that sort. All right. Anyone who comes in last place will be judged to have no potential, and as punishment, his gaze turned to each and every one of them. Will be expelled. Shit hit the fan as he and everyone reacted in shock. Expulsion? On the first day of school. Said grin of the teacher widened. Welcome to UA Hero Course. Expulsion on the first day? Isn't this a bit unfair? Izuku moved closer to her. She had a point, but they were powerless against their teacher because just as their homeroom teacher stated earlier, UA gives their teacher control on classes they handle. Natural disasters, accidents, and villain. Japan, the world is filled with these calamities that may happen anywhere. The world is not fair. It is a hero's job to reverse these situations. In your years here, UA will keep pushing to your limits until your graduation and become the heroes preventing the calamities. Aizawa-sensei gave them a come-hither sign. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. The first test was by pair. They were set up to race each other in a 50-meter dash. He was paired against Kaken, grinning at him with challenge and his eyes glinting with excitement. Izuku gladly returned the favor. On go, a gate appeared in front and came out on the other side. 2:30 seconds, the robot reported. The rest of the exercises were somehow a breeze, except for the sidestep, because it was all close calls with his more physically stronger classmates or those with highly potential quirks. His control of one for all still left much to be desired. As they gathered again, he hoped the pro hero was bluffing. All of them suffered through the entrance exam. It would be bad if they had to fail now. First day of all things. Without prompt, their sensei showed their rankings. Holding his breath, the warp user went from the last to the top. Minoru Mineta ranked last. Izuku slowly went up and smiled on his spot. Fourth. He got 4th place. 2 places above was Kaken, which he turned smug about. Ida got 7th and Uraraka 10th. Izuku frowned. That means Mineta would be expelled. He waited with bated breath for the ultimatum the pro will now drop. Their cheers turned silent, and the only noise came from the last placer. As agreed earlier, he began. The silence was bearing down on them heavily. Izuku wanted to protest against Aizawa-sensei, but he was stuck in his place. The last placer will be expelled. Sir, just give Mineta-sen a chance, muttered Izuku, but loud enough for those near him to hear. He did his best just like all of us. Flinching at the glare, All Might's inheritor faced it still. Why should I take in someone who I judged has no potential? Midoriya Izuku. Because, swallowing heavily, Mineta did his best. He will improve and grow with the rest of us. Isn't it irrational to expel someone without knowing their potential, yet which we'll find out later? Aizawa didn't let up on his killer gaze. Izuku himself shrunk, but still held on the mental onslaught of the homeroom teacher. I'm sorry, Aizawa-sensei, but I agree with Midoriya-kun. Mineta deserved a chance, and I thought it is unfair eliminating someone on their first day. His head turned fast to look at Ito with concern. He appreciated his support, but the engine quirk user is jeopardizing his position. maybe even his hero career. You guys, the teen in concern said. You don't have to. I see. His eyes scanned all of them slowly. Is that what you two think? He held his breath and gave the small teen a small yet assuring smile. Seconds tick, and he didn't know what Aizawa-sensei would say. Then, in that case, you're right. Audible relief came from everyone, but more evident from Mineta himself. I was lying about the expulsion earlier. Gaping in disbelief, Izuku couldn't believe it that their teacher deliberately lied to them. Scared them to hell, even. It was all a rational deception to draw out the upper limit of your quirk. Mineta hugged Izuku's feet and thanking him again and again. He opted to awkwardly pat Mineta's grapey head. He would be crying too if he was in Mineta's position. I thought you were going to be in trouble, Dekakin. Uraraka with obvious relief said, wiping the sweat on her forehead. Aizawa-sensei sure is rough, huh? I never thought he was bluffing. Of course, he was lying, Yaoyorozu Momo said. It would have been obvious if you just thought it through. With that, we're done here. Aizawa-sensei dismissed them. With classes done, all four of them walked together to the station. The whole day of classes the next day went uneventful, and a surprisingly normal class from Present Mike, who taught them English. The next day was the one he was looking forward to. I am. Izuku turned his head faster than he thought to see his mentor in his Silver Age suit, coming through the door like a normal person. His classmates awed at the sight of All Might. Who wouldn't write? He really is a teacher. The one with hardening quirk, Kirishima Ijiru, gushed. I teach basic hero training, All Might stated as everyone listened. It is a subject where you train in different ways and aspects of being a hero. You'll take most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. Battle was the words written on the plaque that All Might held. Combat training. And to go with these are, the wall the hero pointed opened forward. Costumes based on your quirk registration and requests you sent in before school started. Costume, excitedly Izuku said. He and his mom worked hard on that designing his hero costume. He can't wait to see it. After you change, gather in ground beta. Izuku felt like a hero just wearing his costume. Compared to his friend's costume, his was rather simple, especially Uraraka's. Her costume had him blushing with its tightness, though it really looked awesome and had a futuristic feel to it. Not only did Uraraka's costume had him blushing, but Momo's too had him looking away as well. Bakuga's had his personality written all over it with large grenade-style gauntlets and explosive-like headband on the side of his head. Black tank top with red crossing over the chest. Ida had an ingenium look into his, with the way his costume closely resembled that hero. The fuck is this shit, Deku? Kakin reacted. The blonde tapped his costume's ears. You look like a rabbit freak. I ain't gonna hire you as my sidekick if you wear that. No one will take you seriously with that shitty costume. You won't have to, he grinned. If I become the #1 hero. Uraraka giggled. I think it looks cool. Really down to earth and simple. What do you think, Ida-kun? TCH. The explosive blonde sneered at Uraraka. Of course, you would say that, round face. The blue-haired teen studied his form up and down, humming in thought. Yes, I agree. It looks good on you, Midoriya-kun. Your protruding horn reminds me of All Might's hair, and the colors suits you well. Izuku chuckled embarrassingly. It was based on All Might, at least only the figure design was. Not that the All Might attributes didn't serve any purpose. The grin-like shaped mouth serves as his oxygen filter against poison gas and such. The two All Might hair acted as transceivers that can pick up any signal within a certain radius, and the device can be adjusted through a device hidden in his gloves. Not only that, but it also had a sensitive hearing device capable of hearing the quietest sound it could pick up. Well, provided that the setting was quiet, because he didn't know if the device could filter the unnecessary noise. Aside from that, his utility belt was designed to carry all a hero would need. Mainly first aid kit, rescue kit, emergency kit, capture tape, heck, a grappling hook shot too if needed. Not to say it just carried that, when the belt also carried various items he'd need, like food for his energy needs, like his gloves too. Once they gathered, his mentor explained the rules. Beside their teacher was a box named as Heroes and Villains. It's time for combat training. Sir, Ida raised his hand. This is a battle center from the entrance exam. Will we be conducting urban battles again? No. He replied, holding out 2 fingers. We'll move 2 steps in advance. Most of the time villain attacks occur outside, but if you'll look at the consensus, the more dangerous villains appear indoors. Those intelligent villains hide in the shadows. You'll all be split into teams of 2 and be divided between heroes and villains in an indoor battle. Without basic training, the froggy and neutral-faced Azui Tsuyu inquired. This is a simulated real battle to understand the basics. So, learning through experience. That's UA for him. To go straight to the point in the first week of school. He listened to All Might again and think about it later before he could miss something important. The real key difference is that there is no robot to beat up this time. The pro-hero motioned for them to be silent with his palm and grabbing a tiny notebook. The situation is that villains have a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout, and the hero's mission is to search for it. The heroes would need to capture the villain or get the weapon in the allotted time, while the villain will need to capture the heroes or protect the weapon the whole time. All Might held out 2 boxes. Teams will be decided by random draws. Teams are decided haphazardly? Izuku reacted. Yes, Izuku. All Might gave him a thumb up, because not all the time heroes are partnered with someone they know. There are times in which heroes from other agencies team up on the spot to either stop a calamity, a villain, or just simply rescuing civilians. I see. Thank you for clarifying, sir. Ida responded, then bowing. Excuse my rudeness. It's fine. This wouldn't be teaching if no one asks after all. Let's draw. Izuku looked at his friends and found each of their and the class's excitement so infectious. One by one All Might drew. The deciding teams are, their teacher recounted. Team A, Midoriya and Achiko. Team B, Mizo and Todoroki. Team C, Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D, Bakugo and Ida. Team E, Ashido and Aoyama. Team F, Koda and Sato. Team G, Kaminari and Kyuka. Team H, Fumikage and Azui. Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure. Team J, Hanta and Kirishima. It was a relief for Izuku to be teamed up with Uraraka. Both of them knew each other's quirks after seeing one another in the mock battle and the test done by Aizawa-sensei. Plus, he knew hers when they first met. They also knew each other, so their coordination would be better than others. The ones he knew they should watch out for the most was Team B, C, D, and H. The quirks of those people simply overwhelming quirks. Though he shouldn't dismiss the others, he had no idea how creative they can get when using their quirks. Deka-kun. Uraraka cheered. It must be fate. Let's do our best. Please don't jump, Uraraka-san. He nodded awkwardly. The first team to fight will be. All Might said, drawing in the 2 boxes. Team A will be the villains. Team B the heroes. Once all their classmates went to monitor room, All Might guided them to a nondescript 5-story building. That draw surprised him. Their chosen enemy of all people was the worst one they could get. Team B, Mizo Shoji, and Todoroki Shoto. They'll be at a great disadvantage with Mizo's dupli arms and Todoroki's ice. From what Izuku had seen during the test yesterday, Todoroki had good control of his ice. Not to mention the fire as stated by Aizawa-sensei. Even though they still hadn't seen it, but he was wary despite of that. Mizo Shoji, from what he had observed, can turn his hand to specific body parts, like when he transforms one of the blank arms to a mouth just to talk, and even made hands during the strength test. So it was a reasonable assumption that his dupli arms can make any part of the body. Young Midoriya and Uraraka, as the villains of this match, try to think in their mindset. This is not called a combat battle for nothing. Izuku tested his gear and flinched when All Might's voice hurt his ears. Okay, they work. Too well, in fact. You have 5 minutes to prepare before the hero team storms your hideout. Once inside, they went to check the location of the bomb first. The bomb had the likeness of a real bomb, but made of papier-mâché. Even the structure is made of the same materials. There were some objects they could use to block the door or for something else. Deka-kun, what's the plan? Both of them huddled together. Todoroki-san is the more dangerous of the 2. His quirk is very versatile and powerful. We don't even know the extent of the power of his quirk, stated Izuku. We can't take him on with melee. One touch from him, and he can maybe freeze us. That's not including his fire that Aizawa-sensei said he had. The same can be said with his long-range ice attacks that we are immobilized once we contact his ice. But going closer is the lesser of the two since he can't risk going all out or he destroys a building in the middle of the city. Then there is Shoji whose dupli arms can make easily detect us, his partner stated, brows furrowed. He decided then that a serious face doesn't suit Uraraka Achiko. How do we counter Todoroki's ice? True, muttered Izuku. Shoji would act as the scout, and Todoroki will be the striker. It would be a hard battle, but he smiled nervously at his partner. Let's familiarize ourselves with our quirks and costume abilities first. Izuku then explained the mechanics of his quirk. We can plan after that. Now let's start with indoor combat Team A versus Team D. Start. Katsuki analyzed the two villains. Deku just returned from patrol and gave his partner a high five, most likely to familiarize with the place for quick getaways. They couldn't see what those two hid behind the pillars from their view, but they hid something earlier. Maybe something crucial to fight against Half and Half's quirk. Round Face acted as the last defense by staying close to the bomb while the nerd stood in front, who tapped his ears. From the outside camera, the two entered, and a minute later the whole structure turned glittering white, surrounded by cool vapors, as Muty Arms then waited outside. He said something to Half and Half before going in. The blonde explosive teen smirked and then muttered, Deku ain't going down that easy, Half and Half. What makes you say that, dude? Pikachu asked. Bakugu only gestured at the monitor where Deku and his partner was. Hey, they aren't frozen by the ice. You're right. Even the bomb's not frozen. How'd they do that? The pink one piped in. Is it because of his warp? Unlikely. He shifted his gaze at Todoroki, who slowly walked to the outside of the room. Uraraka, Create Quirk Girl commented. Look at her hand. She formed the sigh to release her anti-gravity quirk, who swept her forehead. They floated themselves. I haven't even seen them float. They were only inches above the floor, he concluded. The nerd already hypothesized that Half and Half was capable of freezing things at a large amount. Deku said something and gestured, but they couldn't hear any of it. When Ice and Fire entered, Katsuki could read his visible shock through the stiff movement. Deku was such a drama queen by pointing at Half and Half, by laughing like a stereotypical villain. Movements all exaggerated and expression manic as the ones he commonly sees. His eye twitched when that damn Deku grinned, posture straight, grinning wildly with arms to the side halfway up. The only thing missing would be explosions, and the nerd would be him. Did he copy me? Deku, you're so dead later. Half and Half from his foot unleashed ice swiftly towards Team, at which Deku countered by launching a portal to it, and pointed his other arm to the ice user's left whose attack then came out of a portal from the right side around the column and headed towards its maker. A quick portal opened in front of the ice user, but evaded by sliding forward, then ducking, just barely avoiding below the portal. Having no choice, the white-haired bastard quickly rolled and jumped left to avoid colliding with another warp. Bakugu smirked when another thin portal appeared to where he was jumping, and he twisted midair, barely avoiding and landing in a crouch. The bastard didn't even wait before turning to offense again with ice from his hand, only to jump back from a portal beneath. Deku can be a bitch in a tight space. He'd been at the receiving end of those things for as long as he can remember. From a simple revenge prank to their playing hero and villain all in their own private hero practice ground, owned and used by his uncle who then let them use it. Not a nice feeling, all your attacks coming back at you. Sweeping his arm aside, Deku briefly looked back at his partner. Deku's red gate appeared behind the ice user. Bakugu's eyes widened in shock when objects came out of the portal that hit Ice and Fire roughly, pushing him forward, sending him rolling. Another portal came out of thin air when the ice user landed in front of Deku. Roundface thrust her hand and into the portal that popped in front of her. Deku's style reminded him of that sci-fi game that uses Warp 2. He didn't give a damn to its title, but he was sure Deku did the same as that game mechanics. Their opponent jumped to the left as her hand came out of it and didn't give up by launching ice at them, but was blocked by another portal that came after Half and Half and would have hit him if the bastard didn't stop. The ice user was stunned, and his nerdy best friend ran with capture tape, but his enemy rolled right and jumped back. His All Might horn picked up something. It was unclear since they were in an enclosed space, and with the target far away. Regroup. Meet me, second floor. Todoroki was not only powerful and fast, but also perceptive to avoid or even predict where his quirk would appear, as expected of a recommended student. The difference was too big. A portal below him, the ice user jumped and created an ice barrier, and his footsteps then faded. He's fast, Uraraka commented. We didn't capture him. The warp user breathed deeper as he ate one of his energy bars. He knew they will be back. Yeah, he replied, clutching his chest as the drain from his quirk made him nearly tired. He went all out with the portals, knowing that mobility was severely limited in this tight space. But their opponent was agile just as he was mobile. The white-haired ice user was trained well, as expected from a recommended student. His abilities are above average. He's regrouping with Shoji. Looking at the door and window, he didn't know how fast Todoroki would be back with Mez's Shoji this time. We better leave. They'll be back, and with the windows on our back, I'm not confident enough to say that Todoroki will not enter there. That had smaller chances since it would cause the destruction of the building, and not to mention unheroic, but he'd rather not take that chance. Too much was unknown since they barely know anything from their classmates except for quirk and name. Where? His partner asked. We go above. His portal swallowed them, and they appeared in a similar room, but with a darker window view as the teen then fell to his knees. Looking around, there were a lot of objects strewn around which could cover from Todoroki's quirk. We're in a rear room. The tight space will deter them hero team from an attack from behind. Hefting an office table, he blocked the door. Both of them got to work on stacking the objects they could find. I'll confront them. If one of them got here, you know what to do. Uraraka replied with a firm nod, her expression determined. I'll go back to the previous room to confront them. Once in their original room, Izuku sat cross-legged to regain his lost strength by eating what's left of his energy bars while listening intently for their footsteps since no communication was picked up by his equipment. Good thing his suit was thick and ice-resistant enough because he could feel only a little chill. He did list that in his suit specifications that the material be resistant to most elements, meaning fire, ice, water, wind, and debris. Though judging from the company's scent, it offers only moderate protection to all aforementioned elements and may provide lesser endurance, unlike a suit that specializes against a certain thing. Still, that was enough for him. They're near. The sound of footsteps thumping in the reached the warp user's ears as then hid behind the pillar. They took the bomb, Todoroki stated. Can you locate them? Midoriya is here, behind the pillar by the window. Remembering his and Kaken's playing of heroes and villains when they were young. Breathing deeply, Izuku channeled his Kaken-ness and added a certain flair. Grinning at the two heroes, he greeted with a grandeur sweep of his arm for dramatic flair. You still didn't learn your lesson. I beat Mr. Freeze here before, and I'll gladly do it with both of you. Looking at the dupli arms user, Todoroki then said, Find the bomb. I'll handle Midoriya. Aren't you full of shit? Handle me? Izuku retorted, sneering, faking a laugh. Besides, you're too late. The bomb has been placed somewhere secured while my subordinate guards it. Keep underestimating her, and you'll surely get it. He wouldn't admit this to anyone but Kaken, but he was enjoying acting like a piece of shit version of Kaken in his best friend's words. The Ice and Fire Quirk team gave his teammate a sharper look this time. Go. Shoji nodded and went his way. Not on my watch. Die. Sweeping his hand. A portal blocked Shoji's path, but his focus shifted to the ice heading straight towards him and opening a warp that swallowed the attack and appearing behind Todoroki. His opponent dodged, but with another wave of his arm, he entered the portal, appearing before the ice and dropping above him. Todoroki jumped back, launching ice at him. Concentrating on one for all, energy surged and crackled to his arms as he flicked his finger, sending the ice and Todoroki careening to the wall. Damn, I didn't control that one well enough. Izuku gritted his teeth from his badly hurt pulsing finger, but he didn't have all that training to be easily vulnerable to this level of pain. He wanted to scream when his finger hurt summoning that warp, but he didn't, and then pushed his hand into it, and grabbing a cloth, then pulling it to him, and hastily throwing the team behind him. Before he could turn and kick Todoroki, his enemy was already up and attempted to grab him. Izuku stepped back, noticing the ice coating his hand. No way he wanted to be frozen. He blocked a sideways kick to his left side. Turning on his heels, he spun to the hero's right side and swept his feet, making him fall. Izuku continued as he grabbed the other's arm and shirt and throwing him forward to the ground. Izuku wouldn't let it be that easy. A gate appeared as he subsequently threw his enemy in it. Seconds later, from above, Todoroki dropped his grunt, echoing throughout the room. Capture tape ready in hand, the other team quickly got back up, then backflipping away from him. Fast as he was, he's vulnerable on the ground, so Izuku made a warp where Todoroki stood and absorbing him. Deku-kun, Shoji is now attempting to open the door. Uraraka's voice crackled in the communicator. Izuku's warp opened, revealing a confused teen, which he kicked, but he leaped from that attempt and retaliated with his own grapple. His eyes widened when his attack was blocked by the ice user's right hand, but also froze his attacking foot. The stiffness made him fall out of balance. He recovered that easily. Drained as he was, Izuku quickly conjured a portal, swallowing him. He's got one chance on this one. He fell and abruptly seen the form of his multi-armed enemy pushing the door. Screaming, Izuku wrapped his arms around Mizo and pushed his head forward, banging his head on the door with a loud grunt. Seeing an opening, he pulled the other team's real arms with one for all and pulled out his capture tape, quickly tying the hero's many arms. "You got me, Midoriya," the dupli-arm quirk teen remarked once he recovered, though still slightly dazed. "Sorry about that, Mezuku," smiled Izuku on the teen's back. "I hope you're not hurt." "It's fine, Midoriya. I'm not hurt," the masked teen replied. "This is combat training. It is foolish to expect not getting hurt sometimes. Don't panic, this'll be over in a sec." A second after, they appeared in front of Uraraka, who nearly screamed when she didn't see Izuku. Izuku grunted from the effort and punched the ice away before giving himself a breathing room to eat another snack. He doesn't think he can hold off the ice user this time. Not when his hero's suit was easily frozen and left his body shaking from the cold. His partner cheered upon seeing who he captured. "Way to go, Deku-kun." Getting off of their prisoner, he fell on his knees, but with gritted teeth and determination, he stood up, limped with his other foot still feeling stiff from being frozen. "Awesome. Your best friend's awesome, Kagu," Shitty Hair commented and was likely grinning. He held Todoroki to a standstill and sent him packing with that one flicking strike. Wonder how Todoroki'll beat them without his partner. That isn't the case. He's tiring out. Another round would be his last, and not to mention his foot is frozen. Too frozen since he didn't thaw it normally. His best friend walked around awkwardly with a frozen, limping foot. Endurance has always been his weakness. Deku always relies either on outlasting his opponents or finishing the fight before he tires. Even so, he's tiring, Creation Girl said. You can see it in his breathing and his posture. Possibly because quirk is very demanding in its energy usage or he has low endurance. But judging from his form, it's likely the first one. Someone hummed in agreement. It does look that way. I didn't even notice it. Katsuki recognized the voice. It was the tailed one. Team A made dupli arms stood in front of his Deku before the bomb, and the other stood behind the bomb and away from the camera. So, Deku is hosting a hostage situation. Hostage? Someone asked in wonder. All Might Sensei, is that allowed? The man laughed. Of course it is. They're villains. Anything goes for them. Well, their teacher cleared his throat, then continued. As long as no one is hurt severely, then I won't stop the test. Murmurs of using that tactic reached his ears. Such despicable and villainy act, but yet ingenious of Midoriya-kun of using a hostage against the hero team. But Kugu gritted his teeth, caused by that boisterous semi-boy. I know, right, Ida-chan, the frog replied neutrally. Who knew that somehow shy Midoriya could pull off being a villain? However, I think it is unlike him from what I've seen. Knight? I didn't think Midori had it in him to be like that, the pink girl said. Looking at half and half, he was already won the other side of the door after checking the many doors. Piercing ice easily destroyed the barrier, and which prompted Deku to cross his arms in, and calmly the bastard came. Deku said something as both of them stood tense and ready for combat. The other one didn't speak, and without ado, Deku behind the hostage started by flicking once again as the ice user hid behind an ice wall. Fuck, he hated the cameras. Useless piece of shit. The debris and ice vapor now obscured the view. Whatever was happening, only All Might know what was happening through the sounds. All they could discern was the room shook powerfully that it veiled the room more. "What do you think is happening there?" asked the pink acid girl. "Why didn't Midori use the hostage?" "I don't know, but the fight's pretty intense," the earjack girl replied. He did. The part where they stood before they fought. He glanced at the creation quirk teen, whose analyzing eyes surveying the battle was as sharp as Deku's. Todoroki most likely didn't by his bluff and confident he can take on Midoriya and Uraraka that he took the risk and froze the hostage. He wanted to go out there and clear the fucking veil and know what was happening already. It took forever for the veil to clear and the shaking to stop. The nerd was already down and most of his body frozen with Deku's arm, hued a very painful-looking red and purple. Half and half, his form slightly ragged, walked past the neck to toe frozen hostage and towards the bomb. Deku screamed at the top of his lungs as a smaller portal from behind Deku's enemy formed. Arms then round face's upper torso came out of it swiftly holding both arms of half and half. The ice user reacted, but he now floated when his arms were tied. Silence. The room was deathly quiet. But Kugu smirked proudly, arms crossed at his nerdy green-haired best friend. "Holy, shitty hair," stuttered. "Villain team wins." All Might screamed with vigor only he had that broke the silence as their classmates gawked, cheered, and commented to each other. Izuku, with a slightly healed arm and a cast, walked towards the monitor room guided by the two robots after a lot of pleading to Recovery Girl to let him watch the others match. "Don't overexert yourself this time." He shivered at remembering the sharp look the old woman gave him. "Nope, not gonna get her wrath." Various people greeted him upon his return. "Young Midoriya, what are you doing here?" All Might asked. He sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of his neck, wary of seeing the others' eyes, not knowing what to feel with their wide-eyed and amazed expressions. "I begged Recovery Girl to let me see the others fight." The number one hero boomed in laughter. "As long as she agreed, then I'll let you stay." The teen nodded and felt relief at that. He thanked All Might before he turned to the monitor. "Okay, Team I versus Team E. Please follow me to the site." So, he began sitting beside Ida's right, and on his right was Kaken. "What I'd miss." "Midoriya," Kirishima said, clapping his shoulder from behind and nearly losing his balance. "You guys were so manly out there. You two took down Todoroki." Izuku blushed at the praise and sent a smile at Uraraka's way, which she returned. Honestly, he was surprised just as the others were. It had been a gamble. He debated for a second if the two of them should fight, or only him. If he lost against Todoroki, then that would have left Uraraka defenseless. Katsuki smirked at him. "Never doubted you'd win, Deku. You and Todoroki were tied as the MVP of the match." He blinked, then blushed more at being declared MVP. If anything, in his opinion, it should be only the ice user. He did use what he to its fullest without causing much structural damage. Maybe Uraraka, since she was the one who did the capture. "Yeah, but it was a hard win," he replied, feeling very sheepish. "Todoroki-kun was good and recovered faster than I expected from our trap. Sending a bunch of warps and things at him didn't do anything. He was just too skilled. Sending piles of objects his way did not work even when he bombarded him with portals. The half-cold and hot user still fought amazingly. I think we only won because we surprised him with our last ambush." Capturing Todoroki was no easy feat. It took both of them all they had. Traps, quick warps to confuse him. "Yeah," his partner agreed as she approached. "Our plan was simple, really. Distract and confuse Todoroki using the objects, then trap him, but I guess he was too fast for us to catch. You should have seen Deku-kun opening warp everywhere while Todoroki was avoiding it and gunning for the bomb. It was scary." "Only you would say that, Deku." He could imagine Kaken rolling his eyes as he said this. "You won, that's all that matters. Don't overthink." Perhaps Kaken was right. They did their best and won. And don't think I'll let pass what you did. Izuku chuckled. "I needed the villain mindset. Remember heroes and villain. Midoriya-kun and Uraraka-kun, but Kuga-san is right. You have bested Todoroki and Mezu-kun by using your quirks and environment to its full advantage. That is the most worth noting." He guessed Ida had a point. Still, let it be a lesson for him to learn to prepare more. He'll write all the additional info of his classmates' quirks later and possibly put a counterplan against their quirks because he was sure there'd more combat training in the future. Looking at Todoroki, the half-white and red-haired teen with arms crossed on the other side of the room met his gaze. His classmate's expression gave nothing away as the two of them had a staring contest. Todoroki broke contact, returning his gaze towards the monitor. Deku, his explosive blonde friend stated, "Which team do you think will win?" Aoyama smiled and gave the opposing team a finger gun. "Bon chance, heroes. Mademoiselle and moi will blow you away with our magnificence." From what I've seen, Ashido-san has enhanced strength along with her acid, which can also provide her with mobility like Todoroki with his ice. Aoyama Yuga has his naval laser fire in only one direction where his abdomen points, which is an advantage in an indoor setting. But, remembering Aoyama's laser yesterday and what he said, his laser has a usage limit before he stops it and then firing it again because firing non-stop causes him abdominal pain. In the hero team, Ojiro uses his tail very efficiently along with his martial arts skills, which put Ishido's strength in disadvantage if they can't distract him or doesn't know martial arts. Hagakure-san will be the tiebreaker if they don't find a way to find or neutralize her. Probably fill the floor with acid? Still, the hero team has the advantage due to her stealth quirk and Ojiro's skill, while the villain team has quirk advantages with Ishido's versatile quirk and Aoyama's benefiting from the setting, which is greatly advantageous. "Damn, right again, Deku," Kakin replied. Looking around, the others gave him a weird look. "Crap," he was mumbling again, was he? "Invisible Girl will have to go if acids and laser want to win." "Dude," Kirishima said slowly. "That is awesome. I can't even think half of those the way you did." Anyway," Izuku responded, stuttering a little from the attention. "I think it's close and would depend on each team's plan, but Ojiro and Hagakure have an advantage with her stealth." "I see your point," Momo hummed. "Hagakure-san's quirk is the perfect one for this, since they don't have any ways to detect her presence." Ajiru jumped and, using his tail, he grappled at the street light and scouted the second floor from outside before letting go and entering the building. Meanwhile, Ashido said something to Aoyama, encircling the whole room with acid. "She's putting acid around their perimeter against Hagakure," Momo commented. After classes, Izuku's arms now healed by recovery, Girl headed to the entrance where the others were waiting. Bakugu, hands in his pocket and looking grouchy as usual, was weirdly ignored Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima. Not that he minded Kirishima-kun there, but Izuku was surprised he was waiting with them. "Sorry, I took so long, guys. Recovery Girl had to check if my arm is now okay." "That's okay, man," Kirishima replied. "It's important to check your arms first." "Hey, Kakin," Uraraka said as they walked. Katsuki's glare did nothing to the carefree girl. Izuku glared at his childhood friend to stop his glowering. "How long have you and Deku known each other?" Ida, gesturing weirdly, followed. "I would like to know as well. You two are really close." Kakin snorted and even saw him rolling his eyes, "Longer than I would like." Izuku laughed, as in turn received strange looks from the others. "Nerd's been with me since we were kids. Followed me like a tail in all my adventures." "Hey, so manly dude," the redhead teen stated. "Just like earlier. I thought you had being Bakugu completely down." "Not really, Kirishima-san." He chuckled, scratching his cheek. "I guess. I just know Kakin after years of preparing to be a hero. You know, sparring and all that." The redhead looked at him and Katsuki in awe. "So manly." He put an arm around Izuku. "The prediction of the fights earlier. Did you two do that as part of your training too?" His best friend snorted. "As far as I know, Deku's been a nerd since we were young, analyzing and writing about heroes and villain quirks. You should see his notebooks." "Notebooks?" Kirishima asked. "It's nothing." He quickly waved away the question and ignoring his burning cheeks. "Kakin's just exaggerated." "Right." He glared for his friend to be silent, but only seemed to smirk more. "Oh, bite me, Deku," he replied sarcastically with a roll of his eyes. "What you gonna do about it, huh?" "Eh," the gravity-quirked girl said awkwardly. "Not to be bad, but..." Uraraka continued the faking a cough. "How did you two become friends?" And Kakin did take it as an offense as he glowered in her direction for a second. "Don't mind Kakin," Izuku replied, chuckling weakly. He wanted to fight Todoroki, Fumikage, or him. He could tell. Someone he perceived that would challenge his skill. Izuku shared Katsuki's sentiment because their rivalry and competition were one of the things that they needed to be settled. He's just bitter he didn't fight someone strong. Kaminari and Kyuka didn't even stand a chance. Not that it meant their quirks were weak in power or usage, but Kakin simply steamrolled them with his viciousness and speed. Uraraka shrugged, and Ida looked like he wanted to say more, but only nodded. But yeah, we've known each other for. Izuku muttered, recalling the first time they had met. About, since we were children. Her mom and mine are friends. He smiled at his own words. That was true. 10 years went by since he met the volatile kid he didn't know would become his best friend when they were young. He knew Kakin was not the most sociable person with his misunderstood hot-blooded tendencies. People avoided him and yet praised him at the same time. Kakin and I know each other very well. He may be an open and friendly person, but Kakin was all he knew all his life. Both of them knew each other inside and out, and only knew the other most of their lives. He could say with confidence that his social skills were worse if not. It's better than Kakin's by a tiny margin because of the fact that he was his only friend that stuck through the years. Find one of them and you'll find the other, he heard people say as if they were inseparable. Izuku could feel the glare his childhood friend was giving him. The little shit punched me when he saw me beating some kid back then. Kakin's mother thanking him back, then when she knew he punched the explosive boy confused him. But as he grew, the greenhead understood little by little what he did at that moment. And I would do it again, Izuku meant it. Kakin wanted to be a hero, and that was not a hero-like trait. He did what he thought was right at that time. As you would too if you see me doing something shitty. Not manly Baku dude, the red-haired teen whistled. That long, huh? No wonder you act like him somehow, Midoriya. Act like him? In what way? That was the first he ever heard someone said that. Indeed, I agree with Kirishima-kun, Ida seconded. Their effect on each other is clear as day. Okay, what did they mean? He was lost. Uraraka stifled her giggling. That's right. I had to stop my laughter when you acted like a Kakin as a villain. Okay, I'm not going to deny that fully. But that was the best Kakin expression I could do. That was just acting. Izuku, twiddling his thumbs, replied. We used to play heroes and villains. If I need courage, I would imagine how he would react, I guess. That's not weird, is it? It's more than acting, dude. Kirishima laughed, putting an arm around him. Besides, that was all you, dude. I know manly guts when I see one. Scratching his flushing cheeks, he replied, Tichanks? So? He was unsure about this because for as long as he could remember, while he met many people, Katsuki was the only one that remained constant beside him. So, yeah, interaction wasn't really his strong suit. Do you guys want to go with us? We were, Kakin and I, he paused, clearing his throat, planned to eat at this new restaurant. Yeah, Kirishima replied, energetically pumping his fist. I'm in. I would love to, Midoriya-kun, the ever-formal Ida replied. Thank you for the invitation. Uraraka beamed at him. Oh, you mean that new one besides the supermarket near the station? Izuku nodded at her question. The new restaurant, which blatantly called just as restaurant, was filled to the brim with people and quite lively, which was more than Izuku was used to. The bright lights reflected both the restaurants and the people's impatient state as they lined up at the entrance. This is going to take forever, but Kugu growled. Izuku rolled his eyes. They were nearly there and estimated that 5 more minutes, and they'll be seated. Relax, Kakin. Izuku rolled his eyes at his friend's impatience. There's no helping that side of him. Just give it 5 more minutes. Kirishima, who was unaffected by the explosive blonde's mood, said, slinging an arm around his neck. Chill, man. I'm sure their food is good if they have this many customers. 5 more minutes. A groused Katsuki glared at him. Okay, that took longer than Izuku expected. His patience was at its end too, but that's more than he could say for Kakin, who looked murderous and growling lowly. The people passing their seats walked faster as a result. Once they got their order, they sat and ate. Kirishima sat across Bakugu with Ida on his right and Uraraka in the edge of the seat. This is so good. Kirishima ate as if it's his last meal. He couldn't blame him because the food was delicious. The brown-haired girl on the other end moaned in delight. I know, right? How come we never thought of coming here? I'm not surprised. Izuku replied easily as he swallowed the meat. Just 2 days in UA, and we're already busy with assignments. Not to mention first day physical test from Aizawa-sensei and the indoor combat test with All Might. Speaking of UA, Kirishima started, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Why'd you guys enter the hero course? If you ask me, it's because I want to be an awesome hero like Crimson Riot. Izuku did see influences of the said hero in the redhead's hero suit. Not to mention their quirk. Both had hardening quirk. He had to whistle at his classmate. Crimson Riot was a hero, an old retired hero older than All Might, he thought. Uraraka fidgeted in her seat and poked her food. She mumbled something that went unheard in the chaos of sounds in the place. Nonsense, Ida said encouragingly, and apparent the blue-haired teen heard what she originally said. No dream is selfish. I'm sure it is good. Breathing deeply, she opened her eyes and looked at her food. I want to be a hero because I want to make money so that my parents can live comfortably. The way she said it looking down made Izuku frown. It's not that bad. It's opportunistic using the hero course, but it was a noble one. Besides, helping your parents was never a bad thing. In the 2 weeks and 2 days he known her, the teen could see she was nice and would help anyone in need regardless if her goal as a hero is money. My parents own a construction company, but, she said looking down, it's barely earning as it needs to. That's why I want to be a hero so that I can help them live a comfortable life just as they did to me. So that you could use your quirks for your construction company, Katsuki stated. Ain't that right? Round face. Said girl nodded slowly. Kirishima, brushing his sleeve on his eyes, cried. That's so manly. It's not selfish at all. To help our parents is a noble goal as a hero. You guys, their only female friend looked up slowly. Was it just him, or did her eyes glisten? Really think so? Ida nodded fervently. It is. There is no nobler goal than to help our family. If we cannot help ourselves, our loved ones, then how can we help others in need? There is a saying that I believe in. You cannot give what you do not have. So, in order to have the ability to help others, we must first have the ability to help ourselves. Kirishima gave her a sharp grin. Bakugo rolled his eyes, which he understood as obviously round face. Izuku smiled at her and understood, or at least understood somehow the feeling. What child doesn't want to help their parents? It's a good goal as any. As for me, the engine quirk teen said, putting a hand to his chest, I want to be like my brother Ingenium. A likable hero who does his best to follow the law, helps people even to the simplest of things. I set my sights on becoming a hero like Tensei Nizan. Izuku choked on his food. His brother is Ingenium? The Ingenium. In a wonder, Ida's white modern knight-like armor costume resembled the hero. He thought it was like the case of Kirishima-kun and him who idolized a hero. With a prestigious hero family that came from during the emergence of quirks, it was no wonder Ida's speech pattern so formal like Todoroki. He must have been taught when he was young as part of the family business. He finished his water and breathed in relief. Bakugo, gentle as he can on his own unique way, tapped his back repeatedly. You okay, Dekakun? Uraraka asked in concern. Just surprised Ida-kun came from a hero family. He responded after making sure no choking would happen again. Like Todoroki. No wonder you guys are that good. You were practically trained from birth. That would explain the way Ida talks, Uraraka pointed out, looking so thoughtful as she tapped her cheeks. All too formal. Kakin smirked. Explains the pompous attitude. Uraraka spluttered and nearly choked on her food. Izuku had to stifle his laugh because that was one of his first impressions on Ida when they met in the orientation. What? Ida stared at him incredulously. He cleared his throat looking at Kakin and him. Anyways, he paused, I disagree. I may have been trained, but you have shown me that training means nothing if we don't have a hero's spirit. The blue-haired teen said, gesturing wildly with his arms. Even when eating, Ida was so formal, and his constant gesture didn't look out of place for him. What about you two? Why did you enroll in UA's hero course? The younger brother of Ingenium inquired, pointing his chopsticks their way. Me, well, the warp user stuttered. He didn't know how he should say it. The mood was so lively, and his reason would just be depressing. Well, my father was a police officer. He noted the way their expression turned somber, and Ito was about to apologize, but Izuku stopped him with a raise of his palm. It's okay. It was a long time ago. You didn't have to feel bad for asking. It was true. His heart didn't hurt like his mom was when talking about Midoriya Hisashi. Nevertheless, his heart felt a different hurt. A part of his heart that felt hollow. It hurt that he didn't get to meet his father since he was too young to remember him. He wanted to know what kind of man Hisashi personally, and not from the stories his mom tells. And from what his mom told about his father, he was a very passionate man, just like the fire he can breathe out. He was devoted to his job and keeping the peace and order of their still somehow chaotic quirk-ruled world. All those years ago during Father's Day flashed to his mind. It was a small event where they were asked to bring their father to show and tell about their jobs. The kids whispered in hushed voices where his father was because his mom was the only female parent present. He wanted to be angry and scream at the other kids his father died helping people. That his father died fighting against villains but couldn't or wouldn't, when all his anger dissolved with a single touch and smile from his mother. Even though he had a hero potential quirk, an ability to breathe fire from his mouth, he chose to be a police. When asked why, he said, "Police is a job noble as the heroes, and maybe even nobler because they were one of the heroes before heroes themselves came to be. It's my job, too, to protect those oftentimes overlooked by heroes in their battle against villains. So, I want to be like him, a hero to protect those whoever needs it." The nerd dreamed of joining the police. Did Kaken have to mention that? He felt his cheeks burn. Not that he was ashamed, but it's his own secret. A secret dream he strives aside from being a future hero. Katsuki and his mouth. Izuku couldn't even reply as he calmed his flushed face. Izuku palmed himself and groaned in embarrassment. Dude. The excitable redhead grinned, offering him a fist which he returned rather awkwardly. That's so manly, bro. Midoriya-kun, I didn't know you have such a noble heart. Ida screamed. Oh god, the people are looking at us weirdly. Izuku's surrounded by weirdos. But possibly lovable, and fun to hang out weirdos. Let us do our best to be heroes. Uraraka said, grinning at him too. That is awesome. I convinced him otherwise because his quirk would be wasted. I needed my sidekick on my way to becoming the top hero. Kaken called his quirk good transportation many times. He wanted to wipe that smug look off of Kaken's face. Can't have my taxi bail out on me, after all. Ida shook his head in disappointment. Bakuga dash. Kaken, he interrupted Ida and scoffed. I know. A police ain't a pushover and waste 4 eyes. His friend barked before Ingenium's younger brother could finish his words. I meant his fucking quirk, genius. Sarcasm easily rolled off Katsuki's mouth. A quirk like Deku's can't be used if he joined the police force. If that's the case, Ida cleared his throat and bowed. I'm sorry for thinking wrongly about your words. As for me, I'm gonna be the one to beat the elites out of the podium, Bakugo declared, smirking and giving Ida a sharp challenging eye. Declared was the wrong word. The green-haired teen thought surely as he looked at his childhood friend beside him. You know it's true, a true Katsuki declaration when the blonde was not minding his very spicy food. I'll be the next #1 hero. Ever since they were little and saw All Might for the first time, they've taken a liking to him. The reassuring smile that gives people confidence even in times of danger. But seeing the true state of All Might, and still he does his best was, he didn't know whether to call it inspiring or reckless. Maybe even both. Who was he to talk? He injured himself during the entrance exam. The redhead held out his fist in between the table for everyone to see. Boy, what you'd said about me. I'll beat you guys. And everyone. Bakugo pounded his fist with the other. Dream on, shitty hair, smirked Katsuki. You're not even an elite. Puffing her cheeks, the gravity-quirked girl's eye burned with determination, following the gesture. You're on, guys. I'll race you all if I have to. Hold on, everyone. Ida putting his chopping hand on top of theirs. Do not forget about me. In the name of the Ida family, I will see you all on top. Izuku sighed and smiled at the group as they looked at him expectantly. No words were said between them. Their dinner didn't mellow after that, and in fact, rose in energy. Izuku blinked as reporters surrounded him like a hound. What subject does All Might teach? How does it feel to be taught by the #1 hero? Izuku found himself harder to answer the questions as more came his way. The media was unrelenting in their questions like piranhas catching a target. I'm just a support course student. He sighed in joy when the media immediately left him alone and muttering disappointed words. He didn't waste time and ran inside just in case they decided he was lying or maybe interesting enough to be interviewed. The green-haired warp user didn't look back as he entered the room and slammed his head to his desk groaning. Once the bell rang, their homeroom teacher entered on time. "Good work on the combat class yesterday," Aizawa-sensei said right after the greeting as they just sat down. Izuku now knew where he had seen Aizawa-sensei now. He was the underground pro hero Eraserhead. The hero was rarely ever seen on television and in the net. No wonder he had a hard time identifying their teacher. The teen had to dig deep in his notebook and internet to find the hero. "I saw the videos and results." He's so upfront. "Not a minute, and we're already in business." Bakugu, Ida, and Yaoyorozu, good job. Izuku had never heard of a dry praise until now from their homeroom teacher. "You beat your own enemies through strategy and teamwork." From behind Kakin, Izuku could imagine the grin the explosive blonde has right now from the justified praise he's having. "They'll work on your temper and cooperating skills more." Bakugu, you argued heatedly with Ida for 5 minutes. 5 minutes which could cost your team's mission in real life. Midoriya, the greenhead flinched when his name was called. "Nice job leading, but most of it was you. Teamwork is there, but not enough. Next time, trust in your teammate more. She may have better ideas and could have helped capture Todoroki earlier." The teen couldn't look at his partner, but did so anyways with a flimsy, sheepish smile. Uraraka silently cheered him. "Also, control your quirk better. You won't last long as a hero if you keep injuring yourself or get tired before saving anyone." It was true. Controlling warp was hard due to its nature, and his usage of One for All was still shoddy. Izuku clenched and released his fist. He had to work double time to catch up to his classmates. Double time for his double quirks. Straightening, he replied loudly, "Yes, sir." Their homeroom called then the ice user. Todoroki, same as with Midoriya. You may had used your teammate's quirk to its potential, but lack of teamwork in your part. And no, the fact that you don't know each other that well is not valid. Look at Azui and Fumikichi. Azui was a very upfront, yet rational kind of person. The same could be said for the wielder of Dark Shadow, but whereas their frog-quirked classmate was very sociable, Tokoyami Fumikichi was somehow on the introverted side. The two seemed aloof and hard to get along at first, but they worked well together on the combat test. "Next order of business," their direct teacher stated. "I know it's a bit late, but I want you to." Holding his breath, Izuku prepared for the worst knowing the pro hero. "Decide on the class representatives." Izuku released his relief and glad to be wrong in what he thought was surely to be a pop quiz. Deciding who will be the class representative was a welcome surprise that made UA feel normal. Somehow. Silence. Their room achieved silence. He didn't know if he was glad or not. "Class rep? Pick me," Kirishima roared. Kaminari followed. "Me too." "Pick me, sensei," Kakin screamed. All hell broke loose as I descended to chaos in their scramble to have the venerated position of class representative, while Aizawa-sensei looked like he'd rather sleep through it all. Well, mostly everyone lost their cool. Todoroki, Koda, and Momo seemed to have a cool head on them. Izuku wanted to join, but he wasn't confident enough he'd do a good job. It's as their homeroom teacher stated. He needed to hone his leadership skills before he dreams to achieve such a position. Silence. Ida's screaming broke through the confusion. Being a leader is a serious job of being responsible for others. It is simply not a job for anyone who wants it, but a calling to those who have the trust of others. If we must use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Izuku could feel Ida's passion as he stood straight and his hands raised vigorously. His words alone made him want to follow the other teen. Not only that, he had qualifications to be one since he was trained to be one and directly observing Ingenium. Izuku knew who he was going to nominate and vote. What? No, this was not I was expecting at all. Gaping, Izuku brushed his eyes to see if he was hallucinating and his mom accidentally put a hallucinogen in his food this morning. This was not he was thinking to happen at all. Midoriya Izuku 4. Ida Tenya 2. Yaoyorozu Momo, too. He wanted the position, but not that bad. His body shaking in the responsibility he doubted he could do. All his life, it was just him and Kaken. No more, no less. Kaken he could handle and lead. It was his role in their weird dynamic. Katsuki would be the impulsive one that forces him to take action early if the opportunity was given, while he would try to control Kaken's impulsive tendencies. Leading others? That was too much. Izuku rattled as the three of them stood to the front and having all of one, A's eyes on them. "We've got a tie," Hyoka said dryly. "How do we settle this?" "How W about?" He's stuttering. Stop stuttering, self. Imagining himself as Katsuki, he closed his eyes and slowly opened it. "Rock, paper, scissors. It would be simple if you do that." Kaken smirked at him, arms crossed. "He voted for me." "Kaken." Izuku glared at him, but he was sure it looked pathetic with his quivering. Uraraka and Kirishima cheered him through their ways. Primarily the zero-gravity girl giving 2 thumbs up, and the redhead whistling, declaring how manly he was to have 4 votes. Ida fixed his glasses and nodded at his suggestion. "What a great idea, Midoriya-kun. A simple yet strategic test between contenders. What say you, Yaoyorozu-kun?" "I just want this to be over with." He internally cried. He can't stand the way they were looking at him as he stood there and possibly fumbling like an idiot. How vexing. "Sure." Yaoyorozu sighed, glancing at him in disappointment for a second and agreeing in return. "I'd like that." So out of 3. The tension was great as the 2 potential class representatives faced each other. Rock, paper, scissors. The class chorused. Ida won the first round, but, in the end, Yaoyorozu won. Their homeroom teacher got up from his sleeping bag as if nothing happened. It's decided that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu would be the class representatives. Class dismissed. Izuku glared at Katsuki on the other side of the table, with arms crossed, looking appeared smug at his suffering. "Kaken knows I don't handle the public well. I should have voted for you instead. Let's see how you handle things," muttered Izuku as they ate lunch. "Nah, don't worry, Midoriya." Izuku choked when his redhead friend roughly patted his back. "I'm sure you'll do a good job of leading us. Those that voted for you probably seen that potential." All Might's successor highly doubted it. He didn't even know who voted for him aside from Katsuki. "Yes, worry not, Midoriya-kun," Ida voiced with his gestures. "I stand by my vote to you. I have seen potential leader character in you." Izuku guessed that's 1 vote down. He didn't know what Ida saw in him. He was not leader material, period. Did he even know he fumbles a lot in public speaking? Uraraka, with flushing cheeks, smiled at him. "I voted for you too, Dekakun. I know what Aizawa-sensei said, but it was your tactics that let us win yesterday. So, I have high hopes you can do it." The praise of his friends leaves him a mess and red as a tomato. He stops and looks at the cheers the others is giving him. Leading in battle is different outside of it. Bakuga growled and pulled him closer, and their faces meet halfway. "Stop being such a wuss. I know you can do better than that, Deku." Kaken's hand exploded and baring his gnashing teeth. "Where is the skinny shit that had the fucking guts to punch me when he saw I was being shitty? Where is the heroic nerd that helped beat the good-for-nothing fuckers at school? I will not have my sidekick be a chicken shit." The green head swallowed hard and sharpened his eyes. Kaken's right. Looking deeper into his blonde friend's eyes, he saw the silent message his first friend was saying to him. This position was entrusted to him by people who believed in him. One of the things he liked about his childhood friend was that he was accepting of any opportunities given to him as long as he felt he deserved it. Izuku would do the same too. Yi dash! The klaxon of alarm gained his and everyone's attention. "Attention! There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors immediately." The computerized voice repeated over and over. Immediately, they stood going towards the designated exit. Izuku pushed through the crowding people pushing each other. Looking around in the mess, he lost his friends in the chaos. "Hey, watch your step. Stop it." Izuku breathes hard looking for his friends. "I hope Uraraka is okay. The crowd's too tight. At this point, some students will get hurt." "Kaken, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima," the teen calls, but he knew his voice was drowned by the cries of others. "Hurry up. Don't push me. Someone will get hurt soon." A shove to the left, push to the front, shoulders everywhere, making it hard to breathe. For the love of God, stop that shit. Izuku, best as he can, focused in the chaos and felt himself slip. Breathing deeply, his annoyance grew out of control. Shut up, screamed Izuku. His voice must have reached the end as they all watch him. His heart pounded 1,000,000 kilometers per second, noticing the looks he'd garnered. But he remembered Katsuki's words. Exit calmly, or do you want to hurt others? Do you want that? So, step back for a second. With one hand above to keep himself from falling, he extended his other arm. His energy levels massively dropped fast. The teen gritted his teeth. It was nothing he could not handle, but any longer then he would be kissing the floor soon enough. The air swished and rumbled slowly. A massive, swirling dark red and black portal came between him and the others. Step through slowly. It'll exit to the open field. The one for all user size when no protests came from his fellow students and only lots of murmurs. They all returned and sat down in their respective seats once the school deemed the trouble has ended. It was an easy thing to do now that the students weren't panicking. His effort helped maintain the order was noticed and blushed at the praise from their pro-hero teacher. It was indeed an effort because he was drained so much maintaining a gate that large just to let them out at the field on the back of the school. After that, they easily divided themselves according to year and course until their homeroom teacher came and told them to go back to their room before clarifying what happened. Settle down, their homeroom teacher ordered upon entering. The alarm was just the media illegally entering school area. Now that the matter's settled, I'd like you to elect other officers. Their gruff teacher didn't let them speak as he droned on. Be quick about it. We still have one last activity before the day ends. Ida raised his hand, but Aizawa-sensei looked at his friend dryly. No questions. Just elect your officers. After a lengthy debate of who would be assigned various positions, Izuku was glad that it was all over with now. He didn't think he would last any longer being in such a position. Thankfully, Momo was there to support him. Now that you have your assigned officers, Eraserhead drawled. Class will be dismissed early, but tomorrow there will be a different hero training class. So research all about the rescue efforts and what is a hero's role in it. The next few days were pretty normal for Izuku and went like a routine. He got to know his classmates and their quirks in their training, oftentimes choosing partners randomly. If not random, then it'll be individual tests to see their skills. Though they have practical tests in varying manners, mostly it was all lecture subjects that even included the basics of the law. UA was different than what he was used to Aldera. It really lived up to its motto in educating them. Especially Aizawa-sensei, who's a slave driver in teaching. Very determined to let the topic stick to them by having tests after each class. All of this was exhausting but worth it. Especially the next week that got him excited that he wished time went fast. Monday came and he couldn't hold his joy. So here they were now on the bus heading to another part of UA for their basic hero training, specifically rescue training. Izuku, unfortunately, cannot wear his whole hero costume. All he had on was the utility belt and gloves. His hero uniform had to be redesigned by the support company after being damaged by Todoroki. The prototype was incomplete, they say, and would be given back after the sports festival. You know, I didn't think we will be doing rescue training when the media's still on to us, Hyuka commented. That may be a week ago, but I could still see them following me when they found out we were hero course students. He had to agree with Jairu. He had been hounded by the media for a day before being stopped by the principal, Vlad King, and their sensei. UA has good security. The journalists cannot enter where we are going. They have good security that will alert the school if intruders are detected. He looked at Ida curiously and wondered how he knew that, but thinking about it for a second, he chalked it up to be due to his brother. How would you know that? As Izuku expected, someone asked it. He didn't expect it to be Momo. My brother told me about it when he heard about our rescue training, he admitted reluctantly. Why would he know that? Zero asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Ida looked hesitant to reply, but he did nonetheless. My brother's ingenium. Except for the four of them who knew that fact, the others were surprised at this fact just like they were at the beginning. Well, most of them were shocked except for Todoroki and Momo, the latter which looked like she already figured it out. Cool. Why didn't you say so? Kaminari commented. How many ladies does he get to sign an autograph for a day? This was just the first of the questions among the many that Ida answered best and nicely as he can. His friend looked like he wanted to tell them to stop it, but was otherwise too polite. Stop it, guys, please. Ask him later after the training. There's the Midoriya from the press incident. Yeah, Ashido agreed too easily with Kaminari. You were so commanding. Kinda reminds me of Bakugo and Ida, but only nicer. That statement garnered a lot of laughs from the others, except for Katsuki, who growled loudly. What? His friend said, reacting to the obvious jab at him. I dare you to repeat that, Pinky. Midoriya-chan, Azui called to his right. I always speak my mind no matter what. I read somewhere that warp quirk is one of the rarest emitter types. Does your parents have warp-related quirks too? It was true. A warp-type quirk was as rare. The teens searched, and in the government database, only a few showed up in the last 2 centuries. Probably less than 100 or so. How much he can trust, that is still a question, and maybe the government deemed some to be classified. After all, if One for All was a tightly guarded secret, then some quirks would be too to maybe avoid attention from the wrong people or too dangerous to be revealed. Also, he took any information about quirks before 60 years ago with a grain of salt, because it would be dubious at best. That part of their history was not labeled as the Dark Age for nothing. It was a chaotic time before the formal emergence of heroes, finalization of quirk laws, and the drastically lessening of Japan's crime rate due to the iron-fisted cracking down of the government on the villains, mafia, and all illegal underground movement since the appearance of quirks. Basically, it was the time Japan had slowly healed itself from its wound from quirk abuse, extreme anti-quirk sentiment, and chaos from high crime rate. And no, he shook his head. Izuku wished, though, that he had a bit of his mom and dad's power. Not that he didn't mind his unusual quirk, but something the combination of theirs would be like an heirloom from them. A way to remember his dad. My mom can attract small things to her, and my dad, he, can breathe fire, Izuku said, smiling at the froggy teen. Believe me, I've searched our family tree and all records. Not one of our ancestors has one ability related to a warp quirk. Hey Midoriya, Kirishima said, and leaning forward to be seen. I know you have a warp quirk, but how does that relate to super strength? Izuku avoided the other's gaze, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. Crap, he knew that others would question him sooner or later. It's an ability I just discovered a year ago. The energy from my warp can also be used to enhance my physical attributes. How does that work? Said Tokoimi, seated beside Bakugo. The bird teen's eyes looked at him sharply and couldn't help but feel his soul is being looked into. He was more perceptive than Izuku realized. The two are completely unrelated. Izuku nonchalantly shrugged, or did his best to have that easygoing feel, but he could be failing as his heart sped up. I don't know yet. I still haven't explored the depths of my quirk. Amazing, the redhead breathed. I wish I have manly quirk like that. Yours is flashy and heroic, unlike mine. His classmate replied, hardening his skin. I think your quirk is just okay, Izuku said, smiling awkwardly at the hardening quirk teen. I think that quirks does not define a hero. It's how one uses with what they have that makes one. He cleared his throat and adding, at least that's what I think. That's our class representative for you, Ida said, loudly praising him. One of the attributes of a hero is to support the people not only physically, but in the heart too. I knew we chose correctly. Aren't you overthinking it, Ida? He wanted to say, but a second later retracted that thought, because he'd be a hypocrite if he did. So, Izuku settled for chuckling at his friend's enthusiasm for him. My quirk is both flashy and heroic, Aoyama said, posing dramatically, leaning forward, legs crossed and chin supported by his hand. Made for a pro hero. Mina laughed. Not great enough if it hurts later on. The eccentric blonde's mood fell faster than a rock from the sky. Unlike mine, which is graceful and useful. Fucking losers. Izuku could imagine Katsuki rolling his eyes from the contempt in his voice alone. I'll blow all your quirks away when I become the new #1 hero. Kaminari pointed at Kaken, smirking. Not with that attitude, you're not Bakugo. In fact, people will be scared when you save them. What you'd say, dumbass? Katsuki roared. Say that to my face one more time. So vulgar, he heard Momo say, her derision obvious in her inflection. I wonder how a gentle person like Midoriya can stand to hang out with him. Uraraka giggled in response. I think it's cute. You know, Kinda like those good cop, bad cop they do on TV series. Slowly, Izuku shook his head. They don't understand Kakin. He needs to explode. It's part of who he is. Just as one cannot stop a storm and raging sea, Kakin cannot be stopped from being explosive from time to time. Lightly, he smiled. Besides, Kakin makes a boring day brighter. Izuku gasped at the scenery before them. Welcome 1A students. It's Space Hero 13. Izuku immediately recognized the white, thick, and round spacesuit worn by the hero, for it was not worn by any of the top heroes other than the one before them. The hero welcomed them with open arms. Izuku couldn't see her expression, but judging by her voice, she was excited. I've been waiting for you guys. It's the Space Hero 13. The teen could barely keep himself still from his excitement. The gentleman hero who saved many people from disasters. He loved the hero, though not as much as All Might himself. His efforts in averting disaster really helped in decreasing the number of casualties. He loved and admired All Might, but it was hard to look and relate at his idol when they had different quirks. He found a kindred spirit in 13, for he knew his quirk was suited for rescuing. I love 13. Uraraka cheered alongside him. He felt giddy that someone shared his enthusiasm, much more so when it was his friend. It was a refreshing tidbit to know that Uraraka loved 13. Come, let's not waste time and go inside. It's like Universal Studios Japan. Kirishima gushed. The large dome standing before them looked normal outside, but the redhead was right on his comment. It was like a movie studio complete for filming any scene. Heck, they could film a whole movie without going anywhere. If they ever have a project that required making a film, this was definitely the first place he'd suggest. Shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, mountain, the rescue hero said proudly with arms wide open. I personally made this place to train with different types of disasters. USJ was bigger than any stadium than the one used during the sports festival. He thought that it was twice as big as it. There on the right, a smaller blue dome. Probably the windstorm. A small lake with a water slide and boat in the middle followed it. Next to it was a smaller dome painted with fire atop, and followed by the foam mountain and cliff. The last one on their left was a landslide and crashed buildings. I call this the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. This is really USJ. He deadpanned at the pro hero's joke. Where is All Might? Aizawa-sensei interrupted, looking at his watch. He was supposed to meet us here. 13 said something in return, and he couldn't hear it, but he got the message when the rescue hero held out 3 fingers. Their homeroom teacher sighed, and then said, "It can't be helped. Shall we begin?" Eraserhead's excite was palpable as Hagakure's form as he leaned on the wall. Before we start, I have something to say. The space hero raised a hand. As all of you know, my quirk is Black Hole. I can suck everything and turn it to dust. Izuku nodded energetically. He'd seen the hero use his quirk during rescue missions wherein she used Black Hole to suck debris, environmental hazards like fire, and such, clearing the way for the others. You've been able to save a lot from disasters using your quirk. Many researchers, both national and international, expressed their interest if a quirk like yours could be replicated in the form of automated defense. Yes, the Black Hole quirk hero replied somberly. It's true, I've saved many from disasters using Black Hole, but it is also a power that can easily hurt others. His, and the excitement of the others dropped at the pro's words. It was true. Kakins can burn people with explosions. His can cut them accidentally if he didn't control the warp, and critically injured people with the uncontrollable one for all. Uraraka's can send others floating and fall abruptly. Todoroki's could burn and freeze a person to death. Such a thing could be forgotten easily most of the time. That was what UA kept reminding them every time they were taught about quirks and its history. That is why in our society now quirks are strictly regulated. No public use of quirks, and use it only in acts of self-defense. You all understand this, do you? Izuku nodded slowly in agreement. It was the first of the articles from Quirk Regulation Law. An individual can use quirks at home or in any private property. Any usage of quirks in public would be a violation of the law regardless if harmful or not. This was done so since anyone could potentially hurt, or in worst scenario, kill someone with their powers. Was it too tight? Yes, but it was a law needed to decrease chances of accidental injury, death, or vigilantism, which was all prevalent during the Dark Age. Your test with Aizawa showed the potential of your quirks. The combat training with All Might showed the dangers of using your power against others. The space suit-wearing hero took a moment to gaze at all of 1A, accentuating his point more. That is why there are hero school to help you control your quirk while reaching its full potential. That is why in this class, you will all learn that dangerous as quirks may be, it is not only used for combating villains. They could also be used to save countless lives from many disasters. 13 bowed. Thank you for listening. Everyone cheered at the rescue hero's words. Izuku felt his chest stirred from the hero's speech. This was what he wanted to do since he and Kaken were young. To make his mom and dad proud by saving people. Bravo! Ida cheered on his right. Now dash, Aizawa-sensei said, but his attention turned elsewhere when the light abruptly turned off. Is this another test? I wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa-sensei did all this for a little realism. Izuku prepared himself for the bomb dropping of their blunt pro-hero teacher. Gather together and move. The emotions expressed by the raven-haired teacher shocked him. He reeled in surprise at the intensity of his intimidating gaze. Midoriya, open a gate and be ready to transport everyone. What's happening? Wondered a confused Mineta. What's that? Ashido followed. From the fountain, reality distorted, and he would have observed what was happening had it not been for Aizawa-sensei calling his name. Midoriya, he was knocked out of his curiosity. You'll have time to analyze later, snapped his sensei. Do it now. Izuku, not one to disobey, prepared himself for opening such a large gate. The large portal had him grunting and breathing heavily in focus as he could feel the drain of his strength. The power he had was not enough to maintain this size of gate for long, but he had to do it nonetheless. 13 cover the students while Midoriya opens a gate. There on the fountain from the distance, the black wispy smoke became apparent. He could see people coming out of the smoke. What's that? Kirishima asked concernedly. Did the test already start? Stop. Izuku flinched at their teacher's tone. Those are villains. Hurry and create a warp gate. His heart sped, and his chest tightened like a coiling snake at the mention of villains. What were they doing here? Wasn't the USJ still in UA proper? It'll do no good to if he panicked, so he put that out of his thought and concentrated. His strength waned more as he focused on the warp every second. Everyone, move closer to Deku-kun. Listen fuckers, move to Deku. The smaller the portal the better. His concentration wavered when he heard shuffling in the wind. He could feel his classmates shift uncomfortably all around him, but the portal sparked and swirled beneath them. The floor softened yet remained hard. Relax. It'll be over in a second. No, you don't. Someone shouted, but the wind grew stronger as something pulled them back. Black hole, countered 13, and his quirk pulled them in the opposite direction before they finally sunk. Izuku felt the others sink through his gate. The sounds of battle faded as screeching sounds of chairs and tables abruptly moving echoed. His stomach churned, and fatigue slowly hit him, making the teen kneel out of breath. Opening his eyes, Kaken's worried look greeted him, and he found themselves in their room. I'm fine, he wheezed and struggled to say. Every word uttered felt heavy. Call the principal. We need to let them know of the situation. The bird-faced teen supported him along with his childhood friend as he made him sit. Ida's on his way. Rest for a while, because I know they'll use you to transport them to USJ. The NKS, replied Izuku as he rested on a desk. He tried to listen to the quiet murmurs of his fellow hero trainees, but found it difficult and missing a large part of the words. Sensei? Will? You're right. The voices mashed and didn't recognize the voice. A lot of murmur more. He really did try, but he failed to keep himself awake. I'm pro. Izuku walked with Kaken to the park along with his two buddies. The boy hummed a tune he heard on the radio a while ago as they trek. It didn't surprise the kid to see the playground nearly empty except for a kid playing in the swing. A purple-haired kid who seemed to be enjoying playing alone. Few people go to this park, but he found it sad why a kid his age was alone. Hey, loser. Get out. This place is ours now. Izuku frowned at Kaken's behavior. His friend had been a little, mean lately, and he didn't know why. The swinging kid ignored their presence. Kaken growled, stomping towards the silent kid and abruptly pushing him out of the swing. The purple-haired kid landed roughly with a grunt that made Izuku wince. He felt something else inside of him. He didn't know what. "Oi, you deaf or something? Get out." The kid glared at them. "Stop this kakin." Izuku, shaking in fear, stood between his friend and the kid. "That's not nice." Katsuki's expression morphed between sneering and anger as small explosions came from his hands. "What you gonna do, Deku? Call your mommy?" "Yeah, we all know you're a chicken. Won't even show us your quirk. So, get out of the way," said the plump-winged kid. Stomping his feet harder in protest, he screamed, "No, not until you stop this." He put on a brave face, but inside, he was shaking stronger than any earthquake. What's this?" Katsuki said, raising a brow in disgust and raising a fist. "Deku growing a bone? What do you say, guys? Shall we teach him a lesson?" His body shook, but he didn't move. Please stop this. This isn't nice." "What did I say, Deku?" Kakin moved slowly towards him. "What you gon' do about it?" Izuku closed his hand. A hero is someone who is always there to help. Just like his father. Like All Might. "Stop this." Before Izuku knew it, his fist landed on something soft, and said something landed on the sand followed by a shout. Upon opening his eyes, he was shocked. His fist forward, feet spread wide apart, and hand level on his waist like those people in movies do. "Stop this. It's not nice." Cowering before the glare, he still stood his ground. "What did you say, nerd? I do whatever I want. I am a hero material." "You can't do that. All Might is never that mean. He helps people." Katsuki's face looked at him wide-eyed, then back to glaring. "Why dash?" "Midoriya, Izuku. Midoriya. Midoriya." Izuku woke up, groaning, staring at a white-furred creature with a scar on its right eye and wearing clothes. "I still dreamin'," he said, blinking at the creature. "I'm afraid not, Midoriya-kun." The creature smiled at him. "It's me, Principal Nedzu." It took a second of blinking before he shouted, and stand only for his vision to blur, then lose his footing and fall. He screamed as he fell. Hard hands caught him, and when he opened his eyes, he stared at Kirishima's worried face. If it wasn't for Kirishima catching him, Izuku would be on the floor. He bowed to the creature before him. "Good afternoon, Principal Nedzu." "Good afternoon, 1A class representative." It would be a pleasant afternoon were it not for our current crisis. Their small principal stood on his desk, head held high and hands behind his back. A silent pride that knows he's in command. "We have no time for niceties, Midoriya," Vlad King said, approaching him. The hero's eyes said it all. There was urgency by his eyes alone. Following the hero was Cementos, Midnight, and Present Mike. Even the jovial voice hero looked at him seriously. "We know you're tired, but can you transport us to USJ 13 and Eraserhead needs us. We need to show the villains who they're messing with." Midnight licked her lips slowly. "Where's All Might Sensei?" "Ectoplasm," Momo asked, looking at their teachers. "Unavailable," was all Vlad said with finality. The teen swallowed hard. He was spent, but he could push himself go on if he to. He nodded slowly and turned facing a wall. Supported by Kirishima, he focused on the endpoint, imagining the entrance of USJ. The greenhead didn't let his fatigue stop him as he put his remaining energy on making the portal. Izuku looked back. Ida and Kirishima were the ones closest to him, and he trusted his new friends to catch him if he falls. All Might's successor leaned against the other teen as the human-sized warp appeared and swirled on the wall. Maintaining the warp made him grit his teeth, with each breath getting heavier and heavier. "I can't hold it long enough. Go, please." The teachers of UA didn't waste any time and ran. The moment all passed through, he released his hold of the warp and leaned on his friend while ignoring his aching body. Here, in his hazy vision, a blurry red and yellow clothed person gave him something. He knew it was the vice class rep from the voice alone. Izuku squinted to see what she was holding out to him. "It's an energy drink, Midoriya," Momo said as if predicting his thoughts. He thanked the girl and chugged the liquid faster than he'd like that he nearly choked. Katsuki returned and gave him food and more drinks, which he silently thanked him. "Where's Ida-kun?" His vision was slowly returning, and looking around, he could see the others seated properly, some on the desk and others on the desk themselves. He went looking for other teachers. "Do you guys think the teachers will be all right?" Ashido asked, tone very lackluster. Thanking Kirishima for seating him, he calmed himself that he sent the others to their death and sharing the pink-haired girl's worry. Hey, don't worry, guys, Hanta replied, his words so assured. Izuku wished he shared the teen's optimism. Aren't they pro-heroes? They handle these kinds of things all the time, right? Dumbass. Kakin interrupted the taped teen. You think that, Dash? Mineta raised a fist in protest and glaring at his friend. That was uncalled for, but Kagu. Zero has a point, you know. Guys, Kakin's right. What? How can you say that? Kaminari, seated on the chair behind him, complained. Just hear me out, okay? Breathing deeply, Izuku leaned back on his chair. His mind went to overdrive speculating the hows and whys. The villain knew they were. How? His eyes widened in realization, the media incident. Aizawa-sensei said that the alarm was activated when the media trespassed on school grounds. Someone must have used the chaos to infiltrate the school. How? The quirk needed for such would be. Deku. Katsuki interrupted, snapping his fingers in front of him. Focus. Fucking tell us already. Sorry. He muttered lowly, getting back on his original point. He could feel the eyes of each and everyone in the room on him. It's a well-known fact that UA has pros as part of their teaching staff. Even the news of All Might teaching is known now. So, why would the villains openly attack without any form of advantage? He let his words sink in before continuing. There are two reasons I could think why. They are confident in their abilities, or they have a plan. Even both. I'm willing to bet that they may have possibly sabotaged the security system in USJ. So, Momo said calmly, then sighing and crossing her arms. You're saying the villains came prepared then? I see your point. The teachers looked shocked as us. This means that they didn't know we are attacked. What weapon could they have that would make them so confident? Attacking a hero school is preposterous no matter what plan they have. Not to mention UA has All Might as one of its teachers. Their chances of succeeding in their assault are small considering all faculty members are pro-heroes. Tokoyami grunted. If it is as you say, then not only would the alert systems not alert the school, there would be many villains there. Aizawa-sensei, 13 and the others are at a severe disadvantage then. Izuku was getting to that, but he nodded at the shadow quirk teen. Do you think we should do something? Hagakure asked. Are you saying what I think you're saying? It's suicide, their shortest classmate screamed, waving his arms. We're just students, what can we do? We should just call more heroes for help. Izuku shook his head. No, how about we scout what is happening and check out how the battle is going? Turning to the vice rep, he then said firmly, Momo, can you create a drone? It's small enough to create quickly, right? After that, we can decide what to do. Izuku hoped they were wrong, but his gut screamed at him. It just doesn't make sense that the villains would attack UA students and teachers in school grounds without some sort of plan or weapon strong enough to counter for anything that would derail their plan. All Might or not, Izuku didn't know why, but he had this nasty feeling in his gut. Maybe he was just being too paranoid? The nearly naked girl didn't waste time as she turned, and from her came a drone with a camera and a projector. Do you think, Dash, that the range will reach it? It will, the girl cut off Ojiro. It will take too long to explain the specifics, and we have no time, but yes, it will reach up to that range. Open a warp gate. Half a person's size, a Mineta-sized gate. Gnashing his teeth as his strength, the space in front of him blurred and darkened. The drone rushed, and Izuku let go immediately. Momo projected the image on the board. The drone came out on the USJ entrance and flew higher and zoomed in the battle in the fountain. Around the fountain were many unmoving bodies and some still standing or falling to the ground. More and more villains came from the other faux disaster areas. Inhaling automatically, the image had him losing his breath. The heroes were struggling. Two bulky-like creatures with bird-like head fought Vlad, Present Mike, Midnight, and Cementos. The unmoving form Aizawa-sensei and 13 were guarded by Principal Nedzu as he remained vigilant on their position on the bottom of the stairs facing the villain leader directly. The muscular men rushed faster than they could see. Vlad rushed towards one, meeting it head-on and dodging the punch, then trapping it with his blood. Present Mike screamed at the dark blue bird villain, but it remained on the spot as its body turned silver. Midnight dashed to it and attacked, but her CQC didn't do anything to it at all. Midnight jumped back and released pink gas from her body, making more enemies fall, but the muscular men still stood as if nothing happened. A collective sigh came from them. Only a dark, misty guy and a hand-covered person who stood by the fountain remained along with the two monsters fighting. They could do this. He prayed for their success. The relief turned to worry as electricity passed all around the villains, making them spasm for a second before their bodies moved slowly, indicating their wakefulness. The electricity undid Midnight's effort of decreasing the enemy numbers. The creatures roared as Cementos trapped the two in a block of cement. He was relieved their teachers got this, but not a moment later they freed themselves and sending debris flying everywhere. The cement hero then released a wave of cement, sent a wave of earth to the masses of villains coming for them, making them fly. But the two bird creatures handled it and withstood the attack. Just how strong are those two? Cementos attacked the two with his quirk as the other heroes retreated to where he was. His attacks were shrugged off easily as if the hero's quirk were nothing. How? Came the gasp of Hagakure. The weapon. A counter to the heroes. These heroes are trained, even a veteran in this job. Yet two people can rival them? Shakily, Izuku stood having had enough. They need to do something. Anything. They're losing, said the muscular Sato. Two impossible words to be found in together, heroes and losing. How could the two monster-like men handle these veteran heroes so easily? Everyone, sorry for the wait. I brought more dash. Izuku turned to Ida, bursting to the door. Ingenium's younger brother froze, stopping at the image before him. What is that? Ida's voice wavered at the end of his words. Live image at the USJ, Karo. Power Loader came rushing and stopping at the image too. Power Loader Sensei, where are the others? Uraraka asked. The hero merely shook his head in negative. They'll be a little late. Villain attacks occurred throughout the city. Some of the teachers had to be deployed to help contain the attack. A bad timing or pre-planned. Either way at this point, there is a chance that the teachers in USJ will be hurt. Power Loader Sensei, allow me to come with you. Izuku bowed as he pleaded with the hero. He couldn't let the teachers suffer for them. If he could alleviate some of their burdens, he would. No, the short man replied sternly. This is no place for students. Now kindly transport me to them, young man. But Sensei, the others will not last long if they keep fighting that too and the villains from the other areas, reasoned the green-haired youth. And the other teachers will not be here on time if you're the only one here now. Allow me to support you. We are trained for this. We can handle this. He didn't want to involve the others in his selfish and impulsive decisions. Oi, Deku, Kaken called. A fist hitting a palm, echoing followed. Don't forget us, fucking nerd. We're not about to let those villains go attacking our teacher. Our ticket to pro hero. He looked shocked as his vice rep, Momo, walked and did the same thing as him. Please. We know it is dangerous, but at this rate, they won't be able to handle that many villains while fighting the two large ones. We will support you by distracting the other villains while you confront the dangerous ones. No. Izuku whirled, voicing his objections. It's too dangerous. Isn't it the leader's job to keep those who trusted him safe? They trusted him, and he would not let themselves be hurt if he could help it. Izuku-chan. Azui stepped up and looked at him directly. We know what you're feeling, and we know it's dangerous, but no, you cannot do it alone. Like Aizawa-sensei said, trust in your comrades. The teen froze, realizing that Azui was right. Still, it was dangerous. Hypocrite, he thought, his mind betraying him. Fine, Power Loader sighed. You students are right, but only the underlings. Fight them to give your teachers some breathing room and nothing more. Leave those dangerous four to us. No stupid heroics. Got that? Yes, sir. If there ever was a time that 1A felt together in their 3 days of knowing each other, it was at this moment. That was why he stood strong despite his body's weariness. Izuku knelt when on the ground upon releasing the warp. He can't make more warp, or his body will give up and faint. I'm fine, he said, holding out a hand to stop them as he slowly stood. Bakugo handed him an energy bar that he ate quickly. The Power Loader Sensei was already gone when he looked around. Looking at Momo, they nodded at each other. As planned, Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, Aoyama, and Kyuko will stay in the center to help the heroes. Ida, Sato, Ojiro, Hagakure, and Ishido will go to the fire. Mineta, Azui, Kaminari, Koda, and I will go the landslide while the last team will go for the storm. Did everybody get that? Ida said loudly. He was shaking like the rest of them, whether in fear, excitement, or possibly both, he didn't know. But they had no choice but to do this if they want to save the teachers. This is the pro-hero world, the teen thought as he shook where he stood. Everything was overwhelming him. Everybody. Izuku felt his shoulders grew heavy looking into each of his classmates' eyes. Be careful. Todoroki, iced the floor. The floor turned glacial white in a span of seconds as far as their eyes can see. Everyone dispersed while the villains were still distracted. Kaken grabbed him and Aoyama. Gyro hopped onto his friend's back. They all held to him tightly, as his friend jumped from the top of the stairs and went blasting upwards. The wind blew against them as gravity pulled on their total heavy mass. Kaken. His blind friend ignored him as they kept falling. Kaken. He screamed again. His nerves were killing him. The teen trusted Katsuki, but he hates it when he does things like this. Monsieur, we are not slowing down. Kaken shouted, hands pointing to the pavement, letting off a huge blast that greatly reducing their falling speed. Izuku grunted as he rolled on the pavement. An unknown face loomed before him, making the teen scream in fright. Cover your ears and hold your ground. The teen did so. His ears thrummed in pain from the screech that he knew came from present Mike, but not before sending the villains away with flurries of kick and punches. Roughly pulling him up and pushing him backward, he fell on his rear. Izuku retreated to where the other teachers and principal were. Their backs were covered by the stairs. The icy layered ground from before was blown away. On the edges of his vision, midnight distracted the monstrous villain. What are you doing back here? Aizawa-sensei demanded while glaring at him. Their sensei managed to keep his cold look despite his injured state. Izuku avoided looking at the arms bleeding profusely circling the erasure hero in a literal heap of a bloody mess, and briefly turned to 13, whose suit has been ripped violently from the back. I told you to take them to safety, Midoriya. Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry, sensei. He muttered loud enough for Eraserhead to hear. His hand still shook, but he clenched and opened it slowly. But we can't, knowing that you guys needed help. All heroes will be late responding, cause they're responding to an attack on the city. I dare say that attack is most likely planned by the villains, Principal Nedzu stated calmly. Why was their principal so calm about this? He didn't look worried at all. Izuku dashed forward and dodging the melee between the two muscular men and the team of Vlad King and Midnight. Running towards the gathered villains where ice and explosion threw some away. He kicked one on the shins making him fall. He followed it with a one-for-all-powered punch. The teen sidestepped as a spiked arm nearly hit him. No chance for any other movements as he found himself surrounded. He focused on one-for-all on his fingers. He breathed harshly as he then flicked the two fingers on opposing directions, sending the thugs away. Fuck, he broke his other finger. His chest burned from its lack of air, and every movement he did served to only exhaust him more. He was already feeling his arm becoming sluggish, but still, he fought. Izuku jumped aside as a hair whipped hit where he was seconds ago. He rolled right, as a bulky man dashed madly towards him. His right forefinger nerves hurt as he clenched his hands and pouring the legacy given to him. Non, monsieur. You shall not erase his twinkling light. Boy, was he relieved when light blue laser intercepted him in time. The naval laser then did a wide arc left hitting a lot of villains. Cover your ears, Midoriya. Kyukajiru ran towards him and stood still. Shrill sound once again invaded his hearing. The girl ran and quickly propped him up as his savior pulled him towards the naval laser user. Are you okay, Midoriya? Izuku nodded tersely. He didn't know if he could last long he can, because even if it was to make a simple sound was tiring enough. His body cried in protest in its need for energy. His knees quivered. His finger lit up with pain. Still, plus ultra, he roared. Many villains came to them, but Aoyama's laser drove them back. His classmates' sound waves drove the crowd as they flew away or covered their ears. Seeing an opportunity, the green-headed teen attacked. Smash! He screamed, punching the air and sending more of their opponents back. The teen hissed. That nearly destroyed his arm. His freaking arm hurt. Scratch that. His hand beat painfully. He could do nothing but grit his teeth. Ah, the blonde grunted. My navel. He gnashed his teeth in pain. That attack nearly destroyed his arm, and still, the villains kept getting back up and were surrounding them. They needed to regroup. Izuku moved closer to his fellow heroes in training. They're encircling us, muttered their raven-haired female classmate. He was near her to notice her shaking. All three of them were. The villains grinned and smirked at them, assured in their victory against high school kids. This is the life of a hero. He formed a fist and winced from the pain coming from the right one. Endless fighting for stability and peace. Aoyama, Hyuga. Izuku held his injured arm. Let's regroup with Kaken and Todoroki. Ahead of them, the continuous blast sent villains flying and further left, while simultaneously villains froze and stopped as ice headed towards the masses of thugs. On a count of 3, all of us attack and run towards them. Looking at his classmate, he nodded discreetly at them and ran to his target, who did not expect him to rush. He jumped and punching his target, and before screaming, Hyuga, Aoyama, now. The sound blasting distracted their foes, and lasers hitting made them cry in pain. Looking back, the two followed him to the two powerhouses of their class. Those fucks will pay. Get him. His winded lungs can't take any more running. Still, plus ultra. His mind roared. This was to be their duty. To be the shield against those who threaten others. Crap. They have someone fast with them. The villains were quick on their pace. Even as they had head start, they're still catching up. Look out, cried Izuku. Someone wielding a weapon caught with his two classmates first. Quickly as he can, the teen turned and channeling the power into his legs. The offender's shock face was evident up close as Izuku screamed, smash. He huffed and then winced as his whole arm became stiff and painful. Go on, he managed to say with gritted teeth as he fell to his knees. Are you okay? Damn it. The teen grinded his teeth. They're still coming towards us. Worry about yourself, idiot. Aoyama, ordered the sound quirk teen. Izuku protested, but Hyuga would have none of it as she stubbornly supported him. Cover me. Don't let them near us. Hyuga's sound helped in deterring the attackers. Seeing as they were distracted, the three of them ran. He could only hesitantly accept the help as three of them retreat to the stairs fast as they could, away from where the action villains and far behind the protection of the heroes. Fortunately, their enemies didn't follow them. From their vantage point, everything was chaotic. Villains lumped together attacked the ice, an explosion on the left. On the fountain, dust rose continuously as the three pro-hero teachers fought the muscleman, while the misty villain and the one with many hands on his body only watched. He could see Power Loader fighting villains far on the other side. In between the mountain and fire where numerous villains lay. The hero kept them at bay with ease as no villain passed by him, and into midnight, Present Mike and Cementos battle. Midnight, called Present Mike, his voice reaching them as he looked at her. The hero jumped back from the swipe of the silver muscleman. Izuku gaped when the R-rated hero was sent flying to a tree. The skills of these two villains were staggering. Freeing himself from Kyukajiru, he faltered on his own but stood back up again. Midoriya, stop being stubborn before you hurt yourself more. Hyuga went to support him once more. Grip stronger this time. Aoyama seconded. Too much dazzling may hurt your eyes. His arm hurts too much, but he must press on. Let us handle this, monsieur. His protest died in his mouth when only grunting came from him. His classmate positioned himself before him and fired lasers at the villain. Eyes getting blurry and struggling to see. Someone screamed something, but his heart leaped when the dazzling laser of Aoyama reflected from the villain's now silver skin. Not much has passed when a sudden looming shadow stood over the three of them. His mouth went dry, heart beating faster than the train, his vision clearing, an entire body shaking in fear. Move. Move. The muscular villain with hands raised now brought it down. The world became still for Midoriya Izuku. Slowly but surely, he could see the threatening silver-coated arms about to hit them all. Move. Pain. That was what he felt as he laid on the stairs, a groaning mess, and the battle was forgotten. His body cried in protest, but he didn't let that stop him get up as loud, thundering footsteps approached. Shaking and aching hands supported his slowly riding body. Izuku could only ignore the pain for so long before his body gives up, but it was not this time. This time was the time to stand, to fight, and to keep him going. Eyes fall on the threat as slowly he pulled himself back from the monster that easily blew them away. The dark blue villain head tilted downwards and back facing the light. The shadow shrouding his face and form together with its blank eyes froze him. His instinct screamed at him to get the fucking out, but he cannot even breathe. The realization of the futility of his action didn't hit him until it stood above him as its skin then shined glittering silver as more light reflected from its hardened skin. Its hand slowly raised once more. Izuku screamed in defiance as the villain dropped his fist. He too met its fist with his open hand and cried as the agony slowly flowed and doubled on his arm. He bears it all. Bear every scrap and pieces of anguish as dark red and black swallowed the monster, and he held it long as he could before releasing his hold on it. Only when he felt safe did he roll left and let himself, for however short, follow what his body ordered. Man, R-O-U-O-I, a blurry-voiced person's face was covered in shadows asked. Okay, he felt himself shake involuntarily. What's going? Izuku, with some coherent thought, had to warn the man away from USJ. Run, villain attack. Call for LP. His vision dimmed once more. Yeah. Miria. Midori. The loud wind blew and drowned all the other voices. Thundering blasts echoed. Bleary eyes slowly opened as pink was the first he saw. The person's relief was evident. You worried us there for a second, Midori. AR dash. Izuku leaned forward to hear what was said. Are you bleeding? The pink-skinned girl's scream was lost among the mess of the rumbling winds that kept threatening to send them flying. Squinting to see better, Ashido's familiar back and yellow eyes met his. Mina? Pull him up. We gotta go before things get worse. Someone said. Truthfully, Izuku didn't care at the moment, as all he cared at this moment was wincing and crying from the returning throb of pain everywhere. A growl followed. Fucked, Deka's arm is busted. You want to make it worse? Stop it, both of you. A sharp feminine voice cut the chatter. In any case, lift him slowly. We don't want to make his pain worse. Slowly, he was raised and his winced more as his right arm flared. He nearly lost his footing as intense winds hit him. Ahead, on the fountain, 3 figures fought. We'll go ahead, someone said neutrally. Kirishima's wound may worsen if not properly treated soon. The teen waited for his vision to really clear, and he was shocked, surprised, at the scene as he just comprehended it now. All Might, he groaned and squinting his eyes to see better. What about the other teachers? His 2 classmates turned as he and the other 1A students went up the stairs. Even from their distance, the punches were so powerful fierce winds and sound waves hit them. Some of them screamed from its force. Focus, Midoriya-kun, Ida stated. We need to get out. Do not worry about the others. They are safe and protected by Cementos-sensei. The other heroes will be here in 10 minutes, Kaminari said amidst the chaos. The hitch and hesitation in his voice very much clear. Looking around, Izuku's classmate was feeling the same as they hurried towards their safety. Even so, Izuku couldn't help but get worried. Especially for All Might, who are fighting 2 of those villains which took everything of Vlad King, Cementos, Midnight, and Present Mike to keep at bay. The 2 monsters are a league of their own. Shigaraki Tamura scratched his neck, grinning madly behind the attached hand on his face. His plan was perfect. Perfect. Even Sensei praised him so. The young man chuckled even as winds threatened to blow him away. Gather many villains as he can, infiltrate UA for All Might's schedule, and separate the student and let the minions handle them. Let All Might worry for his students. Distract and attack. It was perfect. Nearly perfect, he growled. Numu 1 and 2 were the most powerful arsenal of the first batch. With Numu 1's regeneration, shock nullifier, strength amongst its primary quirks, All Might was no match. The hero was even more so out of his league with Numu 2. With silver hardening quirk, super speed, super strength, and hardened bones as quirks, the number 1 hero will die by his hands. Both of them had buffs capable of withstanding the final boss. And with the 2 of them as a team, their levels would be enough to overwhelm All Might. Tamura cackled in glee at the thought of seeing the bloody form of All Might, but all of it ended with one mishap. It shocked Tamura when Kurojairi reported the student's disappearance. He was about to lose it earlier too when the unexpected golden egg appeared in the midst of the hero course brats. Who would have thought that UA has gotten their hand on a warp user? He even did not anticipate their return and expecting a quirk like Sensei's liquid-like warp quirk, not a Kurojury-type quirk. He laughed when the fucking warp user even brought them more heroes to crush, as if Eraserhead and 13 wasn't enough. They had to offer Present Mike, Midnight, Cementos, and Vlad King. The tastiest treat was the principal of the damned school. Too bad they got away when All Might arrived. Well, it was a joy in seeing Midnight fly into a tree. It was a shame they only returned with the weak hero as power loader. Nomu too would have loved to smash other heroes, especially that arrogant Endeavor's face to pieces. Oh well, he'll get his chance later. Still, Sensei would be most pleased by this since he'd been searching for good quirks. Whoever the warp kid was, Tamura knew its usefulness would make his League of Villains escape easier with 2 warp users. He would find the damned kid, force him to join them one or die. A teleportation mage was not easy to find after all. If he deprives the hero of it, the better. Nomu number 2 punched All Might and sending him skidding back. That one attack most likely drained a lot of the hero's health. His 2 Numis traded blows with the clearly angry number 1 hero. Nomu 2 activated his hardened skin and attacked the said hero from behind. The blonde hero kicked the silver creature. Yeah, screeched Present Mike. Black mist immediately covered him as his attention shifted to the annoying voice hero's vocal screech-like attack. The attack lasted for so long, but it didn't affect him so much. The sound shifted somewhere, probably where the hero was. Kurojairi let go of his cover as Tamura and his ally faced off with Vlad and Mike. Eyes shifting left, Cementos was back and covering the hero's back from the Nomu with his Earth-like ability. Back for more, he muttered in excited and grinned in anticipation. He'd enjoy destroying Eraserhead's arms. He'd even enjoy more the thought of decaying Mick's throat. The light blue-haired young man knew how strong the Nomus were, and knowing All Might's weakened condition as stated by Sensei, it'd take care of him and that annoying Cementos in no time. Maybe in the meantime, he could enjoy himself too. Gauge where his level was at. Kurogiri encircled him and in defense of the voice hero's attack, who then spread out towards the bloody, quirked hero. Tamura ran for the other hero since he uses his voice in long-range attacks like a mage or rogue. In order for Tamura to take out his enemy's HP, he would have to get in close and personal. Sensei did not train him personally for nothing. He first reached out open-handed to the hero who deftly deflected his attack. Not even touching his hands, only wrist, followed by a knee which he has his hands ready. What happened next was fast as Present Mick's other feet kicked him. The kicks sent him flying and rolling a few times, but Tamura then found balance in a span of seconds as he flipped back many times and skidding by a few meters. Heroes, Tamura said to himself, feeling the excitement bubble in his chest. This is how heroes fight. Ha ha ha. I can see why our minions lost. He can see why heroes have lasted this long. Their skills were nothing to laugh at. Normal heroes were a cut above the normal villains. I know your quirk, villain, he said as he then changed stance. Despite the hero's lightheartedness as often seen in television, Present Mike did not have it for he was all serious. You destroy everything you touch. Eraserhead must have told him. He kept his gaze at his enemy and quickly to his surroundings. On his far left, the boss battle still continued, and no side seemed to be winning, but if his master's words were correct, which he always was, then a little more push, and their level 99 pawn would crush him. On his right, Kurogiri, even as a support type, handled the red-clad hero well and deflecting his punches and protecting his only weak spot. I'll tell you this now. The hero lowered his head. His sunglasses glinted darkly in the natural dim setting of the place. You won't harm any of our young listeners or our comrades. Tamura sneered, and feeling his anger rose at the obvious boasting of the hero. He wanted to say something, but instead, he cackled realizing how wrong he was. So wrong. Weren't heroes supposed to be right and correct all the time? Like how Eraserhead, 13, and Midnight wasn't harmed. A hero? As if that wasn't enough, he beamed at the blonde hero he faced. Even your brats was hit too. Too bad the Numu can't kill those three. Not an ounce of emotion got out of present Mike. Not even a status condition that would tip this battle to his win. After all, he knows how double-sided anger was. A boost in strength, but could potentially kill you with the loss of focus. His body tensed. The time for talk is over, and he ran forward and rolled left. The young man quickly got up and dashed to the hero who stopped his MP attack. Tamura struck, but each attack was deflected easily, and every counterattack present Mike did hurt. The skinny-looking support mage was this strong. He growled at his punches, kicks, and defenses falling short against his fight. Damn it, is the level gap between us that big? Was his level enough? Tamura covered his ears when present Mike screamed, and he felt himself being lifted and blown off. The young man grunted when he hit something hard. He growled angrily. He may be losing this battle, but he'll win the game in the end. Kirojiri, he called. Immediately, his misty ally vanished and returned to his side. Their two groups, on each side and very much tense as the boss battle raged on, faced each other. Shigaraki, we cannot defeat them. I advise against fighting them head-on. The young man clicked his tongue. Damn it, he muttered whilst he took a deep breath. Numa 2. Attack present Mike and Vlad King. TCH. He scoffed, rolling his shoulders and feeling it. Mick's attack was stronger than he thought for his shoulders, and back gave a throbbing agony that refuses to ebb. It sucks he can't kill him personally. A clapping thunder made him whip his head to the left to where the source was. Smash! The winds grew stronger as he crossed his arms. All Might's punches were not stopping anytime soon. Cementos, block it. The number 1 hero ward. Plus ultra. His words broke the chaos of the winds. The single loudest thundering sound reverberated as Numu 1 was sent flying back and followed by Cementos, creating a thick block. Kirojiri. His ally didn't waste any time and got them out, appearing in the water stage behind All Might. The dust that settled after that attack was great that it covered half the battlefield. Thud. Thud. Something hitting a very hard object as another set of dust was created. What was happening? Tamura wondered. Was his Numus winning? He knew that number 1 wouldn't be put out of commission that easily. Thud. Thud. Bumps. Clangs. Thumps. With each hit that echo, winds were created blowing the dust. A large block of crack-covered cement now stood on the large part of the USJ from the center to the dome, and could he only stare at it in silence. The huge object was cracked all over. That was what surprised him. No, he doesn't care about that. He cared about what was deeply embedded in it. There, a large crack and hole cratered the damn thing. Deep inside that block, the young man knew was his Numus. How? The large block slowly covered and healed from the cracks, trapping his minions in it. Disbelief hit Tamura harder than present Mick's attack. His shock turned to anger. What? How is that possible? He screamed. The young man screamed to the heavens, to himself, and to the world of the unfairness of it all. They were supposed to win. He was prepared. He planned it all down to the simple details. He had everything figured out. How? 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 How the fuck? Tamura growled, fist clenched tightly. Those who have quests always win. Damn it all. From his distance, All Might on the 4 of the dust turned. All around the dust still settled gradually. Out of the smoke, the 3 heroes came out standing tall and proud. Midnight and Cementos was haggard and hunched, but still they stood. They are mocking me. Just because their level is higher than ours doesn't mean they can look down on me. It's impossible for 2 level 99 to lose against a final boss. What annoyed him the most was the ever-present smile of All Might, still present, as if he disregarded everything that happened before. He was bloody and injured all over, but still, he remained strong. Calm down, Shigaraki Tamura. Calm. I am calm. Gnashing his teeth in frustration. He wanted to do something. Anything. To wipe that smug smile of All Might. He didn't respond to the words of the dark, misty man. Kirojiri, Sensei said he was weak. Why is he not dead yet? His hands itched to scratch his neck, but he may need it for something else, like destroying Mick's throat. When no response came from his fellow villain, Tamura glared at him. Our 2 level 99 was supposed to clear him for good. Nails raking his neck, the young man growled. This wasn't how it was supposed to turn out. You. The edge of All Might's voice was clearly evident, even the distance between them. How dare you harm the students and my comrades just to get to me? You said you wanted to clear me. The hero raised his fist and pointed it at him, making Tamura angrier then. Then here I am, villain. Shigaraki Tamura, it would be best if we retreat for now. You win this time. All Might. Behind the hand covering his face, Tamura glared strongly at the heroes. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He wanted to destroy something. Anything. He planned this so hard and his efforts were wasted. Just because of the mishap of not knowing a warp user among the students. If he ever knew the identity of the warp mage, then he would be the first to go. He would die. By my hands, if need be. His ashes would be spread across the world. Tamura slowly retreated and Kurojiri encircled him. He heard the loud bang of guns firing, but he didn't care as he fumed silently. What they witnessed was something he knew would stay with them for the rest of their lives. The gap between them and their heroes was something like an unjumpable cliff. One looks down, and the only thing one would see would be the abyss staring right back with no way to get across. The gap seemed impossible to pass just by looking at it. How did the heroes do it? How did they get to where they were now? Now did it only seem to register to him how much they still have to do to get out of the shadows of the heroes and cross the distanced lands and cliffs? This is what being the symbol of peace really means. This is what a hero really means. So many thoughts crossed Izuku's thoughts as he, together with his fellow trainees, fathomed all that they had seen with their young and inexperienced minds, of what it meant to be a hero. The weight on his shoulders became heavier when his gaze turned to his classmates. That was so. Minetta's breath hitched for a second. So, their shortest classmate paused. I never expected this. Izuku could understand him. Words alone cannot really express what they saw with their eyes. It was like personally witnessing gods of old in tales and legends fight. Every smite, a wind formed. A strike, lightning rumbled. Every step, the earth shook. We are the demigods watching gods battle each other. Kakin, who supported him, stiffened. Who the fuck would, muttered his best friend. His best friend who loves to flaunt his strength. The one who constantly pushed him as he does the same was speechless. The most powerful person he knew was flabbergasted. Mouth agape in wonder. Izuku let it sink in for a moment before marching boots and orders were being shouted. Police entered the USJ premises along with doctors and nurses led by the youthful heroine. Authorities gave them blankets and led them to the ambulance while he was laid down on a stretcher by two rescuers. Useless. Izuku blinked swiftly as he looked at his friends. Momo's dislocated shoulder on a cast. Uraraka, Sato, Mashareo, and Mineta limping, aided by police and nurses. Bruises all over Kaminari's form. Ida's armor torn from the battle and full of gashes. Hyuka and Aoyama bleeding, probably from the strike of the monster. A large bleeding gash on Kirishima's chest and left arm. He can't take it any longer. The teen looked away, eyes downcast. If only he were stronger, then this. This would have been avoided. If only. I've been stronger. Midoriya-kun greeted the elderly hero whose expression revealed nothing. He was sure that she was going to scold him for his reckless behavior, for being such an idiot and leading 1A to their deaths. He was going to face the consequences. Are you all right? All right was a relative term. What does it mean to be all right in this situation? He failed as a leader. He was even given the trust of others. What did he do? The teen got them out of the pan and put them into the fire. That was how terrible he was. Not so much, he smiled weakly. Body hurts. My right arm and finger hurts. She patted his head gently and then kissed his forehead. What was left of his strength faded. The world became a jumble of colors for a second, and it has gone not a minute after. You know that's not what I mean. The throbbing of his arms faded to nearly nothing. His tear ducts betrayed him. Was it raining? I failed. Choked words came out of him. I failed as a leader. Here he was, the class representative of 1A. The leader who was supposed to help his comrades, friends, and allies from harm, and yet, what an astronomical disaster. All of them were injured. What's more, he was the helpless one of them all in the end. Recovery Girl's eyes reminded him of his mother whose patience seemed to be infinite. her expression that frowns, not because of negativity, but because of compassion and understanding. The eyes that can melt any anger he has. Seeing the familiarity in it, Izuku's chest rose up and down in haste. "Shoo," the elder replied. "Rest knowing that you did your best." Something pricked his arm but ignored it. The smiling visage of Recovery Girl was the last thing he saw. Around him, darkness ruled. Not a speck of light twinkled, sparkled, or shined. Those that did quickly snuff out. Izuku walked and walked. The horizon wasn't coming any closer, no matter how long he trekked the darkness. What was going on? Where am I? Up ahead on the distance, he saw a shimmering light. His eyes grew dim. He had to stop. Was the light getting nearer? Holding his arm to block the dazzling light, the teen can't see anything. His skin boiled as the light got closer. So, Izuku turned his back on it. Every second the mini-sun approached, lightning struck the ground. The ground shook. All he could do was scream helplessly when the sun burned his back with the ticking time it came nearer. Izuku tried to run, but his feet defy his command. He wanted to crawl, but his body froze. What is happening? His breath hitched, and his body tightened as a giant hand had him. Breathing became hard labor. Movement stopped. What? He slowly turned his head. Blank bird faced being stared. Get away. He winced and rolled to the side. Midori. Someone screamed. Izuku rolled and crawled under the bed when the strong arms forcefully pulled him. The world closed in on him as the grip tightened. A looming shadow came over, heart running wild. He kicked his attacker to escape faster. Izuku cried as chill struck him. His movements hindered. The teen stopped moving in futility and summoned a gate. Midoriya. Izuku blinked as something hard hit his head, gave slowly moving upwards. Pink and white greeted standing against the light greeted him that he had to squint. Recovery Girl? Now realizing whose ice this was, he then said, Todoroki. Wavering voice from him called out. He breathed deeply, finding the center within himself. Are you okay? Replied a gentle voice. Recovery Girl met his gaze with her smiling expression. You were thrashing quite bad in your bed. Just a dream, he muttered. Try nightmare. His mind quietly snarked, but he didn't voice it. His clothes dripped now from the quickly melting ice. Then thankfully accepting the help of Mizo, whose multiple appendages easily propped him right. Hey, cheeks heating up, Izuku swallowed hard. Sorry for the kick, Mezukuen. HMP. Came the affronted grunting of Ishido. It wasn't him, Midori. Izuku paled. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Turning, the pink girl's glower was the first thing he saw. Sorry, Ishido-san. A vague shaky smiled on his face, remembering the dream and flinching for a second. It's reflex. The pink-skinned girl crossed her arms and her expression softened. Well, sorry for scaring you, Midori. No, it's okay, he returned. It's my fault. His words died in his mouth before they could be uttered. The curtains separated the beds. The teen couldn't see who was behind the curtains, but he might as well see their forms. Their resting forms in the bed, bandaged and forever scarred by his inadequacies as a leader. Izuku clenched his fist as the sudden heavy feeling settled in his chest settled. The events came crashing back to him, and he had to close his eyes to shut the images out. I'm sorry. For being a shitty leader. Sorry. The teen blinked, but his efforts were for naught. Tears streaming wet his cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for bringing you to danger. I'm sorry. He shook his head, eyes closed tight as he tried to keep the tears, but they threatened to get out of his moistening eyes. Midoriya. A cold hand settling on his shoulder. Todoroki's clear and calm voice called him. Looking at the heterochromatic eyes bore on his, and the other's expression gave nothing away, making him wince looking at those eyes directly, and avoided it. It was our choice to fight. You did nothing wrong. But Mizo's hold on him tightened. He's correct, Midoriya. The six-armed teen interrupted. Don't be too hard on yourself. You did your best leading us. If it weren't for your decision to help the teacher, they would have been dead. Izuku couldn't accept that. He nearly led them to their death. I failed. Izuku dear. His gaze moved to their pro-hero school nurse when she tapped his shin with her cane. Recovery Girl sighed, and then gently smiled. I know the job of a leader is indeed not simple, but you did all right, especially since we saw the battle from here with the drone. All I could say is you did the best you could to lead your friends. Do not doubt yourself in that regard. Their nurse ordered Shoji to set him on the side of the bed as she followed and looked at him closely. Trust me when I say the heroes and staff of UA are grateful for A's actions. The elderly heroine stated, patting his knee, and turned to leave. Think about what I said, dearie. I'll be back after I check on your injured teachers. His words got stuck in his throat, looking at his now healed arm. Is everyone all right? Hey, Ishido called. She beamed at him, which Izuku couldn't help but return. Albeit a small one. I get it. You're worried about them, but they're fine now. They made it. We all made it. We all made the choice, and we made it through that. And as A's representative Midori, you don't have to bear it all. Ishido's right, Mezu seconded. The pink girl protested and cutting off whatever the tall teen was supposed to say. You guys can call me Mina. Mezu Shoji sighed. Mina's right. Was that a little sarcasm he detected? All of us made our choice to go back. You shouldn't blame yourself, Midoriya. Plus, Todoroki, who leaned on the wall, arms crossed, added, injuries in a fight can't be stopped. Just be thankful no one died. He was thankful for their words, for it lifted his guilt, but still the feeling of fault stayed. If only Izuku was stronger. Thanks, guys. Izuku smiled. TCH, sneered a familiar coarse voice. Stop it with that smile, Deku. It doesn't suit your shitty face. There on the door, Katsuki glowered as he marched towards him. The blonde roughly grabbed his arms. Kaken didn't say anything and only let go of his arms once satisfied. I told you I'm fine. Katsuki's glower doubled and growled. No, you're not. You fucker, his friend growled. You are blaming yourself for this mess. Hey, Mina reacted behind him. That's no dash. Whatever his classmate was about to say was cut off with Kaken's explosions. The two of them stared at each other's eyes, his green eyes giving a small smile at his childhood friends while Kaken glared at him, eyes and lips twitching in anger. He said, Listen here, Deku. The explosive blonde pulled him and moving forward to meet his act. I know you, Deku. You and your soft heart. You blame yourself for this fuck up. Look at them. Izuku's head was forcefully, yet gently, turned by his friend to look at their classmates' expressions. Mina's shocked face, Mezu's calm demeanor, and Todoroki's neutral expression met his. Tell me, Deku, does that face look like they blame you? No heroes were available, and you made a call. Can you blame yourself for doing the right thing in defending our teachers? He was speechless. Truthfully, Izuku didn't know what to say. Kaken's words made sense, but part of him whispered it was his fault for bringing them harm. Gazing downwards, he avoided the looks he was given and focused on the white bed sheet. I'm not sure, he managed to mumble. The curtain drawn open beside his bed. Kaminari's lackadaisical form sitting cross-legged was the first thing he'd seen behind Kaken. Come on, dude. Stop blaming yourself. You did everything you could to lead us. You and Momo outdid yourselves with the plan and everything. But you guys are injured. From the other side of the room, across Kaminari's bed, Kirishima's voice came. It was unavoidable, Midoriya. You know that none of us were going to come out of that battle unscarred. Click-clacking crutch echoed inside the infirmary. Mineta, in a hospital gown, sat in his classmate's bed in front of him. What they said, Midoriya, so stop your worrying. Plus, I got a scar on my leg. Their short, grape-like headed classmate grinned, lifting his gown up to said body part. Chicks dig scars. That'll be sure to rack up some points with them. I'll tell them how the great Mineta Minoru defeated some villains. His electric classmate returned the grin of his perverted classmate. I never thought of it that way. Kaminari Denki touched his cheek, probably a small scar or something. But that's an awesome idea. The little pervert gave the other occupant of the bed 2 thumbs up. Mina snorted, which elicited a chuckle from him. You wish, you pervert, muttered the pink teen. He could even imagine her rolling her eyes. A giggle came from somewhere on the far side of the room. I wish I could go there, but my body feels so weak. Sorry, Deku-kun. But Kaken has a point, so cheer up. Just imagine me cheering you from here. Funny enough, he could see the image of his brown-haired friend beaming at him with all the reassurance she had. You guys, his eyes, damn it. Wiping it with his wrist, Izuku looked at all his classmates and felt the weight in his chest reduced. I need to be strong so that I'll be there for them next time. Izuku entered their home, and he nearly fell as a weight crashed on him before he could say, I'm home. Izukuin, my heart nearly stopped when the school called me that there was an attack. How are you? Where are you hurt? His mother may as well have a super speed quirk with the way she fussed over him and checked every part of his body. His mother's teary eyes greeted him as she hugged him tightly. I'm fine, thanks to Recovery Girl. The teen's chest coiled tighter seeing her mother cry. Please, don't cry. I'm safe. We're all safe. You should worry more about yourself. I heard that Mizutofu was attacked earlier. I'm fine, sweetie. I'm sorry. His worried mother buried her face in his chest, shaking her head. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to protect you, Izuku. I can only imagine how scared you were. Scared was an understatement, he thought, but he couldn't say that to her. It had only served to make her worry more. Are you really fine, Izuku? Midoriya Inko's gentle eyes bore into his. The only eyes that could read him like an open book. Eyes what again? Izuku lowered himself to her mom's shoulders as he let out all of his pain, fear, and anxiety. My classmate got hurt. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have suggested we go back and face the villains. Every word uttered, the light from his soul lightened, yet darkened. Kirishima got a large scar on his chest because of me. Izuku let go of his tightly inhibited emotions, crying not only for himself, but for others that got hurt. The green-head student prayed that he never experienced the pain of seeing those who trusted him get hurt. It was all too much for him. His knees buckled, bringing his mother down with him. Soft, yet calloused hands rubbed circles on his back, while whispering empathetic words of comfort. Izuku never left out one detail as he told of his position as representative and how he and Momo led the class. The battle, the pain he went through, the aftermath. Nothing was kept. All this happened while his mother sang motherly words to soothe his tattered spirit. School resumed after a week. Considering the thoroughness of the investigation, he didn't blame them. Police interviewed them about the events from their point of view. Though that didn't mean they were left with nothing to do. They were given a large amount of homework to keep up with their classes. UA even considered their healing, both physically and mentally. All courtesy of UA, where they had to take psychological evaluation and physical examination for anything wrong. Kirishima-kun, who go it worse than all of them, told Izuku that his wound was bandaged for 5 days. Recovery Girl had him on a tight leash and had him coming back to a doctor just to bandage and check just in case it'll worsen. Every injury went okay, owing a big thanks to the miraculous Recovery Girl of UA. The news about the villain made the headlines of the news for the rest of the week. Every channel, both Japan and foreign, talked about it since it was the major villain attack in a long time. Hell, even they were hounded by the media for interviews. Izuku couldn't look at his friends, classmates. It still stung, so he instead wondered who will be their substitute teacher with Aizawa-sensei still injured. From what he got from Vlad King and Present Mike, the two Numis, as what the League of Villain called it, critically injured the Erasure hero in 13. Who do you think will be our sub? Mina asked. Everyone silenced when the door opened. What? He chorused with the whole class. There, walking calmly, wrapped in bandages with only the nose, eyes and hair seen, was Eraserhead, possibly more menacing than ever with only the glaring eyes visible. Aizawa-sensei, why are you here? Came from Ida. Are you not supposed to rest in the hospital? No injuries will stop me from teaching, replied their pro-hero teacher. Now silence. All of you have broken my order. He flinched and avoided the gaze when the longest stare was on him. You have defied orders from a superior, a teacher, and a licensed hero. The tension in their Raven teacher's words was palpable even in the neutrality of his expression. Oxygen left his lungs as he anticipated the ultimatum to be passed by their teacher. He was ready for anything. It's within my power to expel you all. Big part of him refused their sensei's words for something he decided. But nevertheless, Izuku kept silent like the rest of his peers. If worse comes to pass, he would take the fall since it as his decision as one A's representative. He couldn't live with the guilt of bringing down others from his mistakes alone. Aizawa Shoyuta sighed, but, clearing his throat, he continued. I will not because in light of further observation, such rational and quick thinking decision must be rewarded justly. Izuku was speechless. His mind roiled in thoughts of expulsion, but they were still UA students? He wanted to cry, but all the crying last night seemed to have dried his eyes. Still, the naturally glaring eyes sharpened more. Let this be a warning. Those who defy orders next time will face punishment, justified or not. Are we clear? Silence. The stillness of the class unnerved him, for he did not want to speak and possibly earn Eraserhead's gaze. Are we clear? Aizawa-sensei demanded, emphasizing every word. Yes, sir, they chorused. A clear snort came from their homeroom teacher. Let's get to business. 2 weeks from now, there will be a special event, the sports festival. Momo raised her hand. Sensei, his vice representative stood straight as she inquired. Is it all right for us to hold this when UA just came under attack? This is precisely why we should hold the sports festival, Aizawa-sensei quickly replied. We need to show the world that UA is still going strong despite the villain attack. That will calm the masses. In your preparation, you can use the facilities here in UA. Ask the forms from me, and then pass it to me before you are allowed to use said facilities. Izuku's heart jumped. This will be a chance for him to get stronger, to make sure what happened before will never happen again. The wounds of his classmates etched into his mind. That will be all. Class dismissed. Deku-kun, Ida-kun. Uraraka's called loudly once it was lunchtime. Her eyes burning with determination, she declared, fist in the air, all pumped up. Let's do our best. He beamed at his friend's enthusiasm. Yeah, let's do this. Izuku was reminded of why she wanted to become a hero. Let's do our best, she screamed at Hanta, Fumikage, and others near them, which they reciprocated rather awkwardly. You two are excited, Mina, who was sitting cross-legged and a little lax in her seat, said. A hard smacking fist rumbled throughout the room. We should be. The sports festival, one of the manliest events of UA. An event where our skills and passion would be tested, fighting against other UA students and testing our limits. The event also serves as a way for heroes to scout for their potential sidekicks, Kaminari added. Can you imagine being a sidekick to a pro? Kyuka snickered. Not if you want to get stuck in your job forever. Kicking other asses to let them see who's the best. Grinned Kakin. Not to mention a chance to take on Half and Deku. A series of protests came from some of their classmates. Hey, the muscular Rikido Sato reacted. What about us? Katsuki snorted and rolled his eyes. What about you fuckers? I ain't got no time to play with losers. Kakin, he calmly called, glaring at his boastful friend. There goes his friend again, he silently sighed. Damn it, we've talked about his. The other simply took it relatively easy. Look at the first training exercise, nerd. I smashed those two to pieces. The blonde's head motioned towards the pair of Kaminari and Kyuka. The pair sent a glare behind him. How come our score is tied up then, huh? Argued Izuku. And that was before I discovered my enhanced strength. Katsuki deftly got up from his chair without making a sound and got to his face. Is that a challenge, nerd? Eyes sharp, Izuku gladly returned the favor. What if it is Kakin? Grinning from ear to ear, Izuku's heart pumped faster. This was serious, yet exciting at the same time. The sports festival would be a perfect time, where everything would be settled. The time to settle their tied score once again. Check these two out, Hantasiro commented. Our meek and shy class rep turns to a lion when facing Bakugu. The mutterings of their classmates did not deter him. It's amusing, isn't it? I never get tired of seeing it. So much manliness. Izuku-chan is very contradicting, Karo. Loser treats the winner for a month. Kakin grinned and held out a hand that Izuku took. Putting a little strength in his hand, his friend grimaced slightly that everyone missed. Katsuki did the same, which caused his eye to twitch. Just like that, they went back to their original places like nothing ever happened. Hey, Uraraka butted in between the two of them. Don't you two forget about us. Whoever wins gets treated by the losers for a month. Izuku wasn't sure that was a good idea for Uraraka to say, and judging by the way Kakin was looking at her, it would not end well for their wallets. Uraraka, I don't think you should say that. No takebacks, Kakin said with raised his brows at the challenge. Winner gets treated? His eyes roamed to the four of them, as if to say, "By you losers." Kirishima chuckled, putting an arm on Kaken's shoulder. "I'll take that offer. You're not the only one getting the spotlight next week, Bakugo." "No, no, no." Ida crossed his arms on his chest. "I cannot condone this action. Midoriya-kun, as the class representative, it is your duty to set the best example for everyone." "Oh, stop being so serious, Ida," Mina fake yawned. "It's just a little bet. You know what? I'll make it even more interesting. I bet 500 yen that Todoroki will win." Ida stuttered, trying to find words to say. "What?" Kaminari looked at the pink girl as if she was crazy. 500 says that it's Bakugo. Todoroki may have the power, but Bakugo's a wild card. He's unpredictable. Kaken's face twitched at that statement, but otherwise said nothing. "No." Ingenium's brother chopped the air in hopes of getting their attention. "This is unacceptable. It is unbecoming of a hero to be doing such undignified activities." All those who bet ignored Ida, as most of their classmates bet on who would win the sports festival. He heard someone say, "A hot girl. No doubt Mineta." Some even bet that it would be someone from 1B, as they didn't know what quirks and abilities they have. Most placed their bets on Kaken and Todoroki, with some on him and Tokoyami. Hagakure happily listed the bets on her pink high-cat notebook, and quite happily, so if the dancing of her uniform was to go by. "Let them be, Ida," Izuku called, giving him a sheepish smile, "and have his serious friend a break from his scolding. It's not like it's against the school rules. We'll put a stop to it if it gets out of hand." Ida, hands on his chin, thought about it before replying. "I'll hold you to that, Midoriya." With that handled, he turned to his two seating friends. "We'll head to the cafeteria," Izuku said. "You guys want to come?" "Go on without us," Kirishima replied. He and Kaken shared a look before his childhood friend silently motioned that they would follow. The teen wondered what they were doing staying behind. Not that it's any of his business, just simply curious. Most of them opted to stay a little longer. Following Ida, they all headed for the cafeteria. "Psst," someone called behind. Izuku could only look at All Might with raised eyebrows in confusion. The number one hero was comparable to a secret admirer. The bento and the gesture for him to follow only supported that assumption. Izuku knew of admirers because for all of Kaken's temper, he was still considered cool and awesome by their female classmates back in Aldera High. Every Valentine's Day, the blonde would receive lots of chocolate from classmates, schoolmates, and most female students, even when he ignores them all. Though that's not to say he didn't like the chocolates. After class, he would bring it home and share some with him. Judging by the looks his two friends were giving the hero, they must have been curious too. He said, scratching his cheek. "You guys go on ahead." Izuku wondered about the importance of the incoming conversation if his mentor was calling for him. He and All Might spoke little last week with the investigation going on. The authorities needed all the heroes in search of the League of Villains that attacked the city and USJ. The news had reported of their ongoing investigation, and the police had considered the fact that the League of Villains were possibly stationed here in Mizudafu. A cheesy name, yes, he knew that, but he and the whole 1A student had seen what they were capable of. Simultaneous attacks throughout the city, and not to mention the two Numus, or super soldiers, as Mina called them. The two shared a look before going and leaving him with All Might. His mentor led him to his office as they ate in relative peace. For a boisterous and famous man, All Might's office was very normal. One would think there would be memorabilia or something like that. But no, it was one would normally expect. Photographs of him in his golden age suit with fans. A possibly private photo of a Tashinori-sensei with an orange-haired foreigner carrying a cute blonde girl. He sat across All Might. A steaming hot tea and 2 cups lay on the table between them. "Are you all right now?" he asked. The blonde hero's injury plus going beyond the time limit greatly worried Izuku. It was a good thing Vlad King, Present Mike, and Cementos were there with him to fight those Numus. If not, he only shuddered their chances of survival as they rescue Eraserhead and 13. The fight would be one-sided. "I'm fine, but my hero time was decreased to only 1 hour now. I am also glad that your class is fine with no severe injuries." Tashinori-sensei's shadowed eyes bore into his as he opened his bento. "I never personally thank you for leading them, but..." All Might stood, bowing to him. "Thank you for all of the efforts of 1A." Izuku flushed when All Might bowed thankfully to him. It didn't suit someone like All Might to bow to someone, especially someone like him, who only did what he thought was right. A selfish impulse to help with no care for his own safety. You don't have to do that, sensei. Nonsense. The number one hero poured tea on the cups, giving one to him. How is everyone, Izuku? Izuku gratefully accepted the tea given and breathed deeply, absorbing its aroma. Everyone's fine, Tashinori-sensei. Aside from the injuries received, we're all fine. What about you? Are you fine, M-boy? Chuckled Izuku awkwardly with his reply. I'm fine. The man blue-eye bore into his and giving him a blank look that says, really? We're gonna play this game? Izuku swallowed heavily. What do you? Then why do you have eye bags? His frail-looking mentor raised a hand, silencing him before he could formulate a reply. You've been having nightmares, haven't you? His brows furrowed at being found out. Only Kakin, aside from his mom, knew but didn't call him out on it yet. He remembered the darkness, the arms, the shadow over him that threatens to smash him as powerlessness filled him. Then, he'd wake up, sweating, and heart-thumping speed his heart would do that was faster than Ida could run. Seeing as there was no use hiding it, Izuku blankly nodded. The man sighed. I know because the counselors expressed that you've been denying you're not fine. They even saw the signs of sleeplessness in you. The man set his bento down, moving to his side. I can see young Bakugo in you sometimes as I see yourself in him. Izuku didn't speak, waiting for his mentor to get to the crux of the matter, which he was curious to know. That's a good thing. But independence can only get you so far. Sometimes, you need help from others. You can start by admitting you have a problem. Mom knows, he mumbled. I can see her worry for me, but she doesn't know how to help me. He thought that maybe the event affected the others too, despite it not being obvious. Lately, Izuku had seen a shift in Kirishima-kun. He did not know what, but it was there. In the redhead's words, maybe Kirishima's not manly enough, as he usually was. Talk to me. Talking to someone does one wonder, you know. So, talk to me, young Midoriya, and I would do my best to help you, his mentor pleaded. Gentle blue eyes and soft, thin smile met his gaze. What do you keep dreaming? The same thing over and over. The Numu above me, killing me then. Sometimes it would deviate by. He glared at his hands. Killing my friends, then me. I would wake up feeling so useless that I wasn't able to do anything then. I know the feeling, Izuku. Tashinori-sensei stopped eating and smiled as he picked up a single chopstick. The feeling of being useless. Even with the power of one for all given to me, I had my fair share of it. In all my time as a hero, I was not able to save everyone all the time, for I cannot be everywhere at once. Tashinori-san looked down as a wistful expression came to him. His mentor could be dreaming or remembering the days when he was still young. A hard-to-believe concept with a legendary figure like All Might. The dreams you have? We pros have it too, for all the lives we could not save. It would not stop, nor get easier with time, but you will know how to cope with the burden. The frown turned to a smile as he picked the others, setting them side by side. That's where the others come in. For no man is an island. It is thanks to my comrades' help that many lives I could not save were saved. That is why we need to trust and have faith in others. To be there for us and to have our backs just as we do the same. That is the essence of heroism. Fighting for what is right, not through our lonesome powers, but in cooperation with others. You can see that in news every day. Heroes from different hero agencies cooperating with each other to protect everyone. All Might's words hit him, echoed to his soul even. It was as Aizawa-sensei said, trust in your comrades. Taking a deep breath, Izuku talked about this with his mom. His resolve, the need to be strong. If he couldn't be strong, then how could he defend everyone? In the 2 weeks before the sports festival, I will use that time to improve. Please, I don't know whether you'll offer to help Tashinori-sensei, but… He closed his eyes and returned the look his mentor gave him earlier. Let me do this alone. He bowed to the hero before him. I need to do this alone. He needed to. Izuku was dead set on this. He needed to figure out things for himself, to see how far he could reach with his strength alone. To see his limits. Only when he reached his limits would he ask for help. Was it his pride? Was it because he needed to compensate for his first failure as a leader during the USJ incident? He didn't know why yet, but he felt the need to do this alone. There is no stopping you, is there? Yagi Tashinori smiled, to which he nodded firmly. You're right, though. I was planning to take some time off so that I could give you advice on how to train with One for All. However, if that's what you want, then just know I am here if you need anything. All Might pat his shoulder gently. I guess I can only give you this advice. There is no second tail, only one. And in your training of One for All, you must have a clear image, otherwise. He nodded at the words given. The first one was confusing, but he'll figure it out. He needed to, for all of All Might's humorous and loud nature lies a hidden intellect and wisdom. As for the second, he'd experienced the torrential storm that is the legacy of One for All, a power that demanded great responsibility and control to the user. Otherwise, it'll kill him. The words given were for him only, so he would have to figure out what they meant. Gratefully thanking All Might, he finished his tea and let the man be in his lunch before returning to the others. When he got to his friend's table, the redhead and the blonde were already there. What did All Might talk to you about, Dekakuen? She asked concernedly. Izuku smiled at her and replied. He asked how our class was faring after the attack. Technically not a lie, but he didn't have the guts to tell them what occurred in the conversation. It was a secret that only he and All Might shared. Sorry, Kaken, I know no secrets, but… Did he address your sleeping issues too? Once again, his cheeks turned red at being called out. By Kaken, no less. Trust his friend to confront him about it when he least expects so. All eyes turned on him faster than he thought. Ida's inquisitive gaze searched him like a hawk hunting its prey. Uraraka's concerned face turned more worried, and Kirishima frowned at him. That's not manly, dude. Kirishima moved to give him space to sit. Why'd you never told us about this? Ida pointed at his eyes, saying, I have noticed the eye bags, but I have never asked for the sake of your privacy. Are you having enough sleep? Head titled a little to the side. Uraraka looked at him curiously and patiently for his answer. It's not manly to keep things to yourself, you know. The redhead said as his expression turned sour for a second, saying that before it was gone, changed to a frown. So, if you want, you could tell us. Uraraka nodded and seconding the open teen's words. Yeah, isn't that what friends are for? Please, Midoriya-kun. Ida gave him a gentle smile as he said this. As Kirishima-kun said, talking will help. He couldn't get angry at Kaken for being concerned and calling him out on his bullshit lest he calls himself a hypocrite. Seeing as there was no escape, he sighed. I've been dreaming about you, SJ. I keep dreaming of the monster that attacked us. Sometimes it kills me, sometimes the others. He shuddered to imagine the muscular man gripping his throat before crushing it. Aoyama lying helpless under its feet before crushing his classmate's skull, while Izuku could only stare in silence, in shock before those blank eyes turned to him. The Numu, his zero-gravity quirk friend, asked. Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath. It just keeps coming back no matter how hard I try to forget it. Sometimes, pushing the image down, it'd do no good to be emotional. I get killed. More often it was the others that got killed first. Then I'd wake up sweating. I feel so useless during that time. He didn't want to see the pitying expression of his friends. He doesn't need it. I feel you, man. His vigorous classmate touched his chest as if he wasn't wearing a uniform. My chest would hurt at times even when it's already healed. I keep imagining it bleeding. The redhead shuddered. I keep seeing the same person who did this to me and his blade that cut it. His brows scrunched, lips pursed, and jaws set firmly. But I only told myself that I wasn't manly enough to overcome such things. That's why, hardening his fist and pointing it at him, Kirishima's mellow expression turned bright quickly. I will harden my spirit and body in the 2 weeks of training. I will show the world that I am manly to be a hero like Crimson Riot. The flames of determination greatly lit Kirishima's soul, just like Kaken's, not giving a damn what the world gives him and blowing his way to the top, just to show who he was as a person and a hero. Not even the wound would stop him. Uraraka raised her hand, cheering for his friend. Perhaps not maybe understanding of his plight, but willing to help nonetheless. That's why he didn't want to tell his friends. It was his burden to bear, but what their homeroom teacher and All Might said rang in his consciousness. Ida bowed. I'm sorry, Midoriya-kun. I do not know how to help you with your occurring nightmares. I am a terrible friend. That's okay, Izuku, he replied. He didn't want to drag his friends into his trivial problem. Nonsense. The younger brother of Ingenium crossed his arms in front of his chest. I wish to help you. I may not know much right now, but I will tell you that many times has my brother experienced many setbacks. I asked him once how he handles such experiences, and he said, I don't look into the past for long. I set my eyes forward and think of how I can avoid the same thing in the future. The prickling sign of tears came to him, and he smiled to cover it up. Thanks, guys. On the end of classes, students gathered just outside of their classroom. Mutterings and rumors spread about as they exit. Out of the way extras. The students gave his best friend a wide berth as no doubt glared at them. Kaken, what are you doing? Izuku admonished. Stop making an enemy out of people, Kaken, screamed, or rather pleaded a rather panicking Uraraka. He understood Katsuki, but not everyone would know the whys of his actions. It wasn't about arrogance nor antagonistic nature that he says these, but simply it's his Bakugu Katsuki way of encouragement. He wanted the competition, the one of someone challenging him to test his mettle. It was ingrained in High. So, a smooth voice called out loudly among the crowd. A blonde-haired teen came from the mass of students. This is what the 1A is like. Just because they fought villains and survived, they think are the hot new things. The person bowed, introducing himself, Monoma Nito of Class 1B. Monoma's right. Someone followed and jumped. A light blue or maybe a grayish-haired person with lighter skin around the eyes. Don't be so full of yourself. We, the class of 1B, will surpass you. Izuku held his breath, clenched and unclenched his fist, but a hand on his shoulder knocked him from doing anything he'd regret. Oi, you hear that, Deku? They're jealous of us. Whether his friend noticed it or not, he silently thanked Kaken for the welcome distraction. Jealous? The person asked, raising his brow in wonder in turn. No, we wanted to show everyone that we, heroes students of 1B, can be capable as the all-talked 1A students are. Sure, Izuku drawled, making sure to extend the word as possible, and crossed his arms. Not jealous by comparing yourself to us who had been through a traumatic situation. Kaken remained silent and walked out as the students gave way. The students roared in denial, but Ida silenced them. He met Monoma's calm eyes with narrowed and unblinkingly gaze. It looked as if Monoma had something to prove by beating them. Maybe the 1B student did, but Izuku didn't care. He was upset by the fact they'd taken lightly the situation they were put in. It wasn't as if they wanted villains to attack them. Hell, he'd prefer it if they weren't in their whole 3 years in UA. Oi, Kirishima called. What are you going to do with these people you got hating on us? Stop this behavior, Ida admonished, angrily pointing at their 1B aggressor. Do you think that it was an easy decision for everyone to fight? We didn't do it because we wanted fame nor glory. We did it because the heroes needed our help. We did it because we had no choice. Behind them, Momo came out looking livid than when their classmates did something she disapproved of. Stop saying about subjects you know nothing about. Didn't you ever stop and realize that we, she gestured to herself and all their classmates, risked our lives out there not for fame, but because needed to. We were forced since no hero was available. If you think fighting villain is a competition, then think about why you want to become a hero. Whatever extras, Kaken said, turning, and Izuku couldn't look at Monoma without sneering at him. Be jealous if you have to. It doesn't matter. As long as you rise to the top. Izuku followed him first. The steps and noise of the others followed, made obvious by Kirishima and Ida's loud voice. He was glad when the noises of the crowd lessened until it became nothing. On UA's gate, Izuku politely turned down his friend's question of going to the station with them. Why? A simple question asked by Uraraka and Kaken. So, Izuku told them what he planned to do. Sorry guys, I'm going to go home late. I'm going to make full use of my time preparing. Katsuki smirked. Ida, in his weird gesturing way, praised him. Kirishima asked for a fist bump for his manly spirit, and Uraraka grabbed all of them and made them form a circle with their hands on top of each other. Kaken resisted, but in the end, relented to her indomitable spirit. On the count of 3, grinned the brown-haired teen. His female friend's mood was infectious that he couldn't help but follow her lead. Kirishima obviously went along with it. Ida gladly followed her lead. Kaken smirked, his hands on the top of them all. Say manly spirit. Manly spirit, they chorused. Izuku felt the joy spread throughout his body like a wildfire, a force of nature ready to be unleashed. Izuku was granted the use of Gym Gamma, or as Aizawa-sensei called it earlier, Training Dreamland, TDL for short, for about 3 hours. The place was said to have been created by Cementos, and his raven-haired homeroom teacher stated that said cement quirk teacher would be waiting for him to supervise the students using the gym. Walking to the place, UA was a different place once the moon shined above the skies. With the expanse of land UA uses, the school felt like a huge park or a huge land owned by a billionaire. Even more so with how much forestry they have. Looking back, he may have just started and they were still first years, but he was living his dream little by little. Getting to know All Might, getting into UA, then participating in the sports festival. It was surreal at best for him. Izuku relished the quiet ambience of the school as his gaze turned upwards where the luminous stars burned ever so brightly. The breeze gently blew against him as the leaves flew upwards. He knew his friends will start their own training too. He knew where Kakin would be training, and that is why he chose to train in the school. There was not enough space in their training place. Plus, they needed to surprise each other on the sports festival, so individual training was needed. Izuku brought many snacks, energy drinks. He knew this was going to be a body-breaking training. The teen wasn't even sure if what he brought was enough because he knew how demanding his quirk was. Couple that one for all, then perhaps he should have brought more. Cementos-sensei was already there when he arrived at the gym. The whole place was huge, larger than the gym back in Aldera. In fact, it was twice as large as his former school's gym, possibly even more and comparable to a football field. Only a lone student stretching was there. It looks like it'll be me, the student, and the pro hero on the gym. Greeting Cementos, he went to his own corner and started his stretching too. If you need anything, just say so. I can alter the field according to your specifications. Izuku thanked the hero and started his routine. Slowly feeling one for all flow, he breathed deeply and formed a fist. Going through his motions, he punched the air slowly. No need to break his bones so early. The teen, imagining an opponent, moved the power to his feet as he kicked the air. The power coursed through his body like electricity as red lines glowed on his skin. No, not electricity, thought the one for all inheritor. Like the sea. Gradually Izuku does it. Each movement, to get his body used to the flowing power of the heroes who came before him. One for all surged through his body, empowering his very being down to the core. Slowly he moved, and each action was a struggle of its own, for the legacy given was wild, untamable, and unbending to his body's will. He cycled through the movements the way All Might taught him to control one for all. Hands close to a fist, it shook, but he breathed out and punched the air. Powerful gust blowing that came from his strike broke the silence of the gym. His arm stung and spasmed still like before. At least my arm isn't broken, he gritted his teeth. Izuku repeated this for about an hour. Slow yet strong punches and kicks rustled in the gym from time to time before he decided to rest his weary body bit. With shaking hands, he grabbed his snacks and ate in silence, watching his fellow schoolmate. The other student had started from stretching, then to basic exercises like jogging and push-ups, but from there he then moved to shadow fighting the air. It was obvious the guy was tired from the way his body wobbles. Probably not used to too much exertion of the body. A non-hero courser most likely. Hey, Izuku called. His voice echoed in the silence of the gym, making the guy look at him. Squinting a little, the person had shaggy purple hair, slightly lanky body, and heavy eye bags that made him look a little sleepy or tired. Deciding to approach the other, he brought with him his snacks and threw it at his training acquaintance. The teen blinked at him, then to the aforementioned food, and back to him. Izuku breathed deeply and gathered his wits, imagining himself to be Kakin and Kirishima. Take. He cleared his throat. You should, take a break. You look like you need a rest. With that dark ring around the eyes, it concerned Izuku that maybe the teen would faint if he does more exercise. He looked so sleepless. Not that Izuku would voice that out loud, considering it'd make him a hypocrite. Thanks, muttered the other as he sat down near him. Izuku looked everywhere and massaging his arm. Name's Midoriya Izuku. Damn it, Why am I such an awkward person? He hoped the other teen doesn't take his discomfort as not wanting to talk to him. Because, damn it, he hated starting a conversation with other people since he was bad at it. His only friend till now was Kakin. I know, huffed the purple-haired teen. I've seen your name. Number 1 in the entrance exam, right? He didn't know how to react to that statement as he blushed. Sure, he liked that his efforts put him in number 1, but it was the first time someone said that to him. Hitoshi Shinso. Oh God, he was worse than Kakin in meeting new people. At least his blonde friend knows how to make a strong expression. So, training for the sports festival? Shinso nodded. What department? General education. His new acquaintance replied bitterly. Judging by his inflection, sour expression, and the seconds of glare sent his way, he took the question personally. Why? Okay, better avoid that topic then. So, physical training. Izuku started rather weakly. If you need anything, maybe I can help with your physical training? Or, even help with your quirk training. The teen's eyes expression, from bitterness, turned wary with the way he narrowed his eyes and the defensive shift of his body language. Did he say something wrong? Why? That was something he didn't expect. Maybe the question of how, but not why. Possible trust issues? Clearing his throat, Izuku answered, smiling sheepishly. I'm training my quirk too. I just thought that maybe I could help. Maybe even help each other train. I need a sparring partner. Izuku was unsure if Hitoshi-san minds, but for him, he had a strong urge to help the other. The green-headed teen sipped from his drink to stop the awkward energy rolling off of him and scare the first schoolmate he met. Why would you do that? Do you know that I have a villainous quirk? He nearly choked when Shinso stated that, but quickly recovered. Villainous quirk? A little anger burned inside him from the words of the teen before him. What would define a villain quirk exactly? More importantly, who gets to say that? If I can ask Hitoshi-san, what exactly is your quirk? Izuku smiles, best as he can, to not upset Hitoshi Shinso, who looked rather pissed just saying villain's quirk. Mine is I have a warp-type quirk. The strength is just something I found out recently. Brainwashing. Plain and simple, that's how Hitoshi was said. The bored eyes of Shinso said it all. Usually people, no matter how powerful or simple their quirks were, they say it proudly, but for Hitoshi Shinso, he said it without pride or happiness, as if he'd rather have a different quirk than what he got. It was so unlike and the opposite of Katsuki, who spoke with pride on his awesome quirk. His description, not his, even unafraid to show the world of what it was and gloat about it. I can control people, make them do anything if they respond to my words. That is a villain quirk. Izuku could feel his lips quirk upwards in meeting a very awesome quirk, and his energy rose in excitement at its application. That's not bad. It's like Miss Joke's quirk then? A verbal one. So, as long as the other person answers you, you'll be able to control them. Is it possible to make others do what they do not know, or will the controlled person fail? How about those who heard it while the voice is amplified? Will it affect everyone and those who responded to it, like a gathered group of people? I can see it being used in a delicate situation where strength is not needed, like a hostage situation, or even stopping a villain attack once they reply, which can all be resolved peacefully. It's a good quirk for an underground hero. Looking up, Shinsu's shocked face. His face burned once he'd realized what he had done. Oh God, I've been muttering loudly again, didn't I? Please don't think of me as a creep. Kakin told him many times to stop muttering to himself, but he can't. He has to process the information before he forgets all about something, like the tiny details. I'm sorry. Please don't mind me, he pleaded, looking away in embarrassment. It's a habit of mine to analyze quirks. What did you say? Shinso asked slowly. It's a habit? He replied unsurely, tilting his head aside. I No. Izuku flinched when the purple-haired teen nearly screamed. Realizing his mistake, Hitoshi breathed deeply. I mean, you don't think my quirk is bad? Izuku scratched his cheek for a second, still unsure, while he was aghast that Hitoshi would think that he would be turned off by such quirk. Why would I think that? You should be. The other teen screamed, this time profusely shaking his head. It's a villain's quirk. Izuku, I wide in realization, gets it now. Maybe not the whole story, but Hitoshi's point. Quirk prejudice. He knew of prejudice against the quirkless by chance in the internet and TV thanks to the quirkless right activist protests. But this was the first time he encountered of judging someone by their quirk. He didn't even know that there were people who were shown in bad light aside from quirkless people. He had seen adults praise Katsuki's quirk for its heroic nature for a long time. He had seen the arrogance in his childhood friend and longtime best friend as he basked in it until that one punch he sent his friend's way. It was the same with Hitoshi Shinu's case, the opposite. Maybe it was the same, just different reactions? Whereas his friend's quirk was regarded positively, that Kaken's ego grew. Shinso was made a social pariah because of what he was born with. Gathering his strength, he stood and walked towards the other, roughly pulling him up through the collar of his shirt. "Never think of that," he growled, grinding his teeth in anger. Briefly, the lecture of 13 came to mind as he then continued. He can't stand to see people so down. It's not the quirk that matters, it's how you use it. Do you think the fucking quirks of 13, All Might or Endeavor is not villainous if they used it to hurt people instead of saving them? The red embers of anger exploded in Izuku's chest. He can't stand the way Hitoshi looked down on himself. No one should have that look. No one. Is a knife naturally bad? Of course, it fucking isn't. What about All Might? Strength such as his is dangerous too. Huffing loudly, Izuku released Shinso and massaged his temple as he breathed deeply, seeing the other's wide-eyed, gaping mouth and stilled form. He surely thought he had scared expression the general studies teen just on the expression alone. So, he forced a smile onto his face after a sigh. I'm sorry. He paused to breathe again. I'm so mad that you would think that your quirk is bad. Sorry for the cursing. He said. You don't think my quirk is bad? No. Without hesitation, Izuku replied. Why would he think of that? Why would anyone think that way was beyond him? There was a purpose for every quirk, even the most dangerous of quirks. He knew that others would think of that as naive, but he thought of things that way. Shinso bowing surprised him. Thank you. When the teen was right once again, his expression turned bland. Maybe it was his imagination, but the person in front of him. How should he put it? Feels lighter? He's not sure, but maybe it was something closer to that. You don't have to thank me. Izuku flushed and gestured for the Hitoshi-san to stop it. I'm sorry for screaming at you. I don't usually get angry. It's just, he sighed, I don't know what came over me. No, his possible new friend replied, shaking his head. I needed that. So, smirked Shinso, though a little shaky. Is the offer for help still on? The week passed without anything in particular happening. Well, maybe except for the remedial rescue training, since the first one ended in a disaster. He and Shinso sat on a bench made cementos as they rest from their training. You wouldn't believe what happened to our training earlier, he said, drinking his water. Shinso huffed, as if saying, try me. Well, as he learned from a week of training with his new friend that he was rather awkward and silent, but he let his actions do the talking like Kaken. What was even funny was the way All Might surprised them. For realism, he thought, rolling his eyes at his mentor's words. He didn't believe it for a bit because, for God's sake, they were all shocked when he realized that a villain was attacking them again. So, they did what their instincts and training told them. They fought back. Though they were barely successful even with All Might limiting himself, it was the principle that mattered. The villain got a lot of backlash from the entirety of 1A. As for his training, Izuku found the controlling of One for All was still difficult. He nearly broke his limbs and bones when he got distracted using the inherited power. Focus? No. Intense focus was the main factor in maintaining control. It was a grueling process to let the power flow in his body as he moved slowly while doing his katas. His training was even harder to do so when one has dual quirks. So, here was Izuku now, in Gym Gamma once again to meet with his new friend. He told Bakugo and the others about him, and they were excited to meet him. Shinso promised to meet them maybe sometime next week, or even after the sports festival. Maybe the teen was shy because they were all hero course students? Or was this the result of his pariah status since he was a child? Whatever the case, Izuku was reminded by the sad fact that Hitoshi Shinso didn't get in the hero course with his quirk. Only then did he realize that the entrance test was biased towards those who have physical mutations or emitter quirks. Hell, even he doubted that his warp would enable him to pass the test. Even bodybuilders would have trouble defeating those things without a quirk, or maybe a support item. Though, if Izuku had to admit, which he did with his new training partner, Hitoshi's physique was a little lacking. That's why they came up with a plan which consisted of stretching first, long exercises, then sparring, a 20-minute rest, and lastly, quirk practice. Surprisingly, Shinso knew martial arts. To what extent, he didn't know, but it was good that he had a plan to get to the hero course. Izuku had a theory, or maybe a plan. While the sparring made him gradually get used to one for all in small doses, which was hard to maintain. Quirk training had him something he saw from the Misty villain that maybe he could do too. So, for now, as suggested by his purple-haired training partner, that he made multiple portals which resulted in so much consumption of energy drinks and snacks as they rest. For now, he could hold 2 warp gates for 5 minutes straight, not a big improvement of his 2-minute mark before. Hitoshi, in turn, benefited from this quirk training by running in loops around Gym Gamma through said warps and enhancing Izuku's control and endurance for the upcoming school event. Not only were they doing that, but he found out that Hitoshi's quirk cannot make a person do what they don't know and is limited by the person's knowledge and could only last for so long before it deactivates because it hurts his head. If pushed to the extreme, can make him fall unconscious. It happens when he controls many people, or so Shinso said. Distance-wise, it works as long as he was heard. Well, depending if the recipient replies. It was a shame it could not be amplified by a microphone or anything of the sort. And, as one constantly being under control, it was a funny yet scary feeling knowing his body moving on its own. He was conscious, aware of his actions, yes, but the teen can only watch helplessly while under Hitoshi's influence like he was a ghost of his own body. Izuku also suggested to the brainwashing quirk teen to see if he could order him to train and bear the pain. He did, but the less said the better. One of the worst training he had. Still, they did conclude from that experiment that too much pain would release those under his quirk's effect. Needless to say, Cementos could be really scary when angry when he wants to be. While his training partner does this, he gets to use his quirk and learning control. Well, going to learn, because as of right now, he was pushing himself and testing the limits of his endurance by his quirk's drain and fighting without his arm going broken. So much to do in so little time, but he can't do anything about it. He and his new friend, side by side, stretched in silence with only their occasional grunts coming out of their mouths. "Why do you want to be a hero?" Izuku said as they stood, their backs arched and holding the position. He knew his training partner wanted to enroll in the hero course and tried. He only enrolled in Gen Ed studies as last resort. He was surprised that Shinso will be using the exam to earn his place in the hero course. He was shocked at that tiny tidbit of fact too. That meant that one of either 1A or 1B would be removed from the program. Still, he could do nothing of that fact. He respected his determination and gave himself all the more reason to help Shinso. To help his friend show Yue that he was deserving of a spot in the hero course. In Bakugo Katsuki's terms, not only to give a giant fuck you to those who said he had a villain quirk, but by also showing them his worth as a hero. Hitoshi on his left grunted before answering. "It's silly. You'll laugh." "Try me," was all he said. He'd heard of all his friend's reasoning, and he found it endearing. His friend breathed deeply. "I like heroes, especially All Might for obvious reasons." The purple-haired teen paused and added, "But not as a superfan like you." This caused Izuku to lose his balance when he chuckled. "But when I was a kid, I was friendless. Villain's quirk," they would say behind me. His brows furrowed at his friend's words. He didn't know what it felt like being judged and declared as an outcast just for your quirk, but it's hard to accept. When he gained his quirk and refused to show it because he wanted people to know him first, he wasn't a complete outcast because he had Kaken with him. I can't remember the event clearly, but it stuck out to me. So, leaning forward now, they reached for their toes. Once my quirk was found out, people avoided me. Izuku said nothing but noting the sadness in his voice. But this one time, in our old neighborhood, I was playing alone. Then this douchebag came in and pushed me out of nowhere. This kid out of nowhere defended me. He had no reason to, but he did. He said something that I may have forgotten now, but it inspired and punched the bully. Even now I remember feeling good about tasting his own medicine. I wanted to thank him, but I never got the chance to since I ran away. Sure knew side slouching. The team must have felt bad. I mean, if I could meet him again, then I would thank him because he might not realize the impact that single action made in my life. I know it was one time, but I don't know. His friend shrugged. He was the first person to be nice to me. It kind of gave me hope that there are nice people out there aside from my parents. He was the first person outside of family that inspired me to follow my dream to be a hero. His actions inspired me to be a hero, to be an example to those people who are like me, to make them realize they are not alone in the quirk villain treatment. And I don't care what others say, evil quirk or otherwise. Izuku could understand that. It was Kaken that inspired him to be a pro-hero. After all, he wanted to follow All Might, but his heart dreamt of making his father proud by following his path. To be a simple hero, a maskless one. Were there what? The brainwasher responded. You know, he gestured. Nice people aside from the kid and your parents. Stretching their elbows now, Izuku turned to his friend, whose smiling expression made him smile too. There was, but still outnumbered by those negative ones. The other stated, pleasant expression gone to become neutral. That's not bad. Whoever the kid was, I know he appreciates the thought. Deciding to switch to a new topic, Izuku started. Do you think they allow students to bring support items in the sports festival? Izuku breathed deeply. His heart jumped erratically. The teen knew that many people were watching, and just the thought of him being under the watchful eyes of the masses froze him. In their locker room, his classmate was silent too, and he hoped that they were feeling the same as him. The atmosphere was tense that not one peep came from anyone. Mineta beside him managed himself by writing in his hand and eating the invisible words. Glad to know that the shameless Mineta could be nervous too. Dekakuen, Uraraka asked, are you okay? I'm just nervous, he smiled, but knowing himself it probably came out near to a grimace. I thought I was the only one too, replied the zero-gravity user. It's my first time in front of many people. Can you imagine being shown in TVs all over the country? He certainly couldn't, by Katsuki-kin after that slime villain debacle. Midoriya. Todoroki approached him, giving him a cold look that unsettled Izuku. The fire and ice user was always cold and indifferent, but he can't help but feel that this one was different. There was something else in those eyes. A different cold fire emitted in his classmate's eyes. His fire and ice user classmate always had this cold flame. But this? It felt different. A determined, colder fire burned in those heterochromic eyes so much that he shivered at the intensity of the stare. The gaze was so different from Katsuki, whose flames burned brightly and unafraid of glowing so brightly for everyone to be seen. He wanted to show the world what he can do, but not seeking validation. He was not sure why Todoroki was calling him of all people and with that dark look in his eyes. Their interactions inside and outside of UA were very limited. So for Todoroki to call him, maybe he needed something? Izuku was thankful for the distraction. Todoroki, what is it? Objectively speaking, even if you are the first placer in the entrance exam, I'm stronger than you, said the other. It was an easy pill to swallow. Of course, the white and red-haired teen was stronger. He easily controlled two elements of nature. He can simultaneously use fire and ice if he wanted to. Without one for all at his side, he'd be more so hard-pressed in defeating him in the indoor combat test. He can use his quirk in surprising ways, but he had an idea that his quirk was just a support type. The green-headed teen met his blank gaze and wondered what prompted this conversation for Todoroki. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Did Todoroki know? Or was he just suspicious of the nature of their relationship? Nevertheless, it was an open secret that Toshinori-sensei asked for him from time to time. I won't pry into that, but his classmate's expression hardened discreetly from the way his eyes narrowed. I'm going to beat you. It was like Kaken all over again. He could see the parallel as they strive to best each other in each training preparation for UA. Kaminari stood, and the sliding chair screeched, and said excitedly, is the best of the class making a declaration of war? Is Todoroki joining in on the bet? Hey. Seeing it was Kirishima who was approaching, he gestured for his friend to stop. If Todoroki wanted to challenge him for some reason, then let him. Squaring his shoulders, back straight, and chest forward as he closed his eyes for a second. Todoroki, I don't know what came over you to challenge me of all people, and he glared at the teen to make his point. I know you're stronger than me. You're better than me. I know that. Kirishima was about to say anything, but Izuku gave him a sharp look that stopped the redhead. But everyone's doing their best to reach the top. Images of his and Shinsu's training came to the fore of his mind. So, I said this to Kaken before, and I'll say this again. Forming a fist, he held his shaking fist out, nearly touching the recommended student's chest. I won't lose to any challenge that comes my way. I won't hold any punches. I will not hold back. Friend or not, classmate or not, I will defeat you or anyone who gets in my way. So, better use that fire of yours, or otherwise you're just insulting us all. The fire and ice user didn't say anything else after that. The cheers of people present mixed loud narrating voice, and fireworks blowing mixed into one chaotic presence. They all invaded his ears as they marched out towards of the stadium and into the center of the field. The stadium was larger and personal than what he'd seen in television. He felt like an ant in a giant's territory. It was an apt though, as UA had one of the biggest stadium in Japan. The UA Sports Festival, the once-in-a-year event where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords. More cheers came from the crowd, and he could barely control his breath as beneath his chest thudded fast as thunder. The knowledge it wasn't simply him who felt these calmed himself, if only somewhat. Even the unflappable Ida, who was confident as Katsuki, was silent. Uraraka gushed at the crowd, the same as him, to drown out his anxiety. Mom, Dad, and All Might, I'll make you all proud. Here they come. The chants of the audience became even louder than possible as the voice hero introduced them. The brave heroes with hearts of steel who overcame the villain attacks to help their teachers. Hero Course, Class 1A. 1A, chanted the people as they roar in excitement. It was embarrassing being in the limelight. He doesn't know how heroes handle this kind of thing. So, many people. He muttered, sweating before the battle starts, for God's sakes. The teen stared at the millions of people cheering, shouting, and jumping with enthusiasm. Next up, Hero Course, Class 1B. President Mike introduced each department as they walked to the center, where Midnight waited for them on a stage and podium was situated. What's this? The umpire for this year is the R-rated hero Midnight. Mixed cheers of boos and yeah were screamed at the R-rated hero. The boos most likely coming from the women. He chuckled. Looking around, it was nerve-wracking with so much people competing in the event. Being part of the event felt so different than watching it on television. The green-haired teen glanced to see the familiar mope of purple, but in this forest of people, it seemed impossible to see where the guy was. He hoped everyone's doing okay. Time for the player pledge. With a wave of her stick, the crowd's noise pollution lessened. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. What? He paled. His thought processes stopped and rebooted itself. Why did no one ever tell me this? He cried silently. It was just dropped so suddenly. He didn't even prepare for a speech. Oh God, he was going to embarrass himself in front of millions of people. A push came from behind, and he glared at his best friend. Damn it, Kaken. Slowly he does it. Izuku's knees buckled with each step. God, he was so sweaty. It'll look disgraceful if I wipe it. Never had he dreamed in a million of years that it will be him who would stand in front of millions of people. Damn it. He put his shaking hands in his pockets. The less seen of his twitchy hands, the better. The teen began. He cleared his throat. His eyes glanced upwards in the stand and into the students. One looked back at him with expectations. Ida and Uraraka gave him 2 thumbs up, while Kirishima grinned that reached his spot. As for Kaken, his expression was not expressive, but a smirk adorned his face. You can do it, you nerd. Izuku heard it in perfect Katsuki voice. Don't give a fuck about what the world thinks. Repeating himself. The class representative ignored the murmurs of the students and grinned best as he could, the image of All Might in his mind. I pledge that today we do our best. The best as we can be. Not to compete, but to learn from each other. We are no OT, just students in different departments, but Shinso came to mind. Imagining his mom sitting in the living room rooting for him made him relax slightly. We are all fellow people striving to be heroes. So, closing his eyes for a minute. He was very anxious, but he wouldn't let himself be controlled by his fears. Let us help each other to reach and break the limits. God, he didn't know how hotter his cheeks would get by standing on the stage longer. His classmates cheering for him made him feel lighter somehow. The no booing was a plus that he felt so relieved. He managed despite his anxiety as people clapped, and he just wanted them go down already. Damn it. So manly. Deku-kun. Such an inspiring speech, Midoriya-kun. That's our class rep for ya. Izuku tuned out the people and hurried down. He just wanted to get out of the spotlight. As soon as he got down, Midnight got the briefing underway. Let's this show started. The raven-haired R-rated declared not long after his pledge. And now for the first game. This first game is the qualifiers that will determine who will drink their tears and go home, and those who do not. Waving her hand, the holographic screen appeared behind her. With a motion of her hands, the selection started in the form of a slot machine. Izuku didn't know how long his heart would last waiting for the first game that would determine who goes to his second or not. The virtual slot machine stopped. An obstacle race, he muttered. This was his area. He could do this. He'd trained his warp and won for all best as he can. Midnight explained the rules. It looked simple at first, but knowing UA, they'd plus ultra the obstacle race. The warp user didn't know what, but trouble was expected by him already. He couldn't anticipate or predict the obstacle was, but he mentally prepared himself by doing breathing exercises. Get to places, everyone. He was lucky that his warp would be favored by the first game, but the teen would not underestimate the others. Grinning a little, the one for all inheritor expected a tough challenge. Time to see how far I've come with my training, he clenched his hands. The green-haired warp user didn't know where the others were. He lost them to the tight crowd long ago. He muttered, most likely, this would favor Todoroki. The place is tight, perfect time for slowing others down, and likely to funnel the contestants. Izuku breathed deeply, and the inherited power surged in his veins. 3. All might watch the fruits of my training. Watch me tell the world that I am here. 2. He vibrated on the spot from the unreleased power, just like his fast-beating heart. Mom, Dad, watch me as I do my best to make you proud. 1. Go beyond, plus ultra. Not wasting time, Izuku jumped as darkness filled his vision briefly before finding himself falling on top of the students near the exit now. Boy, he's gonna hit us. Someone screamed. They tried to dodge, but they were squeezed from shoulder to shoulder. They don't have to worry about that as once again, a swirling red vortex appeared below him. Again, looking ahead, he knew where he would get out before he felt the portal swallowed him. Izuku landed of the pavement. He looked back to see he outside, and just a few short meters ahead of the entrance where the students still struggled with each other. It was good to see the sun shining down on him now. Todoroki, Midoriya, I knew you two would be the first, laughed Mineta as he jumped from the head of the students. The telltale sign of freezing made him jump, and as he glanced to the ground, the gray ground sheen with, and the students screamed about being stuck. Without problem, Todoroki zoomed past him, sliding on the ice. Todoroki's fast. The teen himself didn't waste time as he prepared himself. You half and half bastard, a familiar raging person screamed, followed by strong blasts echoing in the air. Naive Todoroki. He can't waste time. Kaken, Aoyama, Kirishima, Mineta, and Momo were gaining ground. All right, he practiced this. Standing slowly, he made sure his footing was solid before activating one for all in his foot. One push was all it took to launch himself and feel the winds all over his body. Ice skating. Remember the ice skating videos you watched? The training. He was fortunate that he followed his guts of practicing maneuvering in ice. Plus, his hose was made to easily stop in ice. Not a support item, but one that could be easily bought in stores everywhere, so he was not breaking the rules. Technicalities. He was slowing down, so once again he pushed himself with a single shove of a one-for-all-powered foot. Cold winds blew against his face as he slid on the smooth, cold floor. Right behind him, explosions followed along with myriad of people from the looks of it. Deku, you too, you bastard. I won't let be left behind. The teen let the momentum of his push carry him forward in the slippery ice. He can't afford to look back lest he slides. Thundering explosions with a strong force blew Izuku forward into the ground, but crossing his arms and looking upwards. The hum and thrum of his warp appeared on the frozen pavement below him. Fast as a snap, he appeared in the sky, overlooking the others. Izuku made another gate, but smaller than normal, and compressed himself as he dropped through it. He dropped vertically towards the ground and stretched his legs in sliding position. It took for a few seconds for him to get his balance right before he resumed his sliding towards a large wide area. Whoa! He skidded to a stop when large metallic hand hit the ground. Many robots, hidden from the trees, blocked the path. It was not just any robot. His eyes widened. Before them was a wall of zero-pointers whose backs faced the sun, producing shadows that loomed over them, making them look very menacing, especially with their glowing red eyes and large body. There were the 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots too, but the zero-pointers was the most plentiful in the crowding machines. Whoa, it looks like the students have come to the first obstacle. Present Mix's voice narrated loudly from somewhere. The Robo Inferno. Todoroki in the lead, stopped too. Izuku glanced behind him, the others now starting catch up to him with his blonde best friend first, and Momo who made and wore ice skates. Whoa, isn't that the 0-point villains? Seriously, the hero course had this too. Some more words were uttered as the masses now caught up with them. The green-haired inheritor of One for All turned inwards as he thought of how he could get out of this without expending more energy to his warps, or using the risky One for All. A few meters in front of him, Todoroki created ice, making Izuku jumped back. Large ice covering their path came from his classmate, freezing every robot in their spot. The fire and ice user slid between the legs, and he struggled to see what happened next with the great ice wall and vapor covering the field. What the hell happened? That Todoroki guy just smashed through them all and froze the robots. Go in between their legs. Smash, he screamed, flicking forwards. Winds rustled as everything in his path blew or knocked down. Now, with obstacles clear, the One for All user surged forward, jumping. What the? He didn't count the power behind it as his left ankle flared in agony. The teen, upon landing, screamed and fell on his knees on the one-pointer's back. Not broken, but he gritted. The pain surged, but he bare it. He could get by this. The one moment he lost focus, One for All bit his ass faster than their neighborhood wild dog. Izuku screamed and grabbed at something when the thing shook. Anything. He did grab something when the thing fell backwards, but he fell to his warp faster than he expected and fell in the sky once again. The sky filled his vision, but looking down he was falling fast. To the pavement. A quick gate, and he landed just outside the Robo Inferno zone, wasting no time to move despite the flaring pain. Izuku, to distract himself, debated on throwing the metal plate that he had grabbed. No, it might come in handy later. Better to have something and not need it, than to need something and not have it. Izuku winced when he started running again, but glanced once to see more robots coming in and the others fought their way out of the mess he and Todoroki made. He continually grimaced and gritting his teeth. I can do this. Plus Ultra. He had faced this during training in the last 2 weeks. He could do this. The fatigue was far from settling, but he was starting to get tired. Oh crap. More robots. Even the others are catching up. Not looking back, Izuku ran. He ran with barely controlled One for All, enhancing his every step. Each step, a few feet flying before landing, but not without bearing the agony on his leg, while carrying a metal plating for God knows what reason. If this was the first obstacle, then better be prepared than sorry. There. The green-haired teen could see Todoroki now. Deku, you two thought you could escape me. Kakin roared, soaring above and past him, followed by his continuous blasts that propelled him forward. Quickly as it came, it faded in an explosion as Kakin was flitted away by his quirk. Midoriya-kun. Ida called, and glancing back, there, his blue-haired engine-quirked friend ran and was now catching up to him. The others were catching up now too, gradually. I admire your effort, but I too cannot allow myself to fall behind, for my brother believes in me. Ida passed by him. He stepped up his game by adding more power. The strain was there, but he would manage with it. His step further than the last. The teen landed and ought to run again, but Ida immediately stopping made him do the same. Izuku gaped at the landscape before them. Cliffs. He wondered in amazement how could they do such thing as this and put it back together after the entrance exam. The cliff was littered with spires that served as jumping stones interconnected by ropes. If you fall, you're out, the ever-present present Mike said jovially. It's the fall. It looks like the Ida Tinya and Midoriya Izuku are catching up with Todoroki Shudo and Bakugo Katsuki. But the distance they have to cross is great. Better catch up fast. They were catching up all right, but the distance between Todoroki and Kaken was massive. On the distance, there in the sky, without squinting, Katsuki's form was visible with him continuously blasting his way to catch up with their leading classmate. Squinting a little, Todoroki's form could be seen crossing a rope. He needed to bridge the gap, and quick. Izuku couldn't help but grin at his idea he suddenly had. Making sure the metal plate wouldn't fall, the warp user ran and jumped. With the metals safely tucked in the other arm, he fell with the winds blowing on his face with the grin still on his face. I gotta time this right. Once he passed the rope, he raised his arm overhead the rope and grabbed it with his free arm. He pulled on his right to balance the metal plating on the rope. The teen slid to rope with ease. Easier too since its slightly downward angle. This was the most fun he had. Excitingly fun. Todoroki, Kaken, I'll catch up to you too. Midoriya is catching up by using the rope as a zip line. Present Mike roared. Looks like the 1A class representative doesn't like to lose to his two classmates. Will he catch up? I'm on the end of the rope. He let go of the plate and grabbed the rope. The youth felt his gloves burn, but ignored it in favor of pulling with his strength. The teen flew up and landed on the top of the platform. Only a second was taken to see how the others are doing, and one pink-haired girl flew across using items. Izuku did not waste time and jumped to the nearest spire, wincing for the millionth time, and slid across the rope as he did so. Rinse and repeat did Izuku went at it, jumping and sliding towards the other he did, until one last jump that he reached the red stairs, or the end of the fall, no worse for wear through conserving of energy. The equipped girl followed him next on his far right, but he didn't stay as he dashed forwards and jumped. Toshinori was amazed that Midoriya Izuku did in his free time during the last 2 weeks. He had asked that Samintas observe the youth, which the hero did gladly oblige. His words on Izuku's training was that it was arduous in a way, and Toshinori believed it knowing the truth. To train 2 quirks at during best as he can on a span of 2 weeks was exhausting, especially 2 different quirks, but his apprentice did it anyways. He trained in using one for all by doing the exercise he recommended, letting one for all flow in his body as he practiced his kata. Not only that, young Izuku seemed to practice his control of it by sparring with another fellow student, Hitoshi Shinso, he made friends with. So he not only helped practice his quirk, but helped a fellow student who dreamt to be a hero too. Samintas had reported too that he was testing the limits of his warp by creating so many warps at the same time and having young Hitoshi go through that, thus testing the limits of his partner in him, testing the boundaries of his warp gates. The results could clearly be seen now, in the way his movements are much smoother than when he used one for all during the first combat training. Observing the jumps his inheritor did, it was clearly powered by one for all, but it was more controlled, more refined than when they began after he gave the legacy to him. Though, he watched and immediately concluded that young Midoriya still had trouble controlling the power. Still, it was exciting to know that his successor made progress on his own. His quick thinking in the ice earlier was good reaction time too. A little too good? Was he practicing sliding in the ice? Did Izuku expect Todoroki to freeze the floor? Knowing his analytical mind, he may have used his experience in both indoor battle exercise and USJ to observe his classmates to gather enough information on how they act and handle things. He also observed that Izuku did not use much of his warp, only in instances where he needed it most. A logical strategy he mused since it'd take too much energy. It made him proud as his mentor that he could tap his self-potential on his own. If that was the case, then how much with guidance? Now, he watched his apprentice traverse the second part of the obstacle through his wits, using the metal plate as a makeshift pulley of the zip line and accelerating himself. The least energy expending move his successor thought of. He didn't expect that. In the lead are still Todoroki and Bakugo. Looks like Midoriya is the third one, but the others are now catching up with him on the edge of the minefield. Hatsume is in hot pursuit to the two with her equipment. Sure enough, the girl floated her way through the field and weaving gingerly left and right to avoid the mines. It looks like the support department doesn't like to lose too. The competition is on fire. He watched as the others marched through the exploding minefield. As they got closer to the other side, explosions sent many individuals flying away due to their proximity. All of them fought one another while going forwards. Everyone was leaving his apprentice behind. His apprentice stood there near the edge of the minefield using the same metal plate to dig. From the camera angle, the number one hero couldn't see how deep or what he was digging, but could it be? It looked like he and Principal Nedzu had the same idea, based on the gleam of his eyes. The gleam that said something unexpected would happen. Blast after blast occurred throughout the field. The hero knew that traveling on foot would be a mistake because as they closer to the end, the tighter the minefield was. Turning his gaze back to his inheritor, he was right. That ingenious youth. Young Midoriya gripped the metal plating tightly and jumped to the pile of gathered mines. A huge explosion then clearly rocked the earth, and the pink blast could be seen even where he was. Every contender stopped and turned at the large blast of pink. The 1A class representative passed everyone fast as a bullet that he couldn't help but grin in excitement. "What's this?" Present Mike yelled in wonder. The audience cheered formed the large pink blast that could be seen even from the inside of the stadium. Class 1A representative Midoriya Izuku is catching up using the blast to propel himself. He's on fire. Swifter than he expected, the others were now left behind in a literal dust. Even Todoroki and Bakugo. 1 minute he was there, the second the youth was gone swallowed by red and black faster than most could see. Whoa, the blonde commentator gasped along with the audience when his successor disappeared. It seems Midoriya Izuku is gone. Where is he? Red and black warp gate opened far ahead the others and near the entrance. Explosion came from the portal, and out with it was the missing contender who still clung to the metal passing the finished line of blur. Midoriya finished first. The cheer rumbled throughout the arena, and the private observation booth they were in now shook from the sounds of the audience alone. With an explosive comeback move, Midoriya overrun both Todoroki and Bakugo and finished first. Eraserhead, what are you teaching these kids? Toshinori stood in happiness before calming himself and sat down. He transformed to All Might. Ha ha ha, that was a blast. I never expected that to happen. Well done, young Midoriya. He gave the boy a thumb up. He certainly showed the world that he was there. His successor took a long, deep breath and his gaze all over the stadium. He looked strong, but Toshinori knew his student. He's soft-hearted yet strong-willed. So, he wasn't surprised when he cried seconds later, but he would not look down on Izuku's tears, for he knew that they were tears of joy and triumph. Tears of knowing that his training and hard work finally paid off. On second place, both Todoroki and Bakugo are fighting for the spot. The entrance blew, and out of it came First Endeavor's son. A furious Bakugo followed him next. What are you crying for, nerd? Bakugo was mad he was third. It stung, both his arms and pride. Not because he lost to his best friend. No, he was proud of the nerd, another point for him and cutting their tied score. The explosive teen was proud of his friend for beating him. Not that he'd admit that fact when he didn't specify what kind of win they had to have. Izuku assumed it applied sparring only. No, that as eating him. It was that damn arrogant half and half. Not even using his left side could still win. It grates his nerves so much. Here he was blasting his ass, his fucking sore arm, and the dumbass doesn't use his everything. He busted his ass every day after school, reaching the limits of his body and of his quirk, and he only came in third. The damn hybrid afraid of using his fire yet second? It's insulting. Does he think I'm not worthy as a rival? Or the other scrubs? He wanted to lash out, but the teen knew it would not do any good. He could get back at half and half in the second and third part. Plus, no one challenges Izuku but me. Katsuki smirked. He may have lost this one, but the next round will be him. The blonde promised that. The nerd and half would lose. He smirked in pride and happiness that his friend won. The nerd needed the win since Katsuki felt his friend needed that to grow more backbone. Let all the people look at Izuku and challenge him. That'd get his ass up. Don't get him wrong. The damn tier factory best friend of his can grow balls when he needed, but not enough for him. I just can't believe I won, Kakin. Yeah, you've earned it, nerd. And he meant it. 2 weeks. 2 weeks they all trained separately, and he could see the difference in his childhood friend. He earned it. Even earned him a new friend that he never met yet. Eyebags he decided to call the new guy, since in Izuku's words he looked like he never slept. He can't stand to look at the damn green fluffball when he's crying. Stop your crying. They're praising you. He grabbed the nerd and ruffled his hair. Enjoy it while you can, 'cause I'm taking the next 2 rounds. His smirk turned to a grin at Deku's confused expression. Don't look so surprised, you little shit. You know this one is your turf. Deku-kun. Kakin, said Round Face, who ran towards them. You two were amazing. I still have a lot to go before I catch up with you guys. It's so frustrating, dang it. My speed wasn't enough, he heard Ida say amidst the rumbling voice of the crowd. Join the club, Speedy, huffed Katsuki. I still lost to the Sinuva bitch and defeated me using his ice half. Ice half. Faraz stayed rooted on his spot, who looked in disbelief, even talking to himself on his loss. Realizing his mistake, he took off his mind on the bastard and joined in the 2 lovebirds. Don't get comfy, Round Face. His hands twitch and hurt to move somehow, but he crossed it on his chest nonetheless. I'll fucking blow Deku on the second part. Ah, fuck it. Not just Deku. I'll blow that bastard to hell too. Zero Gravity Girl then asked, You mean Todoroki? His hand twitched at the mention of the bastard's name. He admits, shitty as he was when he was young, not to mention arrogant. He was not so arrogant to do everything half-assed. All Katsuki did, even when they were young, was 100% full shit. Deku showed him that he was wrong, and the people singing praises were a bunch of pussies even when they were afraid of him. They still shower him with praise, even when he's being a shit stain. But he was over that now, damn it. Deku made sure of it. So, one could say he knew arrogance, and arrogance was what he saw in Todoroki. He knew that he was not the top dog. Potential, hell fucking yeah. But not the top dog. Yeah, I'm not the strongest, but that doesn't mean he'll stop blasting fuckers left and right using all his sweat to reach the fucking top. He'll drain himself of his sweat if he needed to. Yet, the half-bastard only uses his right. Fuck that shit. The balls of that bastard. Stronger than Deku, my ass. Katsuki knew he was an ass, but an ass that has a stick shoved up so deep into his ass. To declare he's stronger than Deku in them, he wanted to remove the stick himself. What does he think of him and the other scrubs, extras? The others were busting their ass just to go to the finish line, and he insults them by fucking with them using only ice. He'll beat him till he uses that other side. The teen promised. Yeah, he sneered. That arrogant, pompous piece of dashed. The blonde glared at shitty hair who pawned an arm around his shoulders. Relax, man. You can beat Todoroki later. He didn't protest to the redhead teen on his fucking action, knowing it'd be useless. Waste of energy to say so. I just wanted to say to you guys that you only won because the game favored your quirks. Pounding his fists, the redhead grinned. I'm gonna take the first place this time. Better luck next time, shitty face, round head, said a smug Katsuki. You'll need it. Hey, protested brunette round face. That's mean Kakin. I'll show you. Now, let's take a look at the result. Midnight uttered, pointing on the holographic screen. Izuku looked at the names of the top 10. He was the first, which came as a surprise because he wasn't sure his idea would work. Thank you, Kakin. Second, Todoroki Shudo. Third, Bakugo Katsuki. Fourth, Shizuki Ibara. Fifth, Hananuki Juzo. Sixth, Tenya Ida. Seventh, Fumikage Tokoyami. Eighth, Hantasiro. Ninth, Kirishima Ijiro. 10th, Tetsu. He blinked to see if what he was seeing was right, which correct. Most of the top 10 was from their class. The only one from 1B was Shiozaki, Hananuki, and Tetsu. Looking further down the list, all of 1A got in, and mostly from the B class. He grinned when on different spots. He saw the name of the persons he was looking for. Uraraka placed in 13th. Hitoshi Shinso in 25th place. His new friend made it near the half. Is this the difference of experience can do? Or was it simply because their class was simply more manly? In Kirishima's terms, as the hero coursers was the ones that got in and few support and gen ed students. The team can't say for sure, but he knew it was just the beginning to conclude. Maybe their experience in USJ did help, but there was still more to come and others could still win. Through tactics, ingenuity, or something else, he was excited to know. The top 42 made it through the next round. Midnight stayed at arms crossed. There's still chance for you to shine. The real competition begins next. So give it your all. With a single raise of her arm, the virtual roulette rolled again. The anticipation was thick, and he could feel that whatever comes next would be intense. Now here is the second game. Izuku swallowed heavily. What could it be? Random team battle royale? Combat training like event, possibly by pair. Once the rolling slowed, he was nervous. Here it is. Cavalry battle. He didn't know whether to be happy that it's a team battle or be anxious knowing there's more. He was sure it was plus ultra'd by UA. They all learned that nothing was ever normal in UA. Cavalry battle, his electric quirk classmate said. I'm bad at those. The hero immediately explained the rules. So, here's how it goes. You can form team minimum of 2 and maximum of 4 members. The picture of All Might being hoisted by 13 and present Mike was so cute. He wondered what the surprise in this one would be. He swept the question away, knowing Midnight would explain it soon. Right now, he needed to focus on the team members. It's the same as a regular cavalry battle. The sexily clad heroine turned to look at them on her shoulder. But the one thing different is you'll be assigned different points depending on your rank from the last game. Izuku froze at that. That means he's the highest one. Crap, all teams would be after my team. Sato said something, but he was somehow far away from his muscular classmate, so he didn't hear what it was. So, that means each team is worth different points depending on the team. That's right. Midnight pointed at his 2 female classmates. The points start on 5 starting from the bottom. Crap, I'm in even more trouble now. My points will be the most demanded one of all. And the points assigned to the first place is, doing the math in his head. He was about to get to it. It's he muttered, counting on his head. 10 million points. Immediately, Izuku froze. Slowly, he glanced left and right only to want to shrink from all the eyes on him. All friends in that instance, he knew, became enemies out for his head, and he only had one thing to say. Oh fuck. Izuku, amid the 42 prospective heroes, saw his classmates and other students already quickly forming teams. Bakugo, Todoroki were the ones surrounded by his classmates and begging to be their teammates while he was clearly avoided by everyone. Every eyes he met, avoided, shied away from his gaze, and looking everywhere but him. He had to look for members and not worry about who was teamed up with who, as they were given only 15 minutes to form and plan up. Uraraka, he called. His female friend turned and beamed at him. Izuku avoided her gaze for a second, feeling his cheeks light up. Dekakuin. Team up with me, grinned the teen as he approached her. In the cavalry battle, Izuku would feel better if he was with someone he knew. Achiko's quirk would be useful too, with her reducing the mass of their team. Dekakuin. Her expression turned serious, giving him a small, yet sincere smile. His chest tightened, already knowing what his response was going to be. Yet, he couldn't fault her friend for it, because if he knew Uraraka, she was determined to see it through on her own strength. Sorry, but I can't. You, Kaken, Ida, and Kirishima are all so strong. Even Todoroki recognizes you. I want to know how much I can do without relying on anyone. So, breathing deeply, she held out a hand. I'll be your rival too. Despite the hurt from her refusal, the green-haired teen understood his friend and where she was coming from. The teen grinned as he took her hand. See you on the 3rd round then. The girl beamed and nodded before leaving him to look for teammates. Glancing all over, it seemed his vice rep, Hanta, and Ida had teamed up with the one, a strongest. Ingenium's younger brother looked at him from the distance, giving him a challenging look. Kirishima and Katsuki teamed up, who both smirked at him while the blonde gestured at his head and ripping the headband. Uraraka, who quickly found a team, teamed up with an orange-haired person from 1B, Itsuka Kendo. He thought if he remembered the person's name from the scoreboard earlier. Looking at the way people looked at him, it was obvious none or hopefully most was not willing to team up with him. They may not say it, but their eyes said it all. The constant staring at him, then looking away when he approaches them. Punching his palm. That just means I have to convince them we can win. Team up with me number 1, Midoriya, Izuku. Izuku nearly jumped the voice. He turned at the voice that called him. It was the support courser that flew through the fall, using a support item. His fellow student who wore a goggle on her head had pink hair, light skin, and shorter than him by few inches. The girl strapped her items all over her body like some sort of launcher below her chest, tools on the side of her waist, a large backpack, and a large metallic boots. I'm handsome, May, but you can call me May, and I would like to partner with you. Izuku felt his cheeks set aflame. He backed up a little bit from the girl's sudden closeness. She grinned from ear to ear and didn't in the slightest look embarrassed about the fact that all teams would be after his points. You would? Yes. Hatsum replied without hesitation. With your skills and position together with my babies, we'll surely win. The support companies will then notice my babies, she cackled. She's so honest. Izuku mused at her straightforwardness. He decided not to mind her antics if that meant one problem down. Thanks, the teen replied, awkwardly backing away from the girl. Now, all he needed was 2 more members. Eyes moving all around. Everyone was already teaming up with one another. He needed to get 2 more for a more powerful defense. Hatsum-san dash. Call me May. May. Izuku. May. May-san. He corrected himself on her insistence. We need to gather 2 more people. The girl shrugged and happily looked elsewhere while he did the same. He walked among the crowd, but people made way for him, even his classmates. There. Izuku couldn't help but smile on the sight of Fumikage Tokoyami standing alone on the edge of the field. He didn't waste time and jogged to his lonesome classmate. Fumikage-san, he called. Boy, was he glad when his classmate turned to him and approached him too as they met halfway. Join my team. Please, please, please say yes. Izuku bowed to his classmate, his elation growing. I apologize, Midoriya. I have to refuse your offer. His classmate replied, and his excitement died and deflated faster than All Might going from his hero form to Toshinori Yagi. His quirk was powerful and very much so if used correctly. But Kuga-sen came to me first and invited me to join his team. Both him and Kirishima went to find our last member. Damn, Kaken got him first. Losing Uraraka first, and then Tokoyami was a big blow since he already thought of how he can use Dark Shadow. Izuku would have asked for the Shadow user to team up with him had the other one not beaten him first. It seemed it was not only him who realized the versatility and power of Dark Shadow. Of course, Kaken would recruit Tokoyami first. It would make sense that it's not only him that found Tokoyami's quirk very powerful with Dark Shadow's omnidirectional offensive and defensive capability, then Kaken and his classmates would too. He would be lucky to find another quirk that has the same potential as his feathered classmate. Looking around, the teams were all set up now. His team would be hard-pressed to not have someone that had great defensive and offensive ability like Tokoyami. He needed to find one now. There. The green-haired teen hoped the lone student standing was still available. Hey, excuse me, Izuku called to her. The girl had long green, strange vine-like hair, most likely a plant-related quirk, gentle yet sharp dark green eyes, and very sun-kissed skin. One set of vines wrapped around her forehead in a crossing fashion. Oh, hello, the girl replied. I'm Midoriya, Izuku. Izuku winced at his ankles throbbing. He avoided glancing to his right, and just behind the girl to see the defeated look of a gray-haired muscular teen and his teammates. Will you team up with me? Class 1. A's representative at this point didn't care about her quirk as long as he can get teammates. Though he would have to make do and plan according with what they have later. He just needed someone to fill in the 4th slot. That is if Mei-san had managed to convince someone. Please say yes. Please say yes. He was desperate because the others were slowly teaming up quickly and the chances of him getting another member was getting smaller. The girl looked at him longer than he loved to that he averted looking at her eyes. I would love to, she replied smiling holding out her hand. I am Shiozaki Ibra from Class B. Now, all they needed to know was if May had convinced someone to be the 4th member. He squinted on the pink-haired person waving as she ran to them. Behind the support course student was based on his observation, was rather reluctant purple-haired student that looked like he wanted to go anywhere but here. Shinso, Class 1. A's representative couldn't help but grin at his luck. His new friend's quirk, once utilized properly, can turn the tide of a battle. It wasn't as obviously powerful as Kakin's or Todoroki's, but it was powerful on its own right. Oh, the others wouldn't know what hit them. Do you know them, Midoriya-san? Asked Shiozaki. Maybe not everything was against him after all. He smiled and nodded at Ibara's query. I just met Hatsune, but I know who she's dragging. Hitoshi Shinso, a general education student I befriended 2 weeks ago. Shinso. He greeted his friend who was surprised to see him. Izuku was happy that Shinso looked rather toned compared to last week when they started. Though, he still had the rings around his eyes destroyed the image of a healthy, growing young man. Izuku, the brainwasher, hands covering his face, looked like he'd be elsewhere. This crazy person dragged me, and I was tempted to stop her using my quirk. Guess I have no choice, huh? His friend sighed and shrugged. What the hell? If I'm aiming to enter the hero course, might as well do it with someone from the top. Maybe they'll notice me. Now their team was complete with. Briefly, he glanced up at the monitor, 8 minutes to spare. Don't give me that look, Midoriya. A slouching snorted Shinso. The girl dragged me no questions asked. She just plucked me out of nowhere and said I'm her teammate now. All Might's successor resisted the urge to smile. He just met May, but he could see the support student doing that if her first impression was to be judged. I didn't say anything, Shinso. Uh-huh, his friend said sarcastically, giving him a dry look. He pointed at his vine-haired schoolmate. This is Shiozaki Ibara-san, from Class B. The green-haired girl seemed polite, bowing to his friend as Izuku introduced her. I'm sure you've already met her. She's Hatsune-san. He didn't have doubt that the girl knew how to make an impression when his friend glanced at her strangely. Name's Hitoshi Shinso, future hero course student. The purple-haired brainwasher stated, then turned to him. With the 4 of us now complete, we'll have to think of a plan. Izuku started as they all huddled together. Looking up at the large monitor, they still had 10 minutes. He and the others needed to cover all the bases with all odds against them. First, we'll start by introducing our quirks, then go from there. Time's up, President Mike announced. It looks like the teams are already in positions. The crowd roared louder than before. Izuku swallowed heavily on the lump in his throat at the knowledge of the teams gunning for his points. Everywhere his gaze turned, heads and eyes were onto them. Will Team Midoriya hold on to their points? Let's find out, folks. Is this what feels like to be in All Might's shoes? Are you certain that our plan is not unfair? We are forcing them to give up what they had using Hitoshi-san's voice, after all. It's not. Everything is fair game as long as you don't break the rules, Shinso replied. So us, using my quirk to even the odds is only fair and justified since everyone's after us. If you say so, the girl from 1B said unsurely. The prospect of being number 1 seemed heavier and daunting. How could All Might bear more than this? So many heroes wanting to catch up to him and step away form his shadow in their bid to become number 1. So many people expecting great things from him, to win, to entertain. Tightening the strap on the jetpack just in case he had forgotten. He knew it was a useless gesture. The jetpack strap was already tight as it can be. Even with their formidable team, to which the girl from 1B was a godsend, he couldn't help but still feel his anxiety gnaw at his being. Clearing his throat, he said, Shiozaki-san, bind us. The girl's plant hair slithered coldly from his legs to the arms Shinso and Mei. Let's do our best, everyone. I'm counting on you. Looking down on his teammates hoisting him, Shiozaki Ibara on the 4 would be the attacker and defender with her quirk. Shinso, on the left, wearing one of hover boots on his left foot. Lastly, Hatsune on the right, were the other one. Everyone ready? He asked. The inventor smiled proudly, very much confident on the abilities of her babies. The brainwasher sent a lazy smirk his way, and his fellow hero course schoolmate nodded. He held on to the jetpack as everyone's gaze went their way. They planned best as they could, gathered balanced team members he could have. He hoped that it was enough. Start. Izuku motioned for the team to slowly move back as everyone ran towards them. He or the others did nothing to stop them from charging onto them. He nearly lost his balance when his teammates wobbled in their place. What's happening? He asked, keeping an eye on other teams. We're sinking. The ground's gone soft. Shinso reported. It's Juzo-kuin's quirk, stated Ibara. He can soften the ground like quicksand. He had no way of knowing who Juzo was with so many attacking now, nor does he have the time to identify the person. Most of their direction was covered, but not all. Turn away, guys. I'm blasting us up. Squeezing the trigger, Hatsum, May's baby slowly pushed them up. Seconds later, their team flew upwards, escaping the first onslaught at an unexpected speed. At once, they passed above the other teams, and Shiozaki's hair lengthened, arching below them. No one to retreat. He had to be prudent with his strength. The interval was enough for him to rest. Still, he had reserved his power for when Todoroki or Kaken, the two heavy hitters, battles his team. Jiru, strike them now. Dekukuin. The loud scream of Deku overpowered the others' voices, still reaching up to there. A familiar pointed stretched object headed for them. Shiozaki-san. He couldn't see what was happening below, but the simultaneous shaking and clanging below, behind, and in front of them was enough of a clue what was transpiring just as they had started falling. Thank God I found Shiozaki-san. Anyone can. A godsend was an understatement to Izuku. He may had missed the chance gaining Tokoyami, but the gaining girl from 1B as a teammate was fortunate on his part. Swiftly, he waved his arm, and in they go and exited meters above the ground facing the other teams. His two other support, without prompt, activated the boots. The counter-thrust caused them to tremble as it reduced their shaky landing speed just in time to stop in the middle of the field. They tumbled forwards for a few seconds, but they stopped it without trouble. All around them was a free-for-all fight. The other teams fought each other for their points, with only few coming towards them. For now, one was charging at them now. Shiozaki's vines met them, but Monoma Nito, he remembered the name, blew along with the front horse. Identical quirks? He breathed. No. Impossible. There's no such thing as the same quirk. Round objects met her vine hair, and they jumped using the clear ball, then blew some more. Izuku launched warps at them, but they quickly landed close. Quick, deep breaths. He tightened his fist, but the other team was still going for them. The green-haired girl's vines erupted from the ground between them and their attacker. Ibara, how could you team up with our enemy from 1A? Their president no less. Monoma Nito, the blonde student of 1B, from the other side of the wall loudly stated with irritation evident. How could you? The blonde's team swiftly approached them. The wall gradually came down. Lo and behold, the other team was there. You're quite competitive, aren't you? Jealous much? Arrogance flowed quite smoothly out of Shinsu's mouth. Monoma's expression distorted. I knew you'd escape. It was efficient of you to use the support item, rather use your quirks. He rushed towards them again, first while all the other teams fought all around. Shinso, he called. I know, the other grunted in response. You know, the general studies courser began. Being in the hero course, I thought you'd look more impressive, but you don't look special to me. No wonder you're jealous of those from 1A. A smirk adorned the rider of the 1B team. You're arrogant for a general education student. None of Monoma's teammate was the wiser when they didn't see their rider's expression turn blank even as they approached closer and closer. Good, now give us your points. As if, one of them said. He smirked at the 1B students when he caught their thrown points. Monoma, what are you doing? Protested the teen on the front of the other team when they suddenly stopped. Tucking the point, he then motioned for them to march forward, but not before creating a vortex below them. They all screamed as they fell into where Izuku's team was from the beginning. They had to leave before any team catches up to them. Shit. Shinso cursed as Izuku's thought came true. Damn, they got us cornered. 3 teams blocking our way everywhere. Team Jiru and Mezu, who spread his multiple arms creating a wing-like cover on his back, stopped them left and right on the front. Hagakure, made obvious by the floating headband, carried by Sato and Koda, came at them from the behind. Midoriya, their shortest classmate, showed himself from the shadows of Shoji's back. We'll be taking that now. Minetta's fingers danced in a come-hither gesture. Long tongue and barrage of purple balls flew towards them together with Jiru's ear jacks and Aoyama's laser. You're surrounded, Midoriya, Jiru stated. Her team walked slowly towards them. Mezu followed suit. The ground beneath them rumbled as thick and tall vines that nearly stretched the whole width of arena, then rose to block the incoming attacks. Their protective wall formed a half-circle covering their front. "Thanks, Shizuki-san," muttered Shinso. "That's one down." Turning around and facing Hagakura's team, Izuku blinked as the trio rushed faster than he expected, no doubt thanks to Sato's strength, and snapped out of his daze. "Midoriya-san, more people are coming our way," the 1B girl said. The teen didn't question how she knew, but trusted her words. He could hear it now, the loud explosions that rocked the ground. "Oi, give it up. You can't take it from us. Your chances are low." "We'll still try, weird-looking guy." They were already near. Izuku prepared himself for the charge. "Not this time, Shizuki-san." He patted her shoulder, to which she gave nothing but a nod as a reply. Their team skid backwards from the other team's strength. All three of his teammates were no match from Sato's physical power. Despite this, he still smiled, feeling his heart pump faster and sweat fall faster from his forehead. "I'm sorry, Hagakura-san. Give us your points." Almost immediately, the gloves untied the points headband and quickly swiped it from his classmate's hands. Push. A wave of plants pushed them away. No doubt it was Kakin coming after them now. "Hold on, guys. Don't let go and prepare to land." With a press of a button, they flew again, but this time, a warp swallowed all of them. May laughter reached his ears. When everything became clear a second later, they were on the other side of the ring, just above where they started and facing every team scattered out there. Huge ice and the green plants was the biggest sight he'd seen. "Deku!" Huge explosion followed the shout from above. Putting power in his fingers, with gritted teeth, Izuku let loose his one-for-all-powered flicking strike. Katsuki deftly dodged the attack. Predictable. "You're mine now." His childhood friend's hands reached to grab the points, but he leaned back and ducked, preventing the steal by a hair's breadth as the blonde fell. As his explosive best friend passed by him, he caught the smirk. Shinso screamed that something dark was coming at them. He turned too late. Behind them, the dark sentient quirk, Dark Shadow's claws struck them. Izuku could only gnash his teeth from Dark Shadow's hit. Everything blurred, the sky, the clouds, the ground, the thunder, and the bursts, all of it mixed up. Two figures came from above him, screaming loudly. He willed a gate, and darkness for a brief moment swallowed them. Still the wind gushed in his ears, his hair swayed furiously, but now he could see right again. When clawed fingers came for him, he screamed as he activated the jetpack, riding themselves. Their point defense's hair whipped the dark being away. "I'm not done yet, Deku." He turned to see Katsuki from below, blasting upwards once more. Katsuki motioned for the points on his neck as Dark Shadow struck again, but the vine quirk girl's hair formed one big defense of vines all around them, which shook from the impact. Their defense rumbled from attacks on both sides as they still. Not a second later, their plant defense crumbled. Claws and explosion blew their cover easily. Katsuki went straight for him. He could hear him. The teen raised his hand as a portal, then rumbled behind his best friend, dropping towards his friend, cutting the scream. He didn't even get to scream as they fell quickly with Kakin gone. Eyes darting around, his teammates held on to him. He could feel the vines of Shiozaki all over his body tighten. "A cheap trick, you nerd. But I ain't going down that easy. Damn it, I forgot to put him away from us. Midoriya, your friend is an arrogant ass. What you'd say, eyebags?" The manic grin and excited gleam of Katsuki's eyes left his as the brainwasher was quick to order him. "Leave us alone. Go back to your team." Izuku's childhood friend flew back to his team, but Dark Shadow attacked again. He triggered the jetpack as he attempted to slow their descent and balanced himself. He held on no matter how much it hurts his person from the tight hold of Shiozaki's hair, while the girl from 1B stopped the sentient quirk best as she can. Conjuring a gate behind them, he deactivated the jetpack, letting them fall in the warp gate, and they appeared a few feet on the ground before his teammates hovered to balance them all. Clicking his tongue, "That was, Kakin nearly got us." His use of Dark Shadow was aggressive, as expected of the explosive blonde. Their ambush nearly worked were it not for Shiozaki's quick reflex. When they landed on the middle of the ring, his teammates tensed. His head throbbed from feeling like he spun repeatedly, but he still warily watched for any incoming attacks with a few teams near them. Izuku threw a warp gate at the incoming white strip towards them, cutting it. The ground rumbled when ice followed the long-range strike, but fortunately vines met them halfway and froze it. Large ice erupted on both sides, then surrounded them. Todoroki, he muttered. Just their luck that Endeavor's son found them earlier than he wanted. He had hoped that they'll encounter Todoroki's team when time was nearing the end. I thought I had him there. The tape user grinned. Don't underestimate Midoriya-kun, Shiro-san, his engine-quirked friend said. The fire and ice user didn't reply, but stared at him, silently holding to a metal pole he used to direct his ice with. So, Shinso drawled as if he wasn't out of breath from all the action. This is the Todoroki Shudo you mentioned. A big disappointment. I thought he'd be more imposing being the son of Endeavor. Let's see if you'll still say that after we get your point, Shiro grinned. Izuku wiped the sweat gradually sliding off his face for the inevitable confrontation. They had a strong defense in the form of Shiozaki's vines, but he knew it would not hold out long against Todoroki's ice. His ice was not the perfect counter to her quirk, but it was nonetheless a threat. For one strike of his ice her plants freeze and encase beautifully in the element. Shinso, however, could turn the battle in their favor if he replies to his taunts, but Todoroki was a person of few words, saying what needs to be said only when it is needed to be uttered. His team was good, but not balanced enough. Meanwhile, Todoroki's team was not only powerful but balanced. Shiro's tapes, simple as they were also a veritable threat to him if not observed carefully. For one swipe, and all their hard work gone in an instant. Momo could make anything for her team in any given situation, giving them the advantage of adapting through their equipment. Ito was not only strong, but he was fast. His speed would give the team a boost. No choice but to retreat or hold their ground. No, what about a third option? Taking their points. Shiozaki-san, he said low enough for only his teammates to hear. Distract them by attacking them in all directions. Fighting Todoroki would be bad now with everyone after him. Knowing the ice user, he was adamant to prove something just by his oath before. If he could take their points, maybe, just maybe that'll prove something to only using his icy half was holding him back. She nodded as her hair dug into the ground, and the opposing team did not move, only turn their heads around searching where she would attack. Second later, vines popped out of the ground all around them and moved to strike. Todoroki jumped as Momo threw something at Endeavor's son, which he caught, and pounded on the ground. Deftly landing on the object, Todoroki balanced on the tip of the pole. Ice crackled when the pole shone and glittered as the freezing process solidified it more. He created 2 feet thick ice to land, and made more on as he slid fast as Ida towards them like a hunter. Midnight, is that allowed? Present Mike asked. It's allowed. Todoroki didn't set foot on the ground. Technicalities, he groused while grinning when he heard Midnight's declaration. Todoroki was really making his promise of beating him. I won't let you win, Todoroki. I won't be beaten by a person half-assing it. You're not the only one who has goals. Izuku ducked when Shiro's tape came at him again. Shiozaki's vines popped out of the ground to block the sticky white strip. Swiftly, they moved forward, then to the left, avoiding his attempts of stealing by Todoroki as he passed by them. Endeavor's son struck swift and fast as he created ice to slide on, continuing to circle them. The ice user was in his element. Amid the chaos, one A's class rep turned, flicking his finger and sending a powerful wind at the ice user, serving to only break the ice wall behind him. The force of the flick missed by a large margin. Fast as he was, if he had no room for movement, then the better. Shiozaki's followed Todoroki while maintaining distraction, but Shiro's tape intercepted one of her many distracting vines from their right, which prompted her to create a wall more around the other group. She created more vines to chase their target. Shiozaki has thorns behind her kind personality. She sent more plants for Todoroki. He was about to send another wind at the white and red-haired teen. Buzzing sound cut through the barrier between them, and out of it came another which their opponent caught. The dual-quirked teen jumped from his ice platform directly towards him. Izuku launched 3 warps his way, but Todoroki spun midair and planted the pole on the ground. Crackling ice went for them again as he landed perfectly balanced on thin object. The attack was much closer, so he extended his arms. Two wobbly red and black portals formed on each arm, not wasting a single moment, punched through the gate. Strong gusts blew from both sides, blew the ice, shard everywhere. Izuku held back a scream and crossed his shaking arms in defense. Mei screamed, Shinso grunted, and Shiozaki made another wall, each diagonal stopping most of the gust's effect. His ice user classmate did likewise the same, covered their side of the field from the effects of his punch, and launched another wave of attack. The girl from 1B tried to block Todoroki with more vines, only to be frozen and crushed to pieces immediately. Izuku looked above, once again created a gate in front of him, proceeding to punching the red portal. Winds from above blew down on them, hissing and gushing strongly. On his perch, Todoroki wobbled and fell. Vines swiftly dug into the ground towards his opponent's way, but tape grabbed onto their target and pulling the rider back faster than Shiozaki's vine hair could move. With a swipe of his hands, they fell into the ground. Glancing around, appeared a few feet outside of the ice barrier. Breath getting heavier, arms protesting, the apprentice relished the breathing room they had. That is until Team Uraraka blocked them few meters away. Izuku, on both sides. Mei instructed as explosions came from said direction along with Dark Shadow's voice on the right. I won't fall for them same trick twice, bastards. Surrounded again, Shinso groused, when another came from the other side. The Steel Guy's team. He noticed the ground darkened and softened. It didn't need to be said that Uraraka's team, who was blocking their front, didn't move as they continued to sunk, which means that they don't have a long-range fighter and waiting for a chance to snag our points. That, or she's making him think that way. Shinso, you know what to do, a grunt was his reply. We need to escape before Todoroki gets out of the ice field. Shiozaki-san, hold off Katsuki long as you can. The girl gave a brief nod. Luckily, she didn't protest. Take his points if you could. Hey, aren't you from B class? If you're anything like your classmate earlier, give up. He wasn't able to take our points, and what makes you think you could? What did you say? The 1B rider replied, fist raised. Looks like I have to expend more strength. I hope there is time for rest later. He had plans for this situation, but no plan survives first contact. The girl unleashed vines that dug on the pavement towards all three teams and coming out of the ground repeatedly like a slithering digging snake. Holding out his hand forward, the green-haired teen imagined them near his target. Just like training. Maintain control. He wheezed but remained upright. Two portals came before him. The gates closed in on his arm. Slouching and breathing deeply for a second, he pushed his hands into it. On Izuku's left, his hand appeared, which the team didn't expect. He ignored the boisterous cheering crowd and the smoke produced by explosions. Using their surprise, he grabbed one thin piece of cloth on his left and pulled it. Uraraka pulled herself back while reaching for his hands. He pulled his hands before she could touch it. I got the points, he declared, quickly tying it on his neck with the others. All exit points are blocked. Uraraka's point was so close, but they had no time. Kaken was getting closer, and simply too fast to be captured. He's fast as Todoroki. Gritting his teeth, but once more opened wormhole below, or attempted as his heart pounded when the vines currently blocking the right burned swiftly. Kaken came crashing out of it. The blonde's dominant hand crackled explosively. Immediately, Izuku held out his arm and casted a warp, but it was too late. The blonde passed by him and grabbed onto his neck just as he leaned back. No! Blinding flash made him recoil and cover his eyes. When his vision cleared a second later, only two headbands was on his neck. One last portal. His breath grew heavier, but still he used his quirk and bears it. Relief filled his chest when they began to fall. The jetpack spluttered but still held on. Mei looked at him, or rather what was behind him, in horror. Hold on, baby. Mommy's gonna fix you after this. They were just above where they were a second ago. Looking back, explosions occurred, exchanging fire with ice. Probably Kaken attempting to take Todoroki's points, or the opposite, seeing as Kaken got their points. Damn it. Look at the scoreboard. He heeded Shizuki's words and tears began to form on the edges of his eyes and rubbed the wetness away. His chest lightened in relief. Kaken's team came in second, beating Todoroki by a small margin. Lucky, Shinso commented. Lucky indeed. If I didn't lean back, Kaken may have gotten all our points. The team controlled their fall with slow burst from the support item in conjunction with Mei and Shinso. Mei's items were quite handy. If it weren't for her, he would have used his energy bouncing from place to place. Hell, even right now, I am nearly spent. Mei laughed, regardless if people heard her or not. Behold, companies present. The babies you see before you are created by me. The great Hatsum Mei. Me. See their resilience and effectiveness before your very eyes. Shinso muttered. Let those two fight it out. They nearly got us back there. I concur, Shiozaki agreed, head constantly looking for threats. Your friend is quite active. He burned my vines faster than I could grow them. Any second, and he might have gotten all the points. Incoming, Mei reported. Long pink rope-like object along with thinner dual objects. Following her gaze, they came from two directions. The vine-quirked girl's hair whipped in their defense. Izuku kept an eye out for Kaken and Dark Shadow just in case they attacked again. When they were a few meters above ground, they coordinated their landing and landed stably this time. Shiozaki wasted no time in setting their defense, creating walls of vines in all directions. A clanging-like sound hit their defense before the girl shortened her vines again. Lucky us, huh? Jiru said just as they turned. Her team blocked their front. Mezu, whose wing was open revealing Azui and Mineta, came from the right. I thought Bakugu would have the points, but Azui held out her hand. It's good that Midoriya-chan's reflexes are good. We cannot let you outshine us with your brilliance, monsieur, Aoyama in his eccentricity stated. He chuckled at the way Jiru and the others looked at the teen. A star's light inevitably fades, Midoriya, and I see you have nearly spent yours. What now, Midoriya? Don't tell me you'll run away again. Kaminari commented, smiling lackadaisically. Give us the points, and maybe Bakugu or Todoroki, and everyone won't bother you anymore. It's a shame you keep relying on a hot chick to form your team's defenses. Aren't you ashamed as a man? Grabbing the shoulders of Mei and Shinso, Izuku then countered. Tempting. They slowly moved back. Really tempting. I admit, guys, that I'm somewhat tired. I could give it to you and save ourselves of the trouble, or, he tapped his chin and grinned. I could fight you and find out if your team could take it. I don't think so. An unfamiliar voice called when they slowly walked back. There on their left flank, Team Uraraka had found them once again. Good job, Uraraka-san. You guessed right what they were going to do. The teams on the side slowly flanked them. Uraraka's usually friendly and bubbly face not plastered, instead determined gaze met his. She then smiled. No hard feelings, Deku. He smirked at his friend in return. None taken, Uraraka. Didn't expect you to team with someone from Class A, Kendo-san. The orange-haired girl smirked. I could say the same for you, Ibra. It looks like we don't have any problem with 1A, unlike someone we know. Damn it, the brainwasher said dryly. 2. No, 3 teams. You hero coursers don't play fairly, do you? I mean, what could we do? Only 2 people from hero course and what? 1 support department and 1 general studies student. Shinsu's outward appearance reminded him of Todoroki. Cool and calm, though he knew it has something to do with his way of coping from his status as societal pariah. It's a competiti dash. Jiru silenced the reply. Don't reply, Tsuyu. His quirk relies on replies. Whatever do you mean? Izuku asked, slightly tilting his head. His sound-quirked classmate raised her eyebrow, tapping her ears. I've been paying attention to details, Midoriya. I saw what you did to those 2 teams. I heard everything, Midoriya. Replying to someone on your team and boom, blackout, sudden throwing away of point for no reason, and no memory of ever doing it. Damn it. Another attack from 3 directions. This time, we don't have the surprise of Shinsu's quirk since Jiru had an idea what his ability is. He could feel his sweat gradually slipping from his face and in lips that he licked the salty substance on it. Charge Shuji. Let's take that 10 million before they escape again. Mineta screamed abruptly on their right. Shuji charged as ordered. Azui's tongue launched in conjunction with Mineta's balls. Uraraka's team, on the other hand, ran for them slower than the others. Aoyama, from said person, laser came forth. Gyro followed it with her ear jacks going at them on high speed. Without prompt, Shiozaki's hair vines were quick to defend. Walls of vine protected them, giving Izuku a momentary reprieve. His classmates' attacks clanged and bounced on the barrier. Izuku nearly had a heart attack when a giant hand karate chopped the green barrier. On their right, the multi-armed Shuji ripped open the vines with his arms. His teammates didn't stop there. From the ground came more vines. Said vines wrapped the foot of the attackers, immobilizing them. Enlarged hands easily cut them and ran to them. Kendo-san. Uraraka jumped. He gasped when she floated. The orange-haired girl's hand enlarged, grabbed the brunette, then launched her. His friend flew fast their way like a cannonball as her teammates followed. Uraraka's floating. Deka-kun. The brown-haired zero-gravity girl shouted, hands reaching for him. Shiozaki's quirk interfered and cut her off once more. Her loud thud was clear as she hits the wall. No hard feelings, guys. More vine came from the ground, covering the torn wall and saving them from Kaminari's electricity, but the other two teams were not saved. Monetta's scream was evident. Possibly stunned and writhing from the electricity, they backed away from the three teams. Another round of laser pierced their defense. Gyro, though breathing heavily as him from their sacrificial attack, smirked at him. He and Gyro looked at each other for a second before she launched her arrow jacks in Uraraka's direction. He, on the other hand, ordered the Vine Girl to cut open the right defensive wall. Quickly seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Monetta's point while Shuji was down. Got it. They quickly retreated while they, Uraraka, and Gyro, were still fighting. His sound quirk classmate was relentless. Her other ear jacks chased and flew towards him. Okay, control. Control. He breathed deeply and let loose his powerful flick that not deflected Gyro's ear jacks, but sent it flying back. His strike was also powerful enough to send the other team sliding away from them. Team Uraraka and Team Gyro scuffle stopped. When he looked back, the others were marching towards them. Ordering his team to turn, with a single flick, more powerful than the last, had him groaning from the force. The two teams were sent skidding back. Izuku grunted, out of air, at the sudden stop that had him nearly flying back. Had it not been for the vines that tied them together, he would have flown even with the three holding him. He grunted when his back impacted against a wall. Izuku's arm spasmed, racked by tinging pains. The punch was more powerful than his expected. With the reprieve given, Izuku managed to look up, checking each team's points. Still the same, he muttered. Moving his arms, he winced at some of his movement, especially at the joints of wrist, and twitched uncontrollably somehow. Shiozaki breathed deeper and faster now. Izuku wished he had water to give to her since she took most of the full brunt of the attacks with her quirk. Everyone okay? He asked while keeping on a lookout. None approached them still. Hanging on, Shinso wheezed. My baby, Mei cried. I'll fix you later, don't you worry. Testing the rocket, Mei was right. It was busted because it spluttered like a broken old car when he activated it. They were on the last part of the game. He knew it even if a timer wasn't shown. They just needed to hold on to the points just for a few more minutes. He knew it wouldn't be easy. They were all going desperate, and their attempts to gain points would have more tenacity this time. We need to keep moving. The other team will be desperate to get us. Or, Shinso added, we could get more points to decrease potential enemy in the third round. That's a little mean, don't you think? The 1B student asked, concern clear on her voice, while keeping an eye to those guys eyeing them from afar. Gyro and Uraraka's team had taken strategic retreat. For now. Well, I don't think so, he replied. Her quirk really doesn't match her personality. She's too nice, was his silent comment. It took much of his oratory skills to convince her to act as defense and offense when she said what her quirk was, and realizing how equal it was to Tokoyami's dark shadow. Her original intention was to act only in defense, but he and Shinso convinced him otherwise. This is a competition. Everything is fair as long as we don't break the rules or seriously hurt someone. Then I think it should be fine. Far away from where they are, explosions, ice, blinding electricity came there. But it was getting closer and closer. People ran away from the constant raging battle wherein ice was always stopped by a big blast. I guess. After a moment's rest, they ran back into the fray. Hey, the brainwasher called. It's them, said the rider. Let's get them. Midoriya looks tired. He can't escape now. Shinso merely snorted and possibly rolled his eyes. You wish. We have the top student as our rider. You got no chance. I dare you to say that again. His teammates haven't noticed it, but their rider's expression became neutral and body stiff. I wish I could. Smugness rolled off the general studies teen. But you'll be giving us your points now. They didn't look back and ran when they had his points. The guy's teammates screamed and chased them, but they didn't stop to hear their words when vines shot out of the concrete, blocking their enemy's path. Most of the time they remained on the side and hoping, more like praying, that no one notices them. Midoriya, Sato cried full of enthusiasm. The trio charged at them on the front. To their right, not far from them, came Minoma. Give us our points back. Blue PE uniform sleeves waved in the air. That was a dirty trick. You're gonna pay for it, Midoriya and whoever's quirk that was. Keep running, he instructed, and they did. They kept running, hoping to lose one of them. The team cursed when once again, large ice wall blocked their path. The solid water spanned the entire width of the field. Good news was, it protected them from people on the other side. Bad news, Todoroki, Kaken, were here on their side. Along with few teams, the only people he knew were Minoma, Uraraka, Tetsu, and Jairu. We're cornered. Another wall of ice crackled in its creation, going right and blocking the remaining team. Todoroki's and his team remained inside the ice wall. Shit, Shinso muttered. He agreed with his friend's statement. This definitely apply as an oh shit moment. For a moment stopped. Everything stopped. The quiet tension in the air was thicker than Numa's skin. It was like those old cowboy movies he had seen with his mom when he was a child. The final standoff between opponents. The anticipation was killing him. It felt like forever. Even in reality, he knew it was just a second before a thundering explosion from outside broke the silence as hell broke loose between their team. The green-haired girl unleashed a wave of plants simultaneously as he summoned a portal. Her quirk entered the space-bending energy vortex. Cracked appeared in the ice. Behind them, vines reached for their sole enemy. Todoroki was fast in barricading themselves with ice from the plants when the plants circled and surrounded them. The second vine, from their left from the ice, which also circled the ice too like a pair of slithering snakes. Glancing upwards, Katsuki laughter boomed, boosting towards them on the same time as the ice where Todoroki's team are holed up shattered, creating an icy mist around their group. Shiozaki-san, cover us, Mei ordered. Said girl followed Mei's advice in covering, protecting them from above. Team Mineta, just like Kaken, came from above, which their horse was scaling the ice walls. The multi-armed teen went down quick. Katsuki came from above, not far from the trio, which the blonde ignored. The ice wall is tall and thick enough to stop any other team. Todoroki on the front. Azui and Kaken from above. Tongue whipped fast, but the vines protected them from above. Azui's tongue would have taken their points if Mei hadn't noticed them scaling the walls. Heart pumping fast and chest heaving heavily, Izuku felt cornered. Everywhere they go, their team was always cornered. No use escaping. Kaken can easily chase us if we escape, but Todoroki can easily cut off our path with his ice. Even if we escape too, the other team would be waiting for us. Shiozaki-san, he swallowed his saliva. The girl nodded. Her vines struck the frozen pavement, which the plant came out before Todoroki's group. Another formed to reinforce the thick roof above. Endeavor's son froze her hair. Yaoyorozu cut one with a sword she quickly created, and Shiro used his tape to bind the plants. Let's get out of here. Following Mei's gaze, to see two shadows dropping in on them. Constant explosions thundered above with a scream along with falling purple balls. Izuku cursed Mineta's balls. Large blast came from the blonde as he neared them. Smoke from nowhere obscured their vision, but with a single punch, he blew the smoke, obscuring their vision. He gasped as Team Todoroki was onto them faster than he thought. How did they do that? Whoa! Cried Izuku as Shiro's tape launched into them. Ice came for Todoroki, and, from above, Bakugo came. Two portals in front of him. No! The gate fizzling had him nearly screaming and putting more energy into the act as he punched it. The only sign that he hit his target was the wind blowing against the opposing team's approaching ice wave and blowing it away. His second target, The explosive blonde. He didn't know if his friend dodged it. His 1B schoolmate was holding Todoroki's team, but he could see her chest rise faster than before, and the rate she produced her vine longer than two. She's becoming thirsty. Izuku instinctively crossed his arms when the immediate cover above them rumbled at the explosion. TCH. Damn it, the familiar voice of his friend said. Midoriya. Shinso exclaimed amidst the bombings. Your friend's crazy. He didn't reply as he sent waves of warp towards the enemy on the front, but they skidded to a stop as white and red-haired team blocked their path with ice. All around them, ice fell continually. Deku. Kakin, he gasped as above them. His blonde friend backed up by dark shadow, smirked above them in a black ashen-torn hole of their defense. His best friend dived followed by the sentient shadow creature. His palms met Kakin's hands, blocking the attempted to grab the points on his neck. His teammates luckily held on even from the speed the blonde attacked them. TCH. Izuku gritted his teeth. They were lucky the creature was carrying the blonde, or else they'd be vulnerable now. They were in a bind now. The trio was coming down. Todoroki sieged their front. Deku, his friend said loudly grinning. The excited red eyes of Kakin bore onto his as he returned the favor. Thanks for distracting half and half. I'll be taking what's mine now, nerd. He glared defiantly at his friend. Shinso. Hey, hothead. He heard Shinso called, but the blonde didn't reply, jumping down on them, hands crackling explosively. Damn it. Izuku focused on the burnt bird. Izuku was trapped now. He crossed his arms, protecting his neck and the points. Claws ripped apart the Shiozaki's vines that tried to help. Damn it. I'm a shadow. The excited eyes of Kakin widened. The greenhead, realizing what happened, smirked. Take Bakugu and go back to your team. The purple-haired general education student ordered. Tokoyami's sentient quirk flew back along with Kakin. 10. The audience roared along with present Mike. As if by a work of miracle, his heart sped up more. Continuous blasts rumbled. His friend's quirk casted light that blinded him. 9. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He cursed Kakin. The something shattered, consequently followed by shattered sound getting closer. The ground broke, suddenly formed, and stopping the shattered sound. He thought their defense froze quickly. Retreat. 8. Crossing his arms, he opened his only to be invaded by blurry images in. Frozen plants exploded, and the debris that flew towards them had Izuku crossing his arms. Damn it, Shinso cursed. 7. Right. Go right. Shinso ordered as he opened his eyes, vision no longer blurry. 6. He ignored the screaming crowd and poured his focus on their escape. Ice mist blinded him when their wall of frozen vines exploded and Team Todoroki behind it. The thick white veil was enough to impede his vision. Only their footsteps broke the silence as they went right, eyes ever vigilant. 5. One for all flowing in his arms. With one punch, he blew the icy veil away, only to yelp as the dual-quirked classmate was already within his reach. How? 4. Izuku, powering his other arm quick as he can, grabbed to deflect the nearing hands. Both he and the dual-quirk user battled for strength, but winced feeling the cold crept up his right arm. With a snarl, he pushed the ice user away. Still, flaming left hand and right of Todoroki met his. Harshly batting the fiery arms aside, he motioned for the object on the neck of his opponent, but his opponent leaned backwards. Roar came from above, made him stop. He knew that the duo returned once more. 3. Izuku focused on his main target, Todoroki, despite his other hand stiff that it could not move. With gritted teeth, he poured one for all into it, and ignoring through the cold agony that seeped in his arm as he held on to the other team. Managing to curl his fingers to a fist, he coiled the frozen arm around his neck while the other in defense. 2. Explosions blinded him. His teammates and Todoroki's team shouted from the act. If possible, a louder, determined scream drowned off all their collective reactions. 1. Crap. We're trapped. Time's up. Kakin, from Dark Shadow's grip, fell and landed on the ground. Izuku froze and blinked from the object near his head. Somehow, Along the excitement, he missed the Momo making a long-pulled picker that nearly reached his head if they weren't saved by the time. That was not his concern now. His main one was his stiff, frozen arms when he wrestled with the other rider. Izuku blinked furiously, keeping the tears at bay. No. The teen corrected himself. They did it. It wasn't like the first round where they had to race alone. On this part, they were pitted against each other, and more so on his team with the points. They had made it. Izuku beamed, eyes nearly closed to hide the tears, and his teammates as they lowered him and clapped his back. He rubbed the sleeves furiously on his eyes. His remaining movable hand landed on his knees, and the other dangled and used, only realizing now that he was nearly out of breath and energy. The teen's face wet and dribbled by the salty sweat, dripped and dribbled down his face, and heavy as hair covering his eyes. With trembling hands, he wiped the sweat away. Shinsu's wider-than-usual smile was the first he saw when he looked up. Mei laughed, her voice swelling in with pride as she gave the peace sign. Lastly, Shiozaki Ibara, the girl from B-class, bowed, probably thanking him, but words drowned by the thunderous cheers of the masses. Todoroki approached him, expression hard and cool, but his form no less disheveled as his. Hair, face, sweaty and slightly haggard. Without words spoken, the teen grabbed his hand and felt warmth spread in his hand as his hand defrosted. Silent was his entrance, and silent was his departure. Against all odds, Team Midoriya held on to the points and remained number one, proclaimed the voice hero. The green-haired teen tried to ignore the loud hero's voice and focus on his team. In second place is Team Bakugo, followed closely by Team Todoroki. What a turn of event, folks. Izuku couldn't hear their voices, and words clearly for the crowd thundering invaded his hearing. That does not add the fact that present Mike was as rambunctious as ever. In the fourth place is the team that chased Midoriya throughout the game, Team Kyuka. What this? He looked up to see at the scoreboard to see what the commotion was about. What is this? The teams in the fifth place, Team Uraraka and Team Tetsu, by some miracle are tied in fifth place. What happens now, ref? Only 5 teams are required for the third round. Both teams are in. Midnight's voice roared in excitement, returning his focus on the ones that helped him. Thank you, everyone. He bowed regardless if they heard him or not. His arm, his body, protested from the effort, but he bare it through. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't be this position. Thank you. Thank you. Ho ho ho. He blushed when Mei, from his side, hugged his arms, feeling her chest even in the uniform as she jumped, making him go red. No need to thank my babies, sponsor. It was all of us, the girl shouted. The cries gradually lowered, and he can hear people close to him once more. All Might's chosen successor felt his cheeks burn more on her praise. No. He shook his head. It was because of you guys. I couldn't do it by myself. One for all or not. He beamed at his team and wiping the sweat dripping from his face. Eyes grazing up, his team came first. Then came Katsuki's and followed by Todoroki's. Their points were only separated by a few numbers, and those that followed had a big gap. That fact surprised him. Not that he doubted Kaken or anything, but it just didn't occur to him at all that Kaken might beat Todoroki's score. Maybe because he distracted their classmate long enough for him to gather enough points. Jiraiya's team came in fourth, and in fifth came Uraraka's group. The two were separated by 100 points. Strong hands grabbed him and ruffled his hair. Deku, you little shitty nerd. You hold on to the points. The green-haired teen tried to escape his blonde best friend's grip, but couldn't. You really pushed yourself, skinny ass, huh? I just have good teammates, Kaken. The blonde grinned savagely. Whatever, his best friend conceded. Maybe knowing he was stubborn once he decided on it. Stubborn Midoriya, Shinso said. Believe it or not, it was all you and Shiozaki. Hell, even Hatsum contributed with the support items. I hardly did anything. The green-haired girl blushed at the praise, tucking one strand of vine behind her ear. That's not true, Shinsu-san. Your quirk helped as well. Well, his general education friend huffed. Not so much compared to you guys. UA's sports festival always have a one-on-one match, Deku. You can't run and hide anymore. I'll beat that cold bastard and your running ass. He declared, pounding his right hand to his palm and creating a small explosion. You too, eyebags. I'll make you pay that one. Izuku rolled his eyes and returned the grin. You can try, but try not to lose first Kaken. I was so close to getting the points from you, Deku. Uraraka interrupted, bumping into him, and Katsuki, sending them towards Shinso. It was so hard to float myself for a few seconds. It was supposed to work, but only to be blocked. I thought for sure you were too shocked to react fast for our plan. I admit that your floating surprised me, Katsuki huffed. I also didn't expect Four Eyes over there to be fast. Everyone trained their asses off. Shinso shifted slightly at his friend's insertion. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you guys there. I'm Uraraka Achiko, his brunette friend extending a hand towards the three, which they accepted. You guys were so tough. The vines really hurt. To accentuate, she pointed to the various scratches all over her body. I'm sorry, Dash. No, that's fine, said his zero-gravity quirked friend waved her concerns away. I wasn't hurt or anything. It's just that it was powerful and versatile. You're the one with the floating quirk. No, something else. Hatsum muttered, checking Uraraka, accompanied by words about possibly thinking of making a baby. The support course student went to Kirishima then. Your hardening quirk. Not bad. The redhead looked nonplussed when the girl touched his biceps and circled around him. The redhead grinned, approaching them along with others. Yep, name's Kirishima Ijiru. This here's Ida Tenya, Uraraka Achiko, and Bakugu Katsuki. Nice to meet you guys. Ingenium's brother escaped Kirishima's hold and bowed. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shiozaki, Ibara, the Vine user smiled. From 1B. The purple-haired teen sighed. Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso. Kirishima's face scrunched. Where have I heard that name before? Deku mentioned him a week ago. Kirishima. Uraraka bopped Kirishima's head. His training buddy. Oh yeah. Thanks, Uraraka. Nice to meet ya. Shinso. The redhead beamed. I heard from Midoriya you want to get into the hero course. I'm Hatsum Mei. The support courser shocked the others with her enthusiasm. The creator of Baby that Izuku used. She went straight to Ida's ankles, which garnered a shriek from said person. Ooh, very nice. But I assume that the cool down of the move you did is long. Why yes. Ida beamed, hands all over after stepping away from her. It usually take approximately 10 minutes for the engine to cool down. Mei, for whatever reason, already had a notepad and nodding excitedly as Ida continued his explanation. Izuku, turning to Uraraka, grinned, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Everyone trained really well during the weeks. Ida was so fast, Uraraka nearly got me with her floating. Right. Kirishima said, beaming, putting in around a solemn Ida. Uraraka floating, that was manly. We can't see what happened the last few minutes because of Todoroki's wall, but we could see everything from the large monitor. I couldn't believe Ida could get that fast. Thanks, Kirishima-kun. A blushing Uraraka replied. It was hard, but I can do it for a few seconds. Uraraka pumped her fists. Ida was great too. There was great distance between your team and Deku's before the field was covered in mist. Next thing I know, your team was in Deku's face. His brunette friend jogged in place and breathing heavily demonstrated his speed. I call it Recipro Burst. It grants me enhanced speed for a limited time, but once over my engine stalls for a while as it cools down. His engine-quirked friend said with less enthusiasm than usual. I planned to use that to defeat you, Midoriya-kun. It was not enough. Dude, are you kidding me? The redhead reacted, shaking their engine-quirked friend. You were manly earlier. We didn't see you do your move, but we know it was awesome. No offense to Midoriya, but your team and Bakugu had them on the ropes, and either one would have gotten the points if it wasn't for the time. Kirishima-kun is right. I was shocked when Todoroki was already in my face and nearly lost precious seconds in preparation. He replied, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. If you ask me, it was kind of a surprise. I would have lost my cool if time wasn't up. It stung to know he won by luck, but it was true. They were indeed lucky. No doubt if he teleported them out, Kaken would, and had, follow them with his distance, then grabbing the points. That was if he still had the energy to spare to teleport themselves away, because even if they did manage to get away, he was using the last of his strength, so that would leave Shiozaki to defend them from others. Not that he could do that because goddamn, he was tired. Hopping all around the field was tough, especially the double warp move he did. My training wasn't enough if I wasn't able to defeat Midoriya. I must train more. Don't doubt yourself, Ida-san. Shiozaki smiled at his friend. Todoroki-san is very strong, but it was your speed that broke the tie. I barely had time to react from your surprise attack. Anyways, thank you for choosing me as your teammate Midoriya-san. See you on the third round. The girl bowed and went elsewhere, likely to her classmates. Kaken rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it, Four Eyes. Deku may have won this round too, but he ain't gonna have someone covering his ass in round 3. Come on, losers, let's eat while we still had the chance. I know Deku's hungry as hell too. Izuku, too abashed, felt his cheeks heat up. Shinso, Mei-san, would you like to come with us? He turned to his remaining 2 teammates. Probably next time, Mei replied with a simple, nonchalant wave. I have to fix my babies for the next stage, Izuku-kun. Wanna come with us, zombie? Deka hadn't been able to shut up about you and your awesome quirk. Katsuki sent him a look that dared him to deny the words he said, so Izuku instead sniggered. Bakuga-kun. We do not call people we don't know like that. Ida reacted, chopping the air. I'm sorry for our friend's attitude, even though he means well, Shinsu-san. The brainwasher weaved hands through his hair and lips quirking up slightly. It's fine, he waved away Ida's concern. I've heard worse. But no, I'll be with my classmates. See you later. On they went to the locker room for a change of clothes. Along the way they met up with their electric user and grapehead classmate. Midoriya. Mineta ran towards their group. You dirty cheater, the diminutive teen with fists raised in disbelief reacted. You distracted me with the powerful hot 1B chick. Kaminari beamed lopsidedly carefree. Yeah, that girl was powerful. Not to mention you guys kept escaping. The orange-haired teen shrugged. Not that I'd blame you with everyone after you. But to be honest, I'd rather you have the 1,000,000 points than Bakugo or Todoroki's team. At least you aren't bloodthirsty or coldly attacking everyone like those 2 monsters. What you'd say, Pikachu? His classmates gave Bakugo a deadpan look. See what I mean? Wuss, Kaken grumbled. Let's just go. Slinging an arm around him, Kaminari leaned into him a little. What say you introduce me to her later? You know, to foster good relations with our schoolmates. Izuku scratched his cheek, then relaxed, seeing as Kaminari Denki was a gentleman, than say their quirky and straightforward classmate Mineta. Still, I don't think I can. I just met her, so we're not that close. Just introduce me to her, to build a good relationship with our schoolmates. After a brief going to the locker room to change clothes, they were on their way to the canteen. Just right before the exit, leaning against the wall was Todoroki. His eyes immediately went to Izuku's. Heart thumped harshly against his chest. He didn't like the way their dual-quirked classmate didn't even acknowledge the presence of the others and focusing his neutral gaze on him alone. He suddenly felt hotter all of a sudden. The teen was sure that the others could feel the tension between him and Endeavor's son. Midoriya, Izuku. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.